Hey everyone, welcome to another exciting adventure. Today, Audio Novel presents Ben 10, Earth's Mightiest Heroes by Firestorm 808. And if you're looking for more amazing stories, don't forget to check out my Patreon page. Your support helps turn incredible tales like this one into fully immersive audiobooks. Join me on this journey, and together, we can bring more stories to life. Thank you for being part of the adventure. Let's begin. Chapter 1, Arrival. It had been 5 years since the incident with Diagon, Vilgax, Sir George, and the war between the Forever Knights and the Esoterica. At the time, Ben had proven his development into a proper young adult. As a sign of approval, Asmith had gifted Ben with a brand new Omnitrix. The Ultimatix was, in Asmith's words, an inferior copy. Instead of a gauntlet, the new Omnitrix was back to a wristwatch. Its faceplate was now square instead of round and had a white and green color scheme. The faceplate was black with 2 green stripes forming an outline for the hourglass of the intergalactic peace symbol. When the faceplate slid back, the Omnitrix revealed the core. Ben was ecstatic that Asmith trusted him with the final product. This was a new dawn in his hero career. 5 years have passed since that day. Ben continued to fulfill all of his social roles as a family member, friend, and boyfriend. The cousins graduated from their respective high schools thanks to a mutual understanding of the duo's responsibilities. Max made sure that Ben and Gwen were only brought in only when necessary, and both of their parents made sure that they were not skipping out on schoolwork. The parents knew they were heroes, but they didn't want them to be high school dropouts. Gwen graduated with honors, and Ben graduated within the top 20. Soon after, they went to different colleges. Ben wanted to continue hero work, but he promised his parents that he would make it into his full career after graduating from college. He attended a local university to at least get his criminal justice degree. Gwen, on the other hand, fulfilled her childhood goal of attending an Ivy League school. Friedkin University was where Gwen studies the mystic arts. It was located east of Bellwood, and it was the best Ivy League college among all the colleges around Bellwood. Given the fact that Ben 10,000 was able to perform some magic, Ben had asked Gwen to help him in that area. Ben had also spent the last 5 years doing some part-time plumber work with his new partner Rook during breaks. After many exciting adventures, he unlocked new aliens and sharpened his combat and mental skills at the Plumber Academy. In honor of Ben's 18th birthday, Asmith gave a software update to his Omnitrix. This added new features and improved old ones. Initially, Asmith believed that the evolutionary function that Albedo previously developed was asking for trouble. Then again, he made a sword and a watch that could allow a being to conquer galaxies. In the end, it all comes down to how power was used and how stable the power is. Asmith was well regarded as the smartest being in the universe. He was often referred to by his Galvan peers as the first thinker. Along with his intelligence, Asmith was gifted with years of experience and knowledge. It was evident that if anyone could improve the evolutionary function, it would be Asmith, and he did. One of the initial problems of the evolutionary function was the lack of safeguards in the evolutionary process. Previously, the ultimate forms in the Omnitrix became unstable and conscious, and they tried to escape while possibly trying to kill Ben in the process. Another problem was the issue of a stable mental state. The evolution feature worked by placing the selected species in a simulation, right down to the DNA, for an extended period, about 1 million years or so. In what was described as a worst-case scenario, the actual DNA was then modified to match the new DNA. This survival of the fittest routine explains why the evolutions are more combat-centered than their standard forms. One would assume that a species spending 1 million years in hell could cause possible mental problems. The new safeguards Asmith placed in would slow the development of evolved DNA. Each genome would be analyzed to meet Asmith's requirements before the form would be allowed for use. Earth has changed a lot in the last several years. Things had finally calmed down not only on Earth but throughout most of the universe. The Plumbers, an intergalactic police force dedicated to preserving peace throughout the cosmos, had been granted powerful new technologies developed by the Galvan. New weapons, new armor, basically, everything they needed to combat threats that previously required the aid of Ben and his team. Asmith made sure to regulate the level of technology that was distributed in the organization. In fact, he was made the leader of research and development. The plumbers would be well equipped to handle low to mid-level threats, but the Tennyson family would be on call whenever extreme danger arrived, which was not often. Ben was mature enough to know this change was a good thing. There was peace, crime was down, and life was good. But still, there was a part of him that missed turning into an alien every day and fighting some criminal or giant monster. He didn't do any of his heroics for the fame, or at least, not anymore he didn't. He enjoys the feeling of helping others. Ben even got back into soccer along with other hobbies. With the newfound peace, Ben was better able to strengthen his social bonds. He kept close ties with his best friend Kevin and his family. His relationship with Julie Yamamoto only strengthened thanks to the peace. They were finally able to spend quality time together without the worry of danger. Both of them attended university together. Ben and Julie moved in together in an apartment not far from campus. Luckily, they were still able to keep Ship as their pet. Julie continued to pursue a career as a professional tennis player, and Ben fully supported her. He did anything he could to keep her happy. After the situation with Esoterica, Ben knew that he had to be more supportive, considerate, and understanding. They shared a very loving and intimate relationship. All in all, life was good. 5 years after Diagon. Women's Tennis Association, WTA, Tour Finals. Ben, Kevin, Gwen, Ship, and Zed are currently spectating Julie in the last match of the tournament. Ship laid on Ben's lap while Zed curled up against Kevin's leg. Winning this tournament would be a big step in Julie's career. The final match was between Julie Yamamoto and Donna Vekic. So far, the first 2 sets have led to a tie, and the score had Julie at an advantage. To win the match, Julie had to score 1 more point. The game is cutting close. Do you think Julie can win Ben? Gwen asked. She's been practicing for months. I know she can do this. I have faith in her. His eyes were full of confidence toward Julie. Ship, said. That's nice to hear coming from you, Tennyson, Kevin commented. I'm not the same guy as before, and today is gonna be a big milestone for us, Ben said as he kept watching the match. I know. It's so sweet that you guys have been together for 4 years today, Gwen commented. I have you to thank for all this, Gwen. You made this all possible when you helped me ask her out to the pier. Which you ended up wrecking, Kevin remarked. Ship, said in a much lower and embarrassed tone. Ben cringed at that memory of the date, sighed, and smiled. I'll be honest. It could have gone better, but it all worked out in the end. An alien was saved, we met Ship, and Julie, and I walked home safe and sound. Ben stroked Ship's head as he purred. Even though walking a few miles home isn't the most romantic, it did let you two get closer. I saw you two walk past my house holding hands, Gwen replied with a slightly teasing smile. Ben blushed and rubbed the back of his head. Yeah, I remember that. When I escorted her to her house, her dad gave me a menacing glare for bringing her home the next morning. I ended up getting interrogated to find out what exactly happened. Luckily, Julie was there to confirm my lie that the car broke down, and we got lost. He was suspicious, but in the end, all he cared about was that Julie was safe. When I got home, I ended up having an awkward conversation about my innocence, feelings with girls, and safety. He sighed at that memory. Kevin tried to hold in his laugh until Gwen elbowed her boyfriend to get him to stop, and she pointed toward the court. It was Julie's turn to serve, and Donna was on the other side in a ready stance. Julie bounced the tennis ball twice, threw the ball up, and swung an overhand serve. The ball soared to the other side as Donna made her move. The ball bounced once, and just as it was going to make its second bounce, Donna stretched her racket arm in time to underhand swing the ball back to Julie's court. The awkward body movement made her stumble a bit. Julie was prepared for that, and she quickly knocked the ball to the opposite end of the court. It landed just before the line, and Donna couldn't make it in time, scoring the winning point for Julie. The tournament is over, and we have a winner. A first-time winner, Julie Yamamoto. Congratulations on your victory, yelled the announcer. Julie walked toward Donna and shook her hand. Good game. Donna took a deep breath. You too. She gave a congratulatory hug. Julie beamed a smile toward the crowd, taking in her hard-earned victory. The announcer walked up to Julie and said, Julie, you are now the new WTA champion. What do you have to say to everyone out there? I want to thank all of my friends and family. I especially want to thank my boyfriend of 4 years, Ben Tennyson. He supported me in my dream. Meeting him is one of the best moments of my life. I love you. Ben jumped from the stands and ran to his girlfriend and the announcer. He wrapped her in his arms and kissed her tender lips. They both had a blush, but Ben continued. I love you too, Julie. Congratulations on winning. I knew you could do it. You were with me every step of the way. I could always count on you. Thanks, but there's something important that I have to ask you. Anything, Ben? The announcer stepped off to the side while still maintaining the camera view and audio of the conversation. Ben got down on one knee. Julie, Gwen, the announcer, and all the women in the crowd covered their mouths in expectation. The life of a superhero is filled with danger, adventure, and excitement. However, I want to spend every moment of it with you by my side. He pulled out a small black box from his back pocket. He holds it in one hand and opens it with the other, revealing a gold ring with a sizable titanite gem in the center. Will you marry me? The crowd swooned at the proposal. Oh my God. Julie immediately broke into tears of joy at what was happening to her. Gwen was jumping up and down squealing in excitement while latching onto Kevin. We have it here first, folks. The hero of Earth, Ben 10, has officially proposed to his longtime girlfriend, the announcer said to the camera. While I'm happy for you, bro, you raised Gwen's expectations for me. He gave his best friend a big smile with a small sweat drop. Ben. I can't believe this is happening. She exclaimed with such enthusiasm and excitement. The world is waiting for your answer, Julie, the announcer stated. She takes a deep breath to calm her nerves. She opens her mouth, and just as she was about to give the obvious answer. Tum, a massive explosion occurred in the background. While all of the civilians screamed in shock at the development, Ben had a different reaction. Ben groaned in irritation and anger. Why? 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 Why now? Can't the universe see that I'm busy here? He screamed into the sky. He sighed and looked at his love. I'll be right back for your answer, honey. I want this moment to be free of any more distractions. He turned toward the cameraman. Keep the camera rolling, this would make an interesting family video in the future. Julie blushed at what that statement implied. The thought of them together at home with a young baby sleeping in her arms caused her to go completely red. Gwen, Kevin, I'll meet you there. The two and Zed ran toward the site. The faceplate of the Omnitrix opened, and Ben began scrolling through his aliens. He found the right one. It's hero time. He slammed down on the core, instantly transforming him in a flash of emerald green light. What replaced him was a blue-skinned, green-eyed, semi-armored velociraptor wearing a helmet that was black, long, elliptical, and pointed at the top. The creature had black wheels on his feet, 5 blue stripes on his tail, arms that ended in 3-fingered hands, black lips, black facial markings, black rings around their eyes, and had the Omnitrix symbol on its chest. XLR-8. He looked at the camera and stated, "Gotta go fast," and he proceeded to run to the battle. Always wanted to say that. Downtown Bellwood. XLR-8 finally reached the area which turned out to be the plumber outpost downtown. Gwen, Kevin, and Zed were currently assisting civilians outside of the danger zone. He zipped toward Gwen and Kevin and asked, "What's the current situation?" Gwen turned to him and replied. "The civilians have all been moved, but the intruder is still inside." XLR-8 acknowledged. "Kevin and I will take point while you take our 6 and give support." Both nodded, and the trio headed toward the outpost entrance. Ben pressed his Omnitrix symbol and released another burst of emerald light. XLR-8 was replaced with a humanoid crystalline rock being wearing a green and black jumpsuit with an Omnitrix belt buckle. Diamond Head. Not holding back, huh? Diamond Head was one of the first aliens that Ben transformed into, and the form had become one of his favorites. With a hint of anger and annoyance, he gave a devilish grin. "Whoever interrupted my marriage proposal is so going to pay for that. The world can interrupt my first date. It can ruin prom night. It can even crash my high school graduation. But interrupting a milestone in my life such as this crosses the line. You guys ready?" Gwen placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder. "We're a family, Ben. We stick together, no matter what." Consider this your early wedding gift from us, Kevin remarked and received another blow to his side. Don't worry, Ben. After this is all over, I'll be picking out the present. Kevin will just be paying for it. Isn't that right, babe? Gwen gleamed a look to her boyfriend for approval. Kevin was such a softie for Gwen that even if he were in charge of the relationship, Gwen would tell him when to put it on. Kevin nodded nervously. There's nothing worse than a woman scorned, especially if she's an anodite. Kevin remembered the time when he almost forgot their anniversary. Luckily, Ben was able to distract her long enough for Kevin to prepare everything. Kevin shook his head of these thoughts as he genuinely loved Gwen, and he would go through a lot to be with her, even the fallout from his mistakes. Thanks. You guys are the best. Let's move out. Zed, stay. We'll take it from here, ordered Kevin. Bark. Plumber outpost. The hallways to the facility were significantly dimmed. Whoever broke and cut off all the power except the auxiliary. Gwen proceeded to raise the palm of her hand, creating 3 purple glowing orbs of mana. She had the spheres lead the way about 10 feet ahead. Kevin gave his thoughts on the situation. If I remember correctly, the only systems that should be on right now are emergency lighting, life support, and high-level security. Many of the plumbers stationed here escaped with minor to moderate injuries. The baddie is hostile. Does anyone know what this section housed? It might give us a clue on who we're dealing with. The other 2 shrugged as both had no clue. Most of the time, they had to deal with off-planet issues. It was more comfortable to allow the Earth plumbers to manage the local stations. The group came across a computer terminal in what appeared to be the receptionist area. Kevin logged in with his plumber authorization. From the looks of it, this facility was in charge of storing confiscated items until disposal transport. I have a bad feeling that today is going to be one of those days, resigned Gwen. Ben let out a sigh. Great, just what I need. Even more drama with the possibility of big explosions. 5 minutes later. They heard a loud crash, and Diamondhead's hulking crystal figure sped up to the sound, with Gwen and Kevin following. Diamondhead reached a level 8 security door with a giant hole cut out. Alarms were going off signaling said break-in. He whistled at the sight. Gwen and Kevin caught up and gave a similar response. Kevin stepped forward and examined the metal door. It's Colton. Whoever did this was able to heat this to the melting point at about 3,000 degrees Celsius. Diamondhead replied. We're getting close. Keep an eye out. After they went through the hole in the security door, they saw that the walls were lined with security boxes. Wow. Look at all this. These must have been here for years. Kevin explained. Due to the amount of paperwork, plumbers tend to keep them in storage for much longer than intended. Gwen stopped. Wait. Do you hear that? Yeah. It's this way. Kevin exclaimed as he ran toward the source. Tum. A door flew off of its hinges, revealing a helmeted figure in a black cloak with purple lining. Well, if it isn't the pest, himself, Ben Tennyson and company. What an unpleasant surprise. Yeah, and it's all cinnamon and spice for us seeing you, Ian, stated Diamondhead sarcastically. What are you even doing here? Gwen demanded. Ah, isn't he stealing confiscated alien tech? Kevin whispered to his girlfriend. Gwen's sweat dropped as the answer to her question was pretty obvious. In an attempt to salvage herself, she whispered, it was a rhetorical question. Diamondhead cut in. What could you possibly want from here anyway? Ah, but telling you would be too easy. As people say, it's for me to know and for you to find out. Now it's time that I get going. Ian reached into his pocket, grabbed a remote, and pressed a button. Why don't I introduce you to my entourage while I continue without you people in the way? Ian stepped aside, revealing approaching figures. As they left the shadows, it was clear who the enemies were, Techodon robots. These 5 have been custom-made to hold you off. Ta-ta. The Techodons jumped and landed in front of the team. The alien force took their battle stances, and Ben looked towards the retreating figure and said, once we finish these tin cans, I'll be coming after you. Yes. Yes. Whatever you say. I have much work to do. Ian ran off into the shadows. Let's get this over with. Kevin absorbed the steel from a support beam, and Gwen charged up her hands. The room turned into an all-out brawl. It didn't take long for the trio to break through several walls to bring the fight outside. Diamond held off the machine and glanced at the others. Gwen and Kevin were doing well holding off one Techodon each, but the two extras were pushing them back. Looks like we're gonna have to even the odds. Diamond had punched the machine straight at the chest, pushing it back about 20 feet. Diamond pressed the Omnitrix symbol on his cheek, and he was once again engulfed in emerald light. When the light show ended, a small white humanoid stood. One of his most noticeable features was a square appendage resembling an MP3 player behind his back with a port on it. The alien appeared to have cassette tapes on his lower legs. He wore a pair of headphones around his head, and he had green circle-shaped indents on the back of his hands. The inside of his mouth was green with lines that give it the appearance of an amplifier. Echo, echo. His voice sounded high-pitched and electronic. He immediately split into 3 copies. Help them. Got it, the two said in sync and ran off. Echo, echo faced the staggering robot and glared. Wall. He split into 3 copies of. The 3 turned into 9. Sound. All 9 copies reverberated the last word in sync with one another. The sound waves amplified each other into a single devastating blow through constructive interference. The Techodon was still standing, but it was sparking in places. Thank you, physics. Echo, echo thought. Meanwhile. Lay off the family, rust buckets. The 2 echo echoes attracted the attention of the 2 extra Techodons. The 2 echo echoes nodded at each other and stood at opposite sides of the robots. Echo chamber. In a flash, the 2 robots were surrounded by copies, bearing down the force of multiple amplified sonic attacks and sparking like the others. Suddenly, the Techodons grabbed Gwen and Kevin and pinned them down. The remaining 3 grabbed onto the echoes. Ben. Hey, let us go, you oversized action figures, yelled the trio in unison. Yes. Thank you for the distraction, my minions. I have finally completed the device. What's it going to do? Destroy me? Just like every other time, someone tried that on me. Echo, echo said sarcastically. As much as I would love to destroy you, I believe that I have found a much better solution to prevent your further hindrance. A machine with a large ring was wheeled into view. Through my many travels, I had seen many alternate timelines when I battled the Tennysons and the Omnitrix. His eye made a glance at Gwen before turning his attention back to Ben. Echo Echo didn't know why he used his family name, so he pushed the thought to the back of his mind. So. That means I'll always be there to kick your butt one way or another. He replied in a mocking tone. That's where you're wrong. I know that I can't kill you. He looked at the Omnitrix symbol remembering the Omniverse timeline. Echo Echo gave a confused look. Since I can't do that, I'll just have to move you. Ian pressed a button on his wrist, and the device lit up and activated. Inside the ring was a distortion of colors. It brings me great pleasure that I have the opportunity to cast you out, forever lost within the expanding multiverse. What? Gwen and Kevin called out. How is that even possible for you? I thought you could only move through time. Gwen was still struggling to get free. Ah. Yes. I still haven't gotten to that part yet. He turned back to Ben and asked, do you remember that interview you had a few years ago? Echo Echo thought back and remembered. He hoped he wasn't right. Yes. You disappeared on national television, so it was obvious for me to find out about your predicament. What did you do? Echo Echo shouted. Ben knew Ian was referring to the time he went into Rex's Earth, but what happened while he was gone? While you were on the other side of that thing doing who knows what, I decided to do a little digging. That little light show that appeared was an event horizon. The energy particles were able to tear through the boundaries of the multiverse. I tried to close the anomaly before you could return to no avail. That was when I realized that this was my opportunity to get rid of you. I just needed to bide my time to get the necessary equipment and set the trap. The 3 Echo Echoes struggled to get free from the robotic grips, but their small form didn't give them the necessary strength. Don't make me do something I might regret, Ian. Surrender now and maybe I won't punch you in the face. Ian scoffed. A tempting offer, but I must get started. He turned around to run some diagnostic checks. The three Echoes looked at each other and nodded. 3, 2, 1. SCHREEEEEEECH. Each Echo aimed at a different target. 2 aimed at the 2 Techodons holding down Gwen and Kevin, and 1 was aimed right at Ian and the control panel. AAAAAHHHHHH, Ian yelled in pain. He needed to get out of range, so he jumped away to safety as the console began to spark and the machine shut down. Gwen and Kevin were able to break free from the Techodons' holds, and they proceeded to bash their helmets. The 3 Echoes tried to blast sound waves at their captors, but they were able to shut him up. How? They shoved their fists into his mouths. Gross. With Ben incapacitated and Gwen and Kevin still distracted, Ian needed to act fast. He ran to the console and pulled the manual override, activating the machine once again. I need you gone now. The device powered on, but something was off. It was too unstable, and it began to pull in the surroundings. Goodbye, Ben. I'll see you never. In an instant, Ian jumped out of the current timeline. This was bad. The Techodons were still holding onto Ben, and he needed to get out. He never tried this move before, but now was as good a time as any. The 3 Echoes closed their eyes and focused. Suddenly all 3 exploded into multiple clones, causing the robots to lose their grip. The multiple clones unleashed multiple sonic attacks, shattering the 3 robots to scrap. What the clones didn't know was that the pull of the machine was getting stronger. The Echoes tried to run for it, but the pull was too strong. Some recombined, and then they became a line of 5 clones, each hanging onto the other with one hanging onto a nearby railing. Somebody, stop this crazy thing, all 5 of them screamed in sync. The duplicates couldn't focus enough to recombine. I'm slipping, yelled the one at the far end. Just hold on a little longer, the one fourth in line yelled back. Number 5 looked ahead to the struggling Echo slowly losing his grip on the railing. He looked back to copy number 4, at least one of us needs to survive this and get married, we need to let go. Are you crazy? We can't do that. We don't know what's on the other side. We can't wait for the others any longer, and the pull is getting stronger. I don't want Julie to be a widow before she even gets married. I know I'm going to regret this, but fine. The original is the priority. Follow my lead. Both clones let go, allowing the leading Echo to reaffirm his grip. The 2 flew through the air toward the hole. 5 gave a hard look at 4, and they both nodded. Both opened their mouths and unleashed a combined sonic attack at the ring. The machine began to break down, and the hole started to shrink slowly. Unfortunately, the pull was still active. Hopefully, I'll see you on the other side. Stay safe, 5 saluted to 4. Who knows? Maybe we'll make it back home, replied number 4. They both smiled at each other as they both flew into the tear. Seconds later, the tear closed, and Echo 1 was finally able to let go and recombine. Gwen and Kevin made it back to Ben and saw the broken robots at the destroyed machine. What happened here, Ben? Asked Gwen. Echo pressed the symbol on his chest and reverted to Ben. He had a somber expression. I couldn't recombine, and I couldn't hold onto all 5 of us. 2 of my clones decided to let go so one of us could live. The hero sat down to absorb today's events. Gwen placed a hand on his shoulder. Ben, we can mourn for their loss later. Don't let their sacrifice be in vain. You still haven't heard Julie's answer yet. Ben's expression perked up at the mention of Julie. They began walking back to the tournament to find Julie. Kevin took his other shoulder. Don't worry, Ben. I'm sure they're in a better place. Elsewhere. Echo opened his eyes as he felt a massive gust of wind blowing on his face. That's when he realized he was falling from the sky. Oh, geez. What the? Echo tried to say as he kept falling. He immediately slapped the Omnitrix symbol, once again transformed. In place was a hulking, broad-shouldered alien covered in natural, yellow armor plating on his back, shoulders, and the backs of his arms. The alien was mostly white, with 4 claws on both of his hands. This was Cannonbolt. He rolled up into a ball and crashed on the ground, creating a sizable crater. He turns back to human form and lies down on the same hole. Ow. Chapter 2, Dust Bowl Brawl. 10:23 a.m. Wake up, Tennyson, a voice said. No, Mom. I don't want to go to school today. I just want to stay home and bake cookies with you. Ugh. Benjamin K. Tennyson, you wake up this instant, it yelled in annoyance. Aya. Ben woke up instantly to the yell. Finally, it said in relief. It appeared that Ben was in the shade of a large plateau somewhere in a desert. Ben looked around for the source of the voice but found none. Who said that? I did, the voice replied back. Ben looked at the Omnitrix in confusion. What? Suddenly, the faceplate opened up and projected a hologram of a small frog-like being. I've been trying to wake you for about an hour now. It sighed in relief. Ben raised an eyebrow. Azimuth. What are you doing here? I'm not actually Azimuth. I'm the AI that runs the Omnitrix. Azimuth 10. Who do you think says all those indications to you? Ben just blinked. I'm surprised about seeing an AI besides Eunice. Azimuth 10 decided to explain. The Omnitrix uses quantum computing to analyze all the DNA stored within along with monitoring the various functions. Azimuth couldn't trust any AI except one he made himself. So, why are you here now? You haven't shown up before. I was given this feature with the latest update you received. Whenever you lost connection to Primus, things tend to go poorly, so he allowed me to speak to you in such cases. Well, that's good because I happen to be in a bit of a pickle. Azimuth sighed in annoyance. What happened this time? Ben relayed the events prior to his arrival here. So you're one of the Sonosarian clones. Interesting. Interesting. What's that supposed to mean? Remember when you split yourself using the Sonosarian DNA a while back? Yeah. I ended up causing trouble because of the different personalities. After you told me that, I was programmed to reduce mental side effects. At the moment, your mental state should be about equal to the originals. Well, that sounds good. If we're able to get back home, do you think that we could recombine? I'm not so sure about that. Why? Do you know how Sonosarians reproduce? Ben thought about Echo. Isn't the species just living sound in a suit? Exactly. When Sonosarian clones are separated for long periods of time, their brain waves come out of sync. The clone becomes its own distinct consciousness. That's how they reproduce. So if I don't get home soon, I won't be able to recombine as one Ben. Azimuth nodded, that is correct. Ben sighed in relief. That's not too bad. I'm alive. He's alive. Not the worst thing to happen. Azimuth smirked at the response. I'm glad to see such optimism in our current situation. Ben shrugged. Since we're pretty much stuck here with no way back, we should probably look for civilization. Indeed. I may be able to help you in that regard. Raise the Omnitrix above your head. Ben did as requested. The hologram turned off, and energy emitted. Confused, Ben asked, what was that? Azimuth began to explain. I used a small pulse to locate large concentrations of sentient life. From where we are right now, there is a large city due west, but there are a few structures much closer. Due to the current environment, I highly recommend finding your bearings as well as some water and food. Ben nodded. Thanks for the help. I also report small traces of gamma radiation in the area. Radiation. I'm not gonna grow another arm or get cancer, am I? There's no need to get worried, Ben. We are too far from the actual source for it to cause any damage. That's a relief, I guess. It's what I was made to do. If radiation levels become hazardous, safety protocols will be engaged. Call me again if you need further assistance. No problem. Azimuth closed the hologram function. Since I'm in the middle of nowhere, and it's still hours till nightfall, I better take the express path. He scrolled through the watch and pressed the core. In a green flash, he became a yellow armored alien. His head is similar to a Greek Corinthian helmet with 2 ears on it, giving him the appearance of an armadillo. The most prominent features are the pistons in both arms. Armadillo. I hope this place has smoothies. It will be a long dig. Engage lifeform lock. Lifeform lock engaged. Let's go. Armadillo jumps and begins digging his way across the wasteland. Near the Las Vegas Strip, 1 hour after arrival. The occasional car passed the dusty road leading to Sin City. However, the average driver and passengers paid no attention to the yellow creature bursting from the ground. Nothing like feeling the sun after crawling through the darkness. Seeing the road, he moved behind some large boulders and reverted to normal. Asmith's hologram projected from the Omnitrix. If you had followed my directions, we would have made it here in less than 30 minutes. You know what they say, Asmith. It's all about the journey rather than the destination. Yes, but if that destination has the necessary supplies to survive, it will be best to get there quickly. Ben nodded. Point taken. I could go for some food. I highly recommend that you find your bearings. Ben raised a brow at the nearby sign with an amused smile. Would you look at that? What? We're on Earth and in Las Vegas. Sin City. The place of rags to riches, and sometimes the other way around too. I take it that you've been here before. Yeah. Back home, Kevin and I came here after my 18th birthday. I'm glad that they lowered the gambling age. We made a killing, figuratively speaking. Do you have a plan for acquiring funds for residents? Yup. Right after we stop by to take care of our paperwork, I'll take care of our starting money and work our way from there. Should I ask where this starting money is coming from? I'd rather not describe it, but I will say that I'm gonna need some popcorn. Good thing I always keep cash on hand. Hopefully, this Earth has the same presidents. 2 days later at Mirage Hotel and Casino. A silver-haired woman sat at the poker machines, tapping away. Sadly, luck just wasn't on her side. A few feet away from her, a young man played, and the device paid out. It happened numerous times before she took an interest. Looks like you got a loose one. She got up and slid into the seat next to him. Ben looked up and smiled. In this case, there's no such thing, he said. She raised an amused brow. What do you mean? These machines run on random number generators. Ben tapped at his temple. No brain, no bias. Technically, they are the best odds in the house though. A wry smile appeared on her face. I always thought craps had the best odds, she said. Ben slowly nodded before he focused on the machine in front of him. True, poker odds are slightly worse at 0.7%, but if you apply simple strategy and mathematics and always draw for the royal flush, you can push those odds to 2%. Look at you, Mr. High Roller, she complimented. How did you learn all that? A friend of mine was interested in beating the house in the least inconspicuous way possible. He was trying to earn quick money for his girlfriend's anniversary. By the way, I never caught your name. Pardon my manners. I'm Silver Sablinova. She held out her gloved hand pointed downward. A pleasure, Miss Sablinova. He held her hand gently and gave it a light kiss. I'm Ben Tennyson. A man with manners is certainly hard to find these days. You've certainly caught my interest. Meanwhile at Army Command. Report, soldier, ordered General Ross. The lackey replied, local police reported that a man fitting the description was sighted. They pursued but lost him. The general's eyes narrowed. It's him. The Hulk is in Vegas. Radio Samson at the Cube. Tell him to get a containment cell ready. General Ross, sir, another soldier called. Why would Dr. Banner come here? He stayed away from populated places for months now. He stayed out of the country. Why come back now? Ross shook his head. Right now, I don't know, and I don't care. We can get all the answers we want when he's locked away. Highway 99, 1 day later. A crimson Nissan 370Z sped down the open road. See, Asmith. I told you that Vegas was a good idea. Asmith's hologram on the dashboard rolled his eyes. I never doubted that you would achieve your goal. Although, I must ask. Where are you headed? I'm considering making a little road trip before settling somewhere on the East Coast. I see. Also, I'm surprised that you picked up that hitchhiker about an hour ago. What can I say? The guy looked so thin and ragged. When he said that he needed a ride to a diner up the road, it seemed harmless. Besides Ben was cut off by silver and green behemoths jumping in front of his car. He narrowly braked and slid out of the way before they jumped off again. Taking a minute to breathe, Ben asked, "What the heck was that?" "I'm not sure, but one thing is certain. The two are generating large amounts of gamma radiation." Ben sighed. "Looks like we're taking a detour." Monument Valley, 10 minutes later. HB-1 to command. Target is in sight. It's touching down in Monument Valley. We are en route. Two beings flew through the air as the green one smacked the silver one with the Las Vegas sign. They crashed into the ground, leaving a large crater behind. The Silverman turned back into flesh, but he began absorbing the desert sand. To stabilize himself, he raced for the metal sign, becoming metallic blue. Immediately after, the Green Hulk sent a fist right into his gut, leaving a fist indentation. He quickly repaired the damage. "Everything they said about you in the cube was true. You've gone soft." The metallic man proceeded to knock the Hulk around. "Is that it? Are you trying to be some kind of hero? Is that why you took us out here, to protect people? Well, I've got news for you, Hulk. Those people you're protecting, they think you're more of a monster than me." The absorbing man sent another fist only for the Hulk to catch and crush it. The Hulk then headbutted him several meters. Finally, he launched the blue being into the air with a seismic stomp and punched him into the nearby plateau. The absorbing man got back to his feet, standing in front of the Hulk. "Idiot monster. I can absorb anything, even rock." His body changed to the surrounding sandstone. The Hulk only grinned before he blew his left arm into rubble. His opponent cowered in fear. "Hulk smash rock, Einstein." Backing into the plateau, absorbing man pleaded, "Wait. Wait. You can't do this." Hulk grabbed him by the face. He slammed the rockman into the ground. "Watch me." Suddenly a strange beeping led their eyes to a missile headed right for them. An explosion rocked the entire area, launching both parties away. The Hulk was relatively okay, nothing severe. The absorbing man, however, was left as just a rock head. As the Hulk stood up, another figure jumped onto the scene and looked at the Hulk. "I finally made it. Now, what the heck is going on here?" Hulk looked away from the reptilian man and glared at the oncoming machines. "Ross. Ross. Who the heck is Ross? You're not a bad guy, are you?" Hulk scoffed. "Don't know you, but long story short, the army general takes people like us and turns them into weapons." "Ah." Humongosaur glared at the oncoming army. "Just like that scientist on Malachor." Humongosaur's eyes drifted and widened at the severed head. "Please tell me you didn't kill that guy." Hulk raised a brow. "Him? Nah. He'll live. He can regenerate back to normal." In turn, the head responded. "Don't just stand there. Help me up, you ass." "That's good, I guess. He kinda reminds me of Kevin, but I don't think Kevin can grow back limbs." The two remaining giants looked at the oncoming tanks. "Any biosignatures there?" he whispered. "Scans come up negative for all except the one in the rear," replied Azimuth from the Omnitrix. Humongosaur chuckled. "Good news, Big Green. The infantry are just empty robots. By the way, the name's Humongosaur." "Hulk. It's time I let loose," he said while cracking his knuckles. Inside the command center, Ross ordered, "All Hulkbuster units, open fire." Several artillery shells fired at Hulk and Humongosaur, and the two dodged or deflected them in return. One of the drone choppers shot down the Hulk while he was airborne. Machine gun fire rained down on both of them, creating a small dust storm, but they weren't strong enough to pierce either of their skins. The two drones stopped firing only to have the Hulk jump through the dust cloud and rip a cannon from its frame. Humongosaur launched several boulders at the second one, sending it crashing to the cliffside. Hulk climbed out of a crater and began to fire rockets at the ground forces. When he ran out of ammo, Hulk threw the cannon at another stray air drone. Meanwhile, Humongosaur started fighting off several bulkbusters. He grabbed one by the barrel and began swinging it around like a warhammer. Back inside the command vehicle, Ross ordered, "Keep firing. Don't let him get away." Suddenly, a strange voice comes over the speakers. General Ross, withdraw your men now. This is a secure channel. Who is this? Hundreds of meters in the air, the ruby-haired spy responded. Your superior, Tovarich. Now back off. Time to target, 2 minutes. We have eyes on the target along with one unknown. Think you can handle it, the pilot called over the loudspeaker. Meanwhile, one of the soldiers in the ship ready to bow. We've had worse. The 2 Goliaths below continued to decimate the robotic forces. Hulk looked straight at the command vehicles. Don't think I forgot about you. Humongosaur just finished off another H-Buster and called out to his green ally. Good job, man. We got all of them. Hulk was still wary of the Dinoman before him, but he seemed trustworthy for now. Yeah. Now we have to speak to this Ross character you mentioned. Civilly, of course. Only if he feels the same way. Muttered Hulk as the 2 walked toward Ross. After only a few steps, a large ship casts a shadow over them. Now, who are these guys? Asked Humongosaur. Hulk simply growled. An arrow with cable is fired at the ground in front of them, followed by 2 bolts to both of their chests. From the ship, an archer in purple rides to the ground while his female companion drops. Facing the 2 beasts, he smirks. Tick, tick, boom. The arrows sound before exploding in both of their faces. Fire and smoke engulf Hulk and Humongosaur. To the agent's disappointment, they were completely unharmed. Hulk glared at the 2. You should both run now, 'cause you just made me angry. Humongosaur crossed his arms. Yeah, and you won't like us when we're angry. While Black Widow adjusted her gauntlets, Hawkeye continued the banter. Really? 'Cause from where I'm standing, you look more beat up than angry. He slung another arrow from his quiver. Hulk was about to charge in before Humongosaur held him back. If we're going to do this, we take them down, not out, Hulk. I may be helping you, but we're not murdering government agents. That only proves their point about us being monsters. I know, he replied. Hawkeye fired an explosive arrowhead on, and Black Widow dove in. After dodging his fists, she shot her stingers at Hulk's bareback. Hulk tried to hit her, but she was too agile. Humongosaur went after Hawkeye, as he kept firing arrows at the Hulk. Neither reinforced nets, electricity, or ice could stop him. Hulk managed to catch another arrow only for it to explode in his face. Remember Hawkeye, Hulk is the main priority, Widow called. The archer attempted to evade Humongosaur's attacks. I know, but a giant lizardman makes things a lot more difficult. Before he could fire another shot, a tail whips the breath out of him. Humongosaur glared at the downed archer. Stop this attack now, and no one needs to get hurt. More than they are now anyway. Leave the guy alone. Not gonna happen. Hawkeye dodged another punch. We got orders to get you monsters on lockdown. In the agent's comms, Ross exclaimed, I told Fury to stay out of this. I've been chasing the Hulk since day one. The chase is over, General, replied Black Widow. She fired another array of stingers at the Hulk. Sit back and let us do your job for you. On the other line, Ross gruffed. He turned to his subordinate. Open fire on the Hulk. The soldier hesitated. But, sir, the SHIELD agents, they're right there. That's friendly fire. The general glared at the defiance. That's a direct order, soldier. They knew what they were getting into when they took the job. We need results now. Fire. The soldier reluctantly began the launch sequence. Back on the battlefield, Black Widow noticed the movements of the command vehicle. No. Ross, you are ordered to stand down. Do you hear me? Stand down. That you for your service, agents, Ross simply replied. Hulk grabbed Hawkeye by the face while Black Widow backed from Ross in slight fear. Humongosaur followed her eyes to see a missile launch straight for them. In a desperate move to save them, he rushed forward in an attempt to tank the blast. However, he underestimated its characteristics. Luckily, someone did. Time slowed to a crawl. The azimuth hologram materialized and began to assess the situation. Both Humongosaur and the missile were in midair and close to impact. It's never a dull moment with you, Tennyson. He sighed. Let's see what we have here. With a wave of his hands, he digitally disassembled the payload. Interesting, this contains numerous gamma attributes with high potency and a limited blast radius. This Earth has reached level 4 technology, both commendable yet concerning. He looked back at Humongosaur for a second. Ben will survive, and he will contain the initial blast. However, the ionizing gamma radiation will go right through him and damage any human tissue nearby. He shook his head. No. No. This form won't do it all. Initiate DNA override. Activate ultimate protocol. With that, his hologram disappeared. Finally, the two objects collided and resulted in a burst of blue and green energy. The giant flew out of the smoke, but he looked much different. He became more buff and muscular than before with a green hide. Several armor pieces and spines covered his body. Even his tail looked like a mace. Ultimate Humongosaur crashed and lodged into a nearby rock plateau. Seeing the structure's instability, Hawkeye shouted in concern to his friend. "Morse, move out of there now." His warning came too late as the plateau toppled over and damaged the ship's aerial stabilizers. Morse tried to regain control, but it came to no avail. "I'm coming down." Hulk noticed that everyone had eyes either on Humongosaur or the ship. His mind told him that this was his chance to leave, however, a small part of him knew what he had to do. Hawkeye and Black Widow watched helplessly as their friend began crashing down. Morse closed her eyes and braced for impact, only it never came. Slowly opening her eyes, she saw the Hulk holding the entire ship from its nose. The next thing she saw was the green dinosaur drop from the rock wall. "I'm back," Ultimate Humongosaur bellowed. "Nice save, Hulk." Ultimate Humongosaur got into position and caught the other end of the ship. The two giants lowered the jet to the ground. "Okay. Easy, does it?" He peered through the windshield. "Hey, you okay in there?" She looked back at the giant green bipedal dinosaur through her window. Yeah. Thanks. I guess." Ross narrowed his eyes at the now green Humongosaur on his monitor. "We've got another gamma beast." Hulk closed his eyes to take a breath only to be blasted by another stinger at the base of his neck. He collapsed to the ground and reverted to Bruce Banner. Ultimate Humongosaur turned in shock at his new friend. "Hulk." He ran to his body to check his vitals, but the two agents blocked him. "What the heck, man? We saved you guys and your friend, and this is how you treat us in return." "We're following SHIELD orders for his capture," stated Black Widow. "Yeah, so stand down, Gamma Beast or else." "Gamma Beast. What the heck are you guys talking about?" Before they could answer, Bruce spoke. "You need to go, now." "I'll be fine. Save yourself. I'm not just gonna leave you with these guys." "You have to. At this point, it's the only way I can get my answers about the cube." "Cube? But..." Ben didn't understand why he wanted this. "Don't worry. No prison can hold me for long. Go. Be free." At that, he passed out. While Black Widow secured Bruce, Hawkeye targeted Humongosaur. "You're not going anywhere, freak of nature. I can't just leave Hulk to these guys, but he wants to go with them, now. If that's the case, there's only one thing I can do. Look over there, a distraction." The two agents blinked at the attempt. "Did you think that we would fall for that?" Ben shrugged. It was worth a shot." He then extended both arms out in a flashy manner. Alakazam. In a flash of green light, he disappeared. Then everyone nearby blinked at the scene before Hawkeye spoke up. "Please tell me that didn't happen." "That the Dinoman was a wizard and teleported away?" asked Morse from the jet. Hawkeye scoured the distance but found nothing. "Damn, we lost him." Black Widow shook her head before she lifted Banner onto her back. "Forget it, Clint. We've got Banner, and that's all that matters." "Fine. Let's get this over with." On the way to the jet, Clint looked at the unconscious Banner and couldn't help but have questions about the Hulk. He was supposed to be a monster, but he willingly saved Morse. This day gets weirder and weirder. Soon, all military personnel began to vacate the area. If the agents had a microscope, they would have noticed that the unknown creature never left. From behind a small stone, a metallic insectoid flew up and grew a few inches. Looks like it's time for me to play spy for a change. With that, Nanomech flew in the direction of the SHIELD convoy. Omnitrix DNA entry. Name, Armadillo. Species, Talpaidan. Home world, Terra. Powers and abilities. Armadillo has incredible digging capabilities and enhanced strength, and, due to his armor, Armadillo has incredible durability. Armadillo can create destructive earthquakes by placing his hands on the ground and pumping the jackhammer pistons on his elbows. Armadillo is able to create fissures in the ground. Armadillo can turn his hands into drills. Using his jackhammer arms, he can create shock waves and can launch objects he is holding. Name, Humongosaur. Species, Vaxasaurian. Home world, Terradino. Powers and abilities. Vaxasaurians possess incredible strength and a thick layer of armor-like skin which provides vast resistance to injury and damage. According to Eugene, Vaxasaurians are strong enough to lift to custers. Vaxasaurians have the power to increase their body size and mass, which increases their strength and durability further. They can also grow stegosaur-like plates on their back, a crest on their forehead and spikes on their tail. Vaxasaurians can survive in space for a few minutes. Vaxasaurians are quite agile for their size. Name, Nanomech. Species, human, nanochip. Home world, unknown. Powers and abilities. Nanomech can reduce his size at will, even to microscopic scales. He can return to his original size, but cannot grow any larger. Nanomech can launch green bioelectrical energy from his hands and eye, ranging in forms from beams to orbs. Nanomech can adapt to his opponents very fast, such as sprouting energy tentacles after encountering the decoy queen. Chapter 3, Radioactive Truth. Nevada. A jet touches down at the facility with Nanomech on its tail. Ben had followed the military convoy for a few hours before they finally reached their destination. Well, look what we have here. In the distance, Ben saw a large building in the middle of the desert shaped like a cube. An unconscious absorbing man aka Carl Crusher Creel was wheeled in a protective chamber led by various security members. It was a relief that the guy didn't die. The next cart to come out of the cargo bay has a large platform with 4 metal pillars. Each pillar held a thick chain all connected to the shackles of the being locked in the middle, Bruce Banner. Nanomech focused his eye lens on him. Bruce looked so defeated. Sheesh. Why don't they gag his mouth too? Asmith chimed in. I am detecting numerous sources of gamma radiation from the facility. Nanomech nodded. Still microscopic size, he landed on Bruce's cart before the entrance doors closed behind them. As they made their way through the facility, Ben slightly shocked by the diversity of their prisoners. Who knew gamma radiation had this effect on people? Later. A blonde man was taking a blood sample from a restrained Banner. You have to believe me, Bruce. With the resources I have here, I will find a cure for you. Leonard, don't. Bruce shook his head. I stopped trying to cure the Hulk a long time ago. I reached out to him. There's a place in this world for the Hulk, but this isn't it. Leonard placed the blood sample in a metal case. He sighed. I'm not going to give up, Bruce, even if you have. As he walked out of the room, the men in purple from the desert walked in. Seeing Bruce's current state, he raised a brow. Bruce noticed his expression. Let me guess. You thought I'd be bigger. Funny. Hawkeye placed both hands behind his back. The Hulk, he's a monster, right? I mean, that's what they told us. That's what everyone thinks. Military and SHIELD have been chasing him for years. He's caused untold destruction. He's a monster. Bruce glared at him. What do you think? Why did the Hulk save that ship? I don't know anything about that dinosaur thing that helped after, but the Hulk could have just escaped. Hawkeye sounded unsure of himself. I saw it. He had a way out, but he saved my crew instead. Why? You're a SHIELD agent, right? Yeah. So. Maybe the question you should be asking is what SHIELD and the Hulkbusters want the Hulk for. Open your eyes. Look around this place. Look at the monsters here. Do you really think the cube is a jail? And now they have samples of my blood, the Hulk's blood. You think they want to cure me? They don't. They want to make more of me. Hawkeye wasn't sure how to respond. On one hand, this man was accusing the military of crimes against humanity. On the other hand, the evidence seemed to be pointing that direction. He nodded at Bruce before locking his cell. Banner sighed. It's been a while since he's been captured. He was about to drift into his own thoughts until he heard someone speak. Psst, hey. Bruce raised his head in alert and looked around his cell for the source. Hello. Who's there? He called out. A passing guard walked to his cell. Quite in there. He continued to do his rounds after Bruce shut up. The voice came back. Keep it down. It's enough that they think you're a menace, we don't need them thinking that you're crazy. You didn't answer my question, he whispered back. Who are you? Where are you? Bruce continued to look around. It's me, the guy from the desert. We fought off those shady government guys together. Humongosaur. Yes, but not really. You can call me Nanomech. As for where I am, I'm currently inside your ear. Bruce went wide-eyed. He attempted to reach his ear only to remember that his arms and legs were restrained. What? Thinking for a second, he remembered reading an article about a scientist in the States working on shrinking technology. Is this guy connected to him? How did you get through? We went through numerous security scanners. Nanomech shrugged. It helps when you can shrink to a size they can't detect. Bruce gave up. So, why are you here? What, you thought that I'd just leave you here to rot or be part of some mad scientist experiment? Banner sighed. I don't want other people involved with my problems. They just keep getting hurt in the end. You sound like that happens a lot. You want to talk about it? No, not really. Are you sure? If anything, I can start first. Technically, I'm an alien. Bruce paused. You can't be serious? Not joking. I've been around the galaxy a few times. How else can you me being a dinosaur and now being in your ear? Science does say that there's a high probability of alien life in the universe. And it's thanks to science that I can do what I do. And you're on Earth because an alien can't hang out with the locals. If anything, I help you guys out from time to time. Take your situation before, for instance. After hearing Nanomech's likely true story, Bruce decided to inform him of his situation to an extent. To put it plainly, I was a scientist working on a gamma bomb for the US military. Due to an accident, I turned into the Hulk when under intense stress. Nanomech nodded. Fighting with Hulk, I can tell he's not a bad guy. That agent in purple seems to think so too. Yeah, but not a lot of people think the same way. Bruce looked downcast. They see the Hulk as a weapon they can control and recreate for their agenda. The Hulk just wants to live without getting hunted down. I've been on the run for a long time. You miss someone, don't you? What makes you say that? I've seen that look on a dragon-looking alien. He could feel Bruce's skepticism. Don't ask. Anyways, he's been held captive by a fanatical group for over 1,000 years, the entire time trying to kill him. When I got his translator and his ship, he wanted nothing more than to kill all of them for revenge. Bruce was surprised that another being withstood 1,000 years of what is essentially torture. Revenge seemed completely reasonable. Did he? Nanomech shook his head. He almost did, but I simply blocked his way. And it worked. Bruce didn't seem convinced. All that anger and rage turned away. I understood why he was angry. Those people stole from him. Kept him from his home, his family. He even mentioned a baby. Bruce felt a few stabs in his heart as his mind drifted to happier times. He missed her. I could have turned into Humongosaur or another alien, but I didn't. I was a human, like you. Wait, he's human. Is he some alien-human hybrid? Bruce saved that thought for later. Considering you're here to tell the tale, you obviously survived. Thing is, he didn't have the heart to hurt me. He's not a monster. He's a mapmaker. He's a man who just wants to go home. I see where you're going with this. Bruce sighed. There is someone I left behind. I'm sure she misses me just as much as I miss her. A brunette figure lingered in his head. Nanomech nodded appreciatively. That's the stuff. So, are we just going to stay here or what? Banner looked past his cell to the other prisoners and scientists. Sorry, Nanomech. I can't leave. Not yet. Why not? There's more going on here that I need to know. I can't leave this unfinished. So, you want me to just leave and probably never see you again? Not exactly. Bruce checked to make sure the guards were far enough away. If you really are here to help me, then I have a favor to ask. What do you need? During my time on the run, I've spent a lot of time researching a cure for my condition. These research notes are stored in caches that only I know about. If they get in the wrong hands, there's no telling what could happen. They are that important, huh? Why are you telling me this? Because I need to know if I can trust you. As an alien, you're the fourth person I can trust my condition with. Fourth. You really have a limited circle of friends if you're trusting me. If you hadn't noticed, I'm very far from them and without contact with the outside world. Good point. As I said before, I wanted to limit my contact with others. The head officers here will likely interrogate me on my research firsthand. I won't give anything to them, but they have already started investigating my previous hideouts. I need you to find those notes and destroy them. Nanomech smirked. Save the world from a possible gamma weapons arms race. That I can do. Where do I start? Later. Finishing his chat with Banner and recording his locations, Nanomech flew out of the cell. Azimuth, can you believe that they would lock up these guys just to get more power? The Omnitrix Azimuth replied back. After the many years that I have experienced, no, I am not. I have seen civilizations fall due to their own hubris. I'm afraid that the Earth may become one of them. Nanomech smirked. Not if we have anything to say about it. Before we leave, Benjamin, could you take us to the nearest computer terminal? I will admit that I have not spent much time researching the effects of gamma radiation. In light of recent developments, I would like to see what they have discovered. Hopefully, we can keep them from destroying themselves. Sounds fine to me. It took a while before Ben could reach the lab area. He had to tag along the scientists to get past security. Reaching the lab, Nanomech went inside one of several terminals. Azimuth took over from there. While this base had state-of-the-art security software, it had nothing on Galvan quantum computing. With the data recovered, Nanomech made his exit out of the facility. Outside. Nanomech waited behind the front entrance for the next person to walk through. When they did, he was greeted to the sight of the purple archer from before unconscious and restrained. Whoa. What happened here? He whispered to himself. One of the superior officers spoke to his subordinates. Remember Black Widow's orders. We are to take him to the vault and in solitary. She will personally interrogate the men. The next prisoner transfer is tomorrow. Nanomech didn't understand the situation enough. The archer seemed okay when he was talking to Bruce. He ended up shrugging it off for later. Flying through the Nevada desert, Ben needed to make his way to New York. After a few kilometers, he realized that he forgot something. Where did I park my car again? Chapter 4, Stronger Than Iron. 2 weeks later, New York. Ben walked through the streets of New York. He had already dealt with many houses on his journey through the United States. Along the way, Ben met several interesting characters, but that is a story for another day. According to Bruce's information, the last few safe houses were here in New York. This New York is quite different from my own. As Ben walked around the corner, the smell of food caught his attention. His stomach rumbled in hunger. It's been a while since breakfast. Walking inside. Next. The owner called out as Ben walked up to the counter. Welcome to Joe's Pizza. What can I get for you? After looking at the menu for a few seconds, Ben shrugged. I'll have a slice of pepperoni and bacon, breadsticks, and a medium Coke. The older man nodded. That'll be $5.99. After Ben paying and receiving his food, he took a seat in front of the shop. He took in the ambience of the busy streets. Today is going to be a good day. Suddenly, a large explosion in the distance shakes the entire block. Several people, including Ben, lost their balance. While some people stared at the smoke in the distance, others were checking online to find out what happened. In the middle of all that, the alien hero stared at his food spilled all over the sidewalk. Damn it. Looking in the direction of the explosion, Ben narrowed his eyes. Hello, stress relief. United Nations, New York office. Several vehicles have been turned on their sides. Security forces have been pinned down by Hydra agents. In the background, a massive skull mech approaches. Upon arrival, the soldiers look on in fear as their heavy guns begin targeting them. Just as the gun begins charging, a blue repulsor beam impacts its hull straight on. The heat and force of the attack allowed it to pierce all the way through, causing all of its engines to overload and erupt in fire and smoke. Iron Man floated in the air, admiring his handiwork. Timber. As the skull's tentacles gave away, the main body tumbled into the ocean. With that, Tony scanned the battlefield. What did we get, Jarvis? Jarvis answered. Armor is down to 40% after using the unibeam, which I recommended against. Tony rolled his eyes. I meant on the ground. The heads-up display highlighted the enemy foot. Soldiers. Ah, yes. 14 Hydra targets, all heavily armed, sir. Huh. Maybe I should have brought Rhodey along. He shrugged. Jarvis, activate external speakers. The Iron Man armor hovered as he gave a message to them all. Attention, Hydra goons. You've been trying to take over the world for 60 years. It's not happening. One of the ground agents lifts up his launcher and fires at the red target. Tony leans to his left, narrowly missing the rocket. His eyes widened in surprise. He actually shot at me. All the agents firing on the armor. Tony glared at them. Fine. We'll do it the hard way. Maneuvering through the projectiles, Tony fired an object that Sue split into 12 pieces. Each of them quickly latched onto their rifles. Hydra soldiers yell in surprise as the devices beeped before detonation and knocking them out. 2 agents took cover behind an overturned car before their cover began to rise, revealing Iron Man. Hi, there. Tony raised his free hand and blasted the 2 of them. Still holding the vehicle, he looked over his handiwork. Wow, they don't make bad guys the way they used to. He threw the vehicle away casually. Warning, incoming projectile, Jarvis spoke. Looking up, Tony saw 3 strange metal spheres come crashing down around him. Iron Man groaned from the impact. Through the smoke, the strange object took on a different shape. Iron Man recovered in confusion. What was, Jarvis? Jarvis interrupted him. Armor power down to 32%. Recommend recharging. As the dust cleared, 3 large armored Hydra suits towered over Iron Man, readying their weapons. Target acquired. Designation, Iron Man Destroy. Tony narrowed his eyes at the new enemy. Shield helicarrier, 5 minutes earlier. A stern Blackman looked at the screens of the helicarrier's observation deck. Update, he ordered. At a terminal to his right, a young woman complied as she read over the reports. The helicarrier is roughly 5 minutes out at this speed. Our local shield units are under attack and unable to respond. Director Fury frowned. That's 5 minutes too long, Hill. You got any news that's actually useful for us? Maria Hill stuttered for a moment before more radio chatter came in on her comms. Sir, Iron Man has arrived on the scene. Wait, we have reports of another bogey approaching the area. At the mention of Tony and an unknown variable, Fury narrowed his eyes in the distance. Stark Tower. Tony Stark's loyal secretary and friends Pepper Potts looked out the window to the battle with worry. I'm sure he's gonna be fine, Pepper. That armor, it's invincible, Coronel Rhodes assured her. I'm not worried about the armor, Rhodey. She sighed. I'm worried about him. He's all alone out there against the people who stole his technology. Tony is out there all by himself and there's nothing that we can do to help him. I understand why he feels he has to do this. I just don't understand why he has to do it alone. United Nations, present. Tony groaned in pain from several energy blasts knocking him to the ground. He managed to push himself back up. Jarvis, talk to me. Divert all power to shields and analyze that blast. Shields not responding. Tony looked back at the incoming drones. That's not good. Just as a drill punch came down, Iron Man went airborne, dodging at the last second. At the rear, the Hydra drone launches 5 homing missiles. With little maneuvers and repulsor blasts, Tony detonated them all before they made contact. The inventor sighed in relief. Alert, new contacts, Jarvis warned. In the corner of his vision, a purple blur entered the fray. Before Tony could respond, a drone jumped high enough to tackle the armored genius into the building before landing in the fountain. The drone recovered first and drove his drill towards Tony's head. Reacting in time, Tony holds back the rotating arm. Don't know how much longer I can keep this up, Jarvis. In the background, he noted several explosions and flashes of light. The drill slowly neared his forehead, before a technicolor blast knocked the robot off balance. With the opening, Iron Man rears both fists and punches straight to its torso, launching the enemy into a wall. Tony breathed a sigh of relief as a new form came running up to him. The strange purple crystalline being extended a hand to help him up. Sup. The genius inventor accepted the hand with hesitation. Thanks for the help, but who the heck are you? A relative of the thing. Not getting the reference, Chromastone grumbled. Listen, this thing is named Chromastone. I helped save your butt, and as much as I would like to chat, we still have to deal with those things. Chromastone gestured to the robots. As one was pulling itself out of a building, the other 2 were pulling themselves out of a crater. Tony nodded. Good point. Over the external speakers, Jarvis chimed in. Blast analysis completed, sir. Really? Now. Iron Man huffed. I was almost skewed. Chromastone interjected. A friend of yours? Something like that, Tony smirked from under his helmet. Jarvis continued on. The targets are Hydra Dreadnought-class robots, but they've been upgraded with repulsor tech weapons. All joy fell from the genius face and turned into anger. That's my tech. Hydra's using my technology against me. Whoa, that's rough. Ben had heard about Hydra during his web searches. It was disturbing how the organization still thrived from World War II. Prep an EMP, Stark sternly ordered. Not enough power, answered Jarvis. The men growled. Fine, divert power to repulsors. Chromastone reached out to the armored men. Dude, you gotta calm down. We need to make a plan. This is my plan, Mr. Rubbles. Marching toward the robots, he fired high-intensity repulsor rays. However, before they could impact, a translucent green sphere formed around them, protecting them from the blasts. Stark widened his eyes. You've got to be kidding me. That's my shielding. One of the robots managed to flank Tony and ready to punch. However, an energy beam from behind knocked the fist off course. Next thing Tony saw was the crystal creature grabbing the drone from behind and suplexing it into the ground. If you're done with your tantrum, maybe we can finally finish this. Stark ignored him, glared at the other 2, and gave another command. Unibeam. Jarvis didn't comply. That's ill-advised. I recommend listening to your new companion. Your current operating power is not sufficient to energize the Unibeam. Not ready in time, the other drone grabbed onto him and threw him into an overturned APV. Chromastone grappled with the drone once more. Sheesh. Was I ever that stubborn? Asmith scoffed. Believe me, you were. Tony recovered from the crash. I need those shields, Jarvis. Jarvis relayed the information. Repulsor shield reboot sequence already in progress. Fine. Iron Man flew above the 2 drones. Come on, you pieces of junk. Show me what else you got. Because you probably stole it from me, too. Even I wasn't that obsessed about others stealing my work, commented Asmith. Chromastone stuck his crystal hand into shielding and absorbed its power. Charged up, he jabbed into the metal hull and pulled out several servos and wires. Didn't you become a hermit for the longest time? That was because of a completely different reason, the Galvan AI rebutted. Ben rolled his eyes. Sure. With his free arm, he stuck into the armor and managed to locate its vital circuitry. Powering up his fist, the robot exploded in a rainbow fashion from the inside out. On to the next one. One of the drones started firing optic blasts at Iron Man. He ducked out of the way fast enough for the beams to destroy the second drone's drill arm. Noticing its damage, the drone activated its flamethrower, scorching the armor red-hot. Strained to compose himself, Iron Man jettisoned himself out of the flames towards the enemy. He grabbed the armor's thick hull before tossing into the concrete. Tony's armor started scanning the downed armor for something. Its HUD then displayed a device within the robot with the Stark logo. Visibly upset, Tony landed on the robot, jabbed his arm into its chest and yanked it out. The lights of the bot's eyes went out. Mine. Look out. Chroma Stone called. Iron Man turned his head to avoid another optic blast and flew upwards. As Chroma Stone ran over to assist, Iron Man grumbled as more of his repulsors were deflected by the shielding. Meanwhile, on an overpass, a Hydra agent managed to regain consciousness. Seeing a blaster and another downed agent next to him, he picked it up and got ready to fire at Iron Man. Just as he was about to pull the trigger, another shot was heard, and he felt searing pain across his back before falling back to the floor. The downed Hydra agent from before crouched with his pistol smoking. He looked at the injured lackey. Not yet. Tony groaned in frustration. He tried an energized punch only for it to be blocked by the shields. Immediately, Chroma Stone charged into the robot and grabbed hold. As soon as the shield made contact, it began losing power and faded away. The metallic eyes shined as it blasted the stone creature at point-blank range. Chroma Stone didn't falter, in fact, his strength grew firmer. The crystals in his body glowed brightly. With enhanced strength, the alien hero crushed the metal torso. Melt this freak. Seeing the opening, Iron Man diverted power to his arms, grabbed a hold of its head, and unleashed it all. With his hands inside the machine, Chroma Stone unleashed the stored energy as well. The combined force caused a massive explosion, leaving the heroic duo in a cloud of smoke and rubble. Chroma Stone dusted his hands in amusement. That's the last of them. Tony stretched his arms. Yeah. Thanks, I guess. The alien waved it off. No prob. I always say, when lives are on the line, it's hero time. Tony chuckled. Cheesy, but a bit catchy. The two shared a laugh before loud engines filled the block. Chroma Stone blinked in surprise. What is that? He pointed upward. High in the sky, a large airship cast a shadow over the United Nations building. Tony rolled his eyes at it. Sure, now you finally get here. It didn't take long for armored troops to drop from above and surround the heroes. While Iron Man stood ready to fight, Chroma Stone stood on the sideline, hoping not to provoke anyone. The apparent leader of the armored squad spoke with authority. Iron Man, an unknown associate, by the authority of the Strategic Homeland Intervention, Enforcement, and Logistics Division, you are hereby ordered to stand down. Chroma Stone crossed his arms and ignored the threat. Wow. That is a mouthful. Iron Man shrugged. I keep telling them that. The soldier repeated his message. Both of you, I repeat, stand down, by order of S.H.I.E.L.D. Helicarrier. The main monitor in the flight desk displayed both individuals. While one screen displayed information about the Iron Man armor, the second screen had numerous errors about the unknown crystal being. However, the screen took note of the hourglass symbol and connected it to reports of the earlier Hulk containment mission. Your orders, sir? Asked Maria Hill. Fury simply raised a brow in interest. United Nations. Tony sighed in annoyance. Jarvis, make a note. Remind me not to wake up in the morning ever again. Noted, sir, the AI replied. How's the Unibeam power level? 26.2%. Recharge in progress. With no further energy expenditure, the Unibeam will be available in 2 minutes 42 seconds. Chroma Stone walked slowly to Iron Man and tapped his shoulder. What's their problem? Tony gave a hollow laugh. Hell if I know. This is your last warning. Stand down, the commander ordered. Iron Man scoffed. Unless you guys are here to thank me for doing your job for you, I'm not in the mood for this. Yeah, we just kicked Nazi ass, argued the alien. You'll need to come with us, Iron Man. The same goes for the creature. I have a name, you know, grumbled Chroma Stone. I don't think so. Tony narrowed his eyes. Are you sure you know what you're doing? Asked the alien. Unibeam power is at 52%, the AI updated. Jarvis, scan the mandroids. The HUD of the armor scanned several layers of the shield armor before highlighting several pieces. Alert, 7 components of the mandroid armor are derived from Stark Industries technology. That's some nice armor you got there. Who's your tailor? Tony mocked. Helicarrier. Director Fury, Iron Man just scanned the mandroid armor. Why would he do that? Reported Hill. Fury sighed. Call them back. Tell the mandroids to stand down. We did not come here to fight Iron Man and his accomplice. Sir, she questioned. Do it, commanded Fury. United Nations. Tony repeated himself and got into a fighting position. Where did you get that armor? Back away. The troops also got into battle formation. Chromastone was getting annoyed by these goons only for him to spot movement in the rubble behind them. A familiar green drill raised up high. Jarvis highlighted the movement as well. Warning. Look out. Watch out, the two heroes warned. Chromastone and Iron Man quickly charged their hands with energy. Provoked, the shield operatives retaliated. Open fire. While the shield weaponry peppered Iron Man as he raised his arms in defense, Chromastone continued to absorb the energy of the blasts, gathering more energy into his arms. Get ready. Tony strained from the incoming fire. With a free hand, he knocked down 2 soldiers. Fire. On command, both heroes unleashed massive beams of energy directly into the Hydra robot. Its metal shell warped from the heat before erupting in a huge explosion, forcing anyone nearby away. The two continued to fire until another explosion occurred. When the light show stopped, Iron Man got on one knee with his chest smoking. The lights of his eyes dimmed. Chromastone ran to him and supported him to his feet. You okay, man? The armor's eyes flickered before he was standing on his own, his system finally rebooted. I'm fine. I'm fine. Good, because I think it's time I made my exit. What about you? He shook his head. No. I'm staying. I've got business to settle with S.H.I.E.L.D. Tony walked to a downed agent. You all right? He received only groans of pain. Good. I need to borrow this. He grabbed onto the helmet and yanked it off cleanly. Good luck with that. I'll see you around. Chromastone gave him a thumbs up before flying out of the scene and into obscurity. It didn't take long for Ben to reintegrate with the public and attempt lunch again. He dug into his chicken parma with vigor. Suddenly, the music through his headphones cut off as Azimuth spoke with worry. I don't like this, Ben. This Earth is progressing far faster than it should. Ben swallowed and wiped his mouth. I know. Those weapons. That armor. They are level 4, possibly level 5 tech. Combine that with their research into gamma radiation. It seems our suspicions are true that world powers are in the middle of an underground arms race. Ben nodded solemnly. Yeah, and I know we're caught in the middle of it. Stark Tower Labs, later. Tony stood in his armor on the maintenance platform. I'm not gonna lie to you, Rhodey. There were 3 robots this time and guys in robot suits. There was even this crystal guy backing me up. I think he's a relative of the thing. Rhodey placed his hands on his waist. I tried to watch it on TV, but Pepper wouldn't let me. She never watches, he said with a shrug. I don't need to, she replied smoothly. I already know you're gonna be late for your meeting. As Tony walked away from his friends, Rhodey spoke up. You don't have to do it alone, you know. Do what? Stark paused. All this. Taking on S.H.I.E.L.D. Giant robots. Supervillains. The whole world doesn't have to rest on your shoulders. Yeah, it does. I mean, I know you guys are always there for me, but against this. Tony closed his eyes. Who's gonna help me? You're not the only one out there protecting others, you know. You said it yourself, that you had help today. Hell, if you gave me armor, I would be out there with you too. Tony shook his head. I don't know. Maybe it was only today, but with the way things are going with S.H.I.E.L.D. and the world, I can't help but think the only one I can trust to protect you guys is myself. With that, he walked back to his office. Omnitrix DNA entry. Name, Chromastone. Species, Crystal Sapien. Home world, Patropia. Powers and abilities. Chromastone has the ability to allow many types of energy, such as lasers, electricity, and even mana and radiation, to phase through his body without harm, as well as absorb and channel them into ultraviolet beams. He can shoot these beams from either his hands, or from the 9 shards on his body, and can project the beams as either energy blasts or projectiles. He can also produce energy shields for extra defense. Chromastone can project a beam of light for illumination purposes and generate light from his hands. He can also shoot his energy blasts without absorbing anything, but to a limited extent. Chromastone has very dense, crystalline skin, which gives him enhanced durability, making it very hard for enemies to physically hurt or even smash him. He also possesses enhanced strength and can overpower stronger opponents. He can also free himself from force fields simply by touching them. Chromastone is capable of flight. In rare cases, he can leave a multicolored energy trail while flying. Chapter 5, Where is Thy Sting? Ben closed the door to his latest search as he'd finally taken care of all Bruce's safe houses. He felt a little guilty of letting Asmith read the notes, but it was all towards a possible cure for the gamma scientist. Frankly, Ben couldn't trust the information with anyone better. After leaving the building, the hero started his drive home. Unfortunately for him, he was in the middle of rush hour traffic. Ben pressed his forehead against the steering wheel as he had been on the same block for the past 15 minutes. Why didn't I just fly there, he muttered. In the Omnitrix, Asmith was overlooking a model of Bruce's DNA. Because that would be an irresponsible use of my greatest creation. Also, you mentioned wanting to use the car to relax. It's counterproductive at this point. I am regretting myself already. He reached for the radio to search for any music to pass the time. Over the static, he heard a subtle thump, raising a brow when the sound grew louder. I shifted to the rearview mirror before widening at the scene. One by one, cars were being launched into the air, and the cause was heading towards him. Oh, crap. Thinking quickly, he dived out of the car door before his Nissan suffered the same fate as the others. The aggressor turned out to be a green tornado, not even slowing down. Out of the way, jackasses, a male voice called out. He wasn't remotely trying to be subtle. Ben glared at the person. He was about to go after him until he heard moaning behind him. Turning around, he saw the aftermath of the tornado's warpath. Unfortunately, a number of people were still trapped in their overturned vehicles. Some of the pedestrians either ran away or tried to help the people out of their vehicles. As much as Ben wanted to chase after him, there were more important things at stake. Making a quick detour to an alleyway, Ben went into action. With an emerald flash, a large winged creature hovered into the street. It was a green insect-like body with 4 legs and 2 arms. The most distinguishing features were the 4 yellow pedunculated eyes from the sides of his head and the large black stinger. It wore a green sleeveless jumpsuit with black lining with the Omnitrix symbol on the top of his forehead. Hang on, Stinkfly coming to the rescue. Asmith, contact EMTs to our location. Calls in progress now, the AI replied back. The Omnitrix wielder touched down at the nearest overturned car. Unsurprisingly, the appearance of a giant green bug scared away some of those trying to help. Well, that could have been handled better. Wafting away the smoke, he looked inside to see the disoriented driver. Stinkfly attempted to open the door, but the locks were jammed. Not wanting to rip the door off its hinge, he raised his stinger to smash through the window. It seemed that the breaking glass was enough for the woman inside to snap out of it. She turned her head to the sound. Her eyes widened in fear, and she began screaming hysterically. Ah! What the hell? Stay back, Dot. Caught off guard, Stinkfly took a step back with his hand up in a defensive manner. Whoa. Whoa. Calm down. I'm not gonna hurt you. As expected, she continued to scream. He sighed in annoyance and slowly reached into the vehicle. Stay still. The woman froze, but mostly in fear of the approaching creature. A black clawed hand went by her face, so she closed her eyes, hoping for a quick death. Said eyes immediately snapped open at a clicking sound and her body dropping. Stinkfly had unbuckled her seatbelt and carried her out of the vehicle and onto the sidewalk. When he put her down, she scooted away while still staring at the alien hero. He sighed once more. Listen. No one is going to hurt you. You're safe, now. Stay here. Medics are on the way. She slowly nodded, dumbfounded by her current situation. To his left, a siren wailed as an ambulance arrived, and the crew exited the vehicle. While a few were wary of the green insect handling one of the injured, one of them wasn't even fazed and walked to the two. I can take care of her from here. Ben moved to the side to let her do her magic. Thanks. Stinkfly, by the way. Jane Foster. She brought a light to the woman's eyes to check her dilation. We received a call about a code blue. I take it that the supervillain hasn't been stopped yet. He shook his head. I saw him, but I had to stay behind to help those who were trapped. Thank you for your assistance. Continue to open the other cars. She turned to her crew. Jake, bring out the jaws of life. With that taken care of, Ben moved on to the next vehicle. One down. Several more to go. Meanwhile, at the Cornell University, NYC Division, Entomology Building. The campus bell rang through the university as a brunette looks at butterflies in a cage. She walked through the quiet room glancing at even more insects for studies. Janet sighed. This is sad, Hank. I'm the one that makes all this possible, you know. She held her hand to the room. This dash. Science, the blonde man in a lab coat interjected. His eyes never left the microscope in front of him. Right. All the business arrangements. The grants. Her tone became more dejected. I manage your entire life so you can do this. And it's so boring. So boring, she relented with a frown. January. Hank pointed to his work. I'm mapping insect genomes. He went back to work. What could be better? Before Janet could answer, the building shook. She looked out the window for the source. Did you hear something? Down below, a man was walking down the sidewalk when the double doors next to him burst open with a green tornado speeding through. The interruption was big enough to pause Hank's work, removing his eyes from the microscope. What was that? He turned around to ask his girlfriend only to find her empty suitcase and her clothes strewn on the desk by the open window. Jan. Outside. The green tornado continues its destructive path, sending cars flying out of the street. From behind, Janet comes flying in a black and yellow suit, much smaller than before. Her comm rang with Hank on the other line. Jan, where did you go? I just replicated an ant chromosome. It's amazing. That's awesome, Hank, she replied sarcastically. Got to fly now. Janet chased the disturbance. Both of her hands glowed with yellow energy. Brining her fists together unleashed a beam at the tornado. Unfortunately, it managed to dodge out of the way and began weaving around the traffic. After a minute, Janet hovered to catch her breath, noticing a shadow cast over her. Looking up, her eyes widened in shock. That is one big bug. Look out, Bumblebee. The giant green insect descended down and grabbed one of the cars flying in her direction. As it settled the vehicle and its driver on the sidewalk, the green tornado started attacking Janet. She held her arms up. Both her and Stinkfly tried to resist the tremendous gale winds. Puckering, the alien hero shot globs of green slime from his eye stalks at the center of the tornado's cone. Finally, the winds died down. The tornado dissipated, revealing a green armored being with several blades. He wiped the slime off his armor in disgust. Gross. He narrowed his eyes at Janet. Did you just shoot this crap at me? Ah, it was that guy. She pointed behind the crook. Turning around, he finally got a good look at the green insect. What the hell is that? Janet chimed in at the ready. Not gonna lie. I was asking myself the same thing. The newcomer shrugged at the cute heroine and the criminal. For the record, the name's Stinkfly. What? You've never seen a hero before? Wasp raised a brow. Forgive me if I say you stand out from the rest. By the way, it's Wasp, not Bumblebee. The armored man huffed and started laughing at the absurdity of the situation before pointing at them. Really, This is the best the world can throw at me. Literal bugs. Facing me was a mistake. He got up close to Wasp, causing her to back away. Nobody messes with Whirlwind. Janet glared at him back. She charged both of her hands and flew around him, taking potshots at his armor. Whirlwind. So what, you just woke up and thought you'd trash some college lab? Stinkfly cocked an eye stalk. Really? This entire mess was about him attacking a school. She fired another blast and nodded to him. Yup. Gotta say, not very ambitious. I was expecting a bank robbery or something. The wind stirred around Whirlwind's lower half as he dodged several of their attacks. Not very ambitious. Trashing that lab just made me a millionaire. Stinkfly smirked. Would you look at that? We got a confession and a hint to an accomplice. He tapped the Omnitrix, and Whirlwind's words replayed. Janet smirked. Nice job, Stinky. He just saved the cops the trouble of interrogation after we take him down. Realizing his slip-up, Whirlwind attempted to grab her, but she slipped through his grasp. Stinkfly shot more slime, slowing Whirlwind's movements even more. Light him up. Wasp raised both arms and sent multiple bolts at the sluggish crook. As soon as the energy came into contact with the slime, it exploded into flames. Being at the center sent him flying into the asphalt. Stinkfly flew to her and raised his claw in a high-five gesture. Nice one. She returned it in kind. He then went down and attempted to restrain the men with more goop in his legs. Unfortunately, for Ben, Whirlwind regained his bearings, start spinning again, sending Stinkfly away. Wasp flew higher to get a better vantage. She was about to ignite the remaining sludge only to look down in shock. Whirlwind was flying right at her, putting her in the blast zone. From behind, Stinkfly managed to recover and slammed his stinger into his side, allowing Wasp to maneuver out of the way. Seeing the crook stagger, she found her opening. With another energy blast, she aimed it at the only unarmored part of his body, his eyes. A bright light filled his vision as Whirlwind yelled in pain and fell to the ground on his back. That's gonna leave a mark, grunted Stinkfly. Janet landed on his face mask. He's fine, relatively speaking. The crook pushed himself back up. If that's how you want to play. Let's play. The fight went mobile again as Whirlwind chased down Wasp through the streets with Stinkfly not far behind. As the fight was happening, an NYPD squad car drove down the street to the disturbance. This is Unit 4 to 10, en route to a possible code blue, over. The officers gasped at the incoming supers. Get out of the way, yelled Stinkfly. The vehicle broke hard and turned left. While Wasp pulled upward, Whirlwind pushed forward full force. His rotating body cut right through the engine block like butter without even phasing. Seeing that they were all right, Stinkfly waved an apology to the frozen officers. Sorry. Wasp turned to her pursuer with Stinkfly attempting to grab him. Look at you. You're blowing it. You can do so much more with your powers. You can blend giant drinks. Or cool people off in hot weather. I was thinking more along the lines of powering wind turbines. Stinkfly thrust his stinger to his arm. But, I would totally pay to have someone blend a smoothie with his bare hands. Thinking of a new plan, he flew to the rooftops. See. So many uses. Instead, you're just going to the big house, concluded Wasp. She turned a corner and paused. Whoa. Wasp quickly got out of the way. Whirlwind turned his head back in confusion until he got a good look in front of him. Huh. Huh. What? What is that? He was heading right into a large swarm of bugs enough to make a cloud. Immediately, the swarm bit him all over his body as he screamed in pain. Knowing exactly who was responsible, Wasp looked behind to the person in question. Let me guess. An ant told you what was going on. In front of her, Hank in his super suit was riding an ant. A termite, actually. He was in the Sonic's lab when it happened. Hearing the screams, Stinkfly flew back down to Wasp. Looks like you got it handled. Thanks, ant person. Name's Stinkfly. Ben was really intrigued at how the heroes in front of him could shrink like nanomech. Yeah, Hank finally got out of the lab. Turning back to her boyfriend, she asked, Why was he in the Sonics lab? Did this guy steal something? Stinkfly took note of the possibility. She received no reply as Hank simply stared at the alien hero. My God. You are a magnificent specimen. He grew back to normal size and began picking and prodding his newest discovery. He pulled out a tape measure from his belt and started examining Stinkfly. The wingspan. The antenna-like eyes. How did you evolve to be quadruped? Where have you been hiding all my life? Stinkfly blanched. This got uncomfortable real fast. You really are sapient. Hank exclaimed. Tell me, are you gamma-induced or naturally evolved? Natural. Stinkfly answered warily. Janet snapped her fingers in Ant-Man's face. Hank, focus. You can talk to Stinkfly later. In the background, Whirlwind shook his head as a swarm of ants attacked, having him let out a scream. He sighed at having to forcefully push back his scientific enthusiasm. With a deep breath, he got his mind back on the situation at hand. Listen, Jan, we don't need to be here. We should leave this to the authorities. They can rehabilitate him, he could be a valuable member of society. Stinkfly gestured behind them. The dude sliced through a cop car and left then in the dust. Wasp rolled her eyes at Hank. I'm not saying we won't give him to the police to be rehabilitated. As Stinkfly said, I'm saying that the police can't handle him while he's loose. Hank, it's up to people like us to stop him and then let the professionals poke his brain. Stinkfly interjected. I highly doubt that New York is equipped with a superhuman SWAT team for these situations. Hank forced his questions for Stinkfly down his throat. That's why we have S.H.I.E.L.D. And if no one arrives on time, ask Janet. Hank didn't answer. Regardless, this isn't the best use of our time. Stinkfly crossed his arms. The civilians who got their stuff wrecked would beg to differ. Wasp did the same. You're wrong. This is the best use of our time. This is what we should be doing. Using our abilities, your inventions, to help people. Science helps people. Not fighting, Hank retorted. I mean, you're not wrong, but someone still needs to neutralize the threat, the alien asked. Hank groaned in annoyance. Janet huffed in frustration. Ugh. You're not getting it. Stinkfly turned his head back to Whirlwind to see him get more agitated with the wind picking up. Guys. He spat out more of his goop, only for the cook to move even faster. The other two were too heated in their conversation to notice. Hank frowned at Janet. No, I am getting it. You're not trained for this kind of thing, and I don't want you to get hurt. This isn't a dash. Will everyone just shut up? A large gust blew away the swam, revealing the enraged men. Buzzblade blast. He extended his arms and rotated, releasing several buzzsaw-like blades at supersonic speeds. Stinkfly did a 180 and used his stinger as a makeshift shield to deflect each hit. Hank shrunk down, narrowly missing. He looked to his girlfriend in fear. Jan. Wasp took things a step further and took them head-on. Wasp expertly dodged the first two and smashed through the last ones. Satisfied, Wasp flew to a cab and grew to normal size unscathed. No way, muttered Whirlwind in disbelief. That was his fastest attack. Hank stared at his girlfriend. Whoa. Stinkfly nodded in approval. Whirlwind dashed to her. Her hand glowed yellow before bringing it up to Whirlwind's helmet. Ah. A yellow blast hits him hard, forcing him on his back. Stinkfly and Ant-Man to them before facing Wasp. I know it's not a game, Hank. But I can do more than make money and take meetings. Together we can do more. And we can have fun doing it, Wasp said as her wings came up and she hovered as she shrank. Stinkfly smiled. Wow. What a woman. Hank smirked. Yup. The alien bent over and started patting down Whirlwind. He eventually found a pop-out compartment and pulled out a strange device. Huh. Think this came from the university. He handed it to Wasp. She looked it over but couldn't make heads or tails of it before giving it to Hank. The man was making connections in his head regarding it and the Sonics lab. It reminded him of the rifle he encountered in Africa. Hank decided to set it aside for later when he had more resources. It took him a moment to realize that he was free to talk to their insect associate. Now that distractions are out of the way, I can get down to business. He grinned in excitement at Stinkfly and began examining his clawed hands. Where are you from? Does your species lay eggs or produce larvae? What reproductive organs do you have? Hank chastised Janet at his invasive actions. Stinkfly backed up and stared at the overeager scientist before clicking his tongue. And that's my cue to leave. Hank's eyes widened in fear of losing his opportunity. No. Wait. I need to study you. Really not helping your case. Later, Ant-Man, Wasp. With a gust of air, the alien hero took to the skies. Come back. Hank yelled to the retreating form. He shrunk down and hopped back onto an ant. Follow that quadruped, he commanded. Seeing Hank's obsessive behavior surface again, Janet sighed. Damn it, Hank. Leave the talking bug alone. Huh. Never thought I'd have to say that. Sorry, can't hear you over the sound of science. With that, Ant-Man flew away in pursuit of his curiosity. Wasp looked down at the knocked-out whirlwind and sighed. Fine. I guess I'll be the one to call S.H.I.E.L.D. He so owes me for this. S.H.I.E.L.D. helicarrier, 1 hour later. Nick Fury walked into the room. Dr. Pym, S.H.I.E.L.D. thanks you for lending a hand in taking Whirlwind down. Hank looked to Fury. Well, I dash. Ahem. Wasp cleared her throat, bumping her hip into Hank's. Well, actually, it was Jan, an sentient insect, who took him down. Hank frowned. I still can't believe I let him escape. An entirely new species fell into my lap, and I lose him. Fury made a contemplative expression. I see. We have received similar reports about the creature earlier today. He was assisting EMTs with civilians. He pressed a button for the nearby screen. Tell me. Do either of you recognize this symbol? Janet raised a brow and nodded. Yeah. Stinkfly, the bug guy, had it on his forehead. Why? Fury noted that. I'm sure the two of you had heard of Iron Man's confrontation with Hydra at the UN building. Hank shrugged. Mr. Stark may not be in my field, but his work is impressive. I heard that the thing helped fight them off, added Janet. Fury shook his head. Not exactly. The screen changed to show a purple rock and crystalline being along with a large bipedal reptile. I contacted the Baxter building, and Mr. Grimm denied any relation. As you can see, these strange creatures have something in common, said Symbol. So, what? You think there's some sort of monster association, scoffed Wasp. Well, from what Jan and I saw, the insect seemed nice, added Hank. Yeah, when you weren't picking at prodding his wings and claws. Maybe they do mean well, but I don't like unknowns. With the abilities I've seen these creatures perform, it's better for us to be safe than sorry. One of them was associating with the Hulk before his detainment. The two heroes were surprised by the fact. Fury smirked as he turned around. Maybe you should come work for me and look into this matter, Ms. Van Dyne. The Wasp, agent of S.H.I.E.L.D. Wasp smiled. I like it. Maybe we'll get to see more of these guys. Sorry, but I have to decline that offer. Hank sighed at that as they made their way to the front of the helicarrier. Hey, I think I can see my penthouse from here, Wasp said, looking out the glass front. I appreciate the information, Director, but I'd like to get a status report on the big house facility, Hank said as he turned to face Fury. I'm a little concerned, frankly. The Director waved it off. The big house is secure, Doctor. Everything is fine. I'm sure we have different definitions of fine for it. I created it to help people whose genetics have been altered. They need cures, and criminals need rehabilitation, not punishment. I can't help but notice that not a single person has been discharged yet. This is simply S.H.I.E.L.D. policy. I'm not against helping these people, but help is a two-way street. If they aren't willing to try and get better, it's out of my hands. You have to trust us. With what these guys are capable of, containment is the only option left. In any case, I would much rather talk about the two of you elsewhere. Ben gave Ant-Man the slip by transforming into nanomech out of sight. Thankfully, he got his car towed back to his storage unit. It had been a long day, so he kicked back and relaxed in his apartment. "Hey, Azimuth, what did you think of those guys today?" The Omnitrix projected his mentor's image. From what I observed, the duo displayed intriguing shrinking abilities. While the males appeared to be from an outside source, the females seemed to come from her own body. So like nanomech? Not exactly. I would need more time to look over the data I collected to understand their process. I would assume a form of body modification given her wings. What about that whirlwind guy? It appears we encountered another metahuman that this Earth designates as mutants. I found similar genetic markers in him to those we encountered on our journey here. The variety of its effects is staggering. Ben frowned. They really have a bad rep. I hope Emma is doing all right. Based on what little she's told you, she has been through a lot in her life. In any case, I am concerned with the device that was stolen. Why? What was it? During the brief time that you held it, I got a preliminary scan. He projected the small device with a round end. In layman's terms, it's a sonic weapon. My diagnosis indicates it absorbs sound and can release it in a variety of concentrations. So, they practically made a sonicarian. Indeed, lamented Azimuth. Ben looked at the window, and the AI lightened up. Dark times may be ahead for this Earth, but I trust you will make the right decisions. Omnitrix DNA entry. Name, Stinkfly. Species, Lepidopteran A. Home world, Lepidoptera. Powers and abilities. Lepidopteran type A possesses 4 insectoid wings that allow quick and agile flying. They can excrete high-pressured streams of liquid from the pollen ducts located inside of his eye stalks and mouth. These liquids can be both a flammable toxin or an immobilizing adhesive. In some cases, they can emit a powerful herbicide. Their black stinger-like tail can tear and rend through steel near effortlessly. Their eye stalks allow 360-degree vision. The exoskeletal body is also fairly strong, allowing him to survive above-average situations. Similar to insects on Earth, they have great strength in proportion to his body, even while flying. Chapter 6, A Sound of Thunder. The Garage. It's been a few days since the whirlwind incident, and Ben finally had time to renovate his new home and work on other projects. At this moment, the alien hero was finalizing the repairs and upgrades on his car. A small red goblin-like alien was working on the engine block. He wore an aviator's outfit with an ascot, and the Omnitrix symbol is now on his waist. Fix, 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 fix. Nuts and bolts flew everywhere in the gremlin's excitement. I believe you should stop while you are ahead, chastised Azimuth. Ah. Come on, groaned Jury Rig. A little more, and I can double energy efficiency. While I admire the creativity and utility of your work, estimated stability would drop below 80%. Azimuth sighed. I would have preferred if you had used your gray matter transformation. Call it bias, but I trust Galvan ingenuity more. Gray matter is great with science and other high-tech stuff, but this guy is good for immediate results. This is just the prototype, and I'll revise the design later. Besides, Jury Rig is more fun. The goblin cackled with glee. Azimuth looked around the room at the various other experiments and prototypes. I've noticed. With one final adjustment, Jury Rig stood with glee. Pull the lever, Azimuth. The AI rolled his digital eyes and sent the respective console commands. The car's dashboard lit up as its fusion engine went online. A few seconds later, the wheels glowed neon blue and rotated to face the ground. The elevation of the car stabilized, completing the hover conversion. The Red Devil jumped in glee. Hell yeah. Azimuth simply chuckled. While this form of propulsion is still primitive to most off-world civilizations, you did well with the resources at hand. The Omnitrix sounded with a ping. I'm detecting reports of superhuman criminal activities. Jury Rig dropped what he was doing and looked at him in anticipation. Where's it at? The screen on the wall lit up with a map of the city and its target location. About 7 miles due south. The Red Devil grinned at his devices. Looks like it's time for a test run. The docks. Several workers were strewn around the area. The laborers and security didn't put up any resistance. A wrecking ball swings at a wooden shipping crate, opening it without damaging the contents. Ah, this is it. This is what the boss wanted. Thunderball says to Wrecker. A gamma energy emitter. Stark may have stopped making weapons, but he still makes all kinds of good stuff. The Wrecker is interrupted by the sirens. Wrecker looks down to see they have police and SWAT arriving. Get your toy, Thunderball. It's time to go, he orders. SWAT vans and police cruisers screech to a halt. Many officers deployed in a defensive formation, waiting for the threat to appear. Spread out. Weapons hot. To their surprise, they didn't expect someone coming from above. Piledriver jumped onto a police car, crushing it easily. Contact. The villain proceeded to tear off its hood and throw it at a SWAT member. Officer down, called out the captain of the squad. In the corner of his eye, another threat came. We've got another one. Out of nowhere, Bulldozer began charging towards them. The squad fired at the men, but the bullets just bounced off his body. Out of the way. The men in orange rammed headfirst into two cruisers, sending them flying through the air. In a similar fashion, Wrecker comes in, unfazed by their weapons. He swung his custom crowbar at an officer and SWAT, launching them into nearby walls. With another overhead swing, he demolishes another car, taking our 3 more officers. Whoever was left standing tried to retreat to no avail. Just as Wrecker was about to crack a few more skulls, he heard something. All aboard. Ha 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 ha. It was faint music in the background. The drums and guitar riffs grew louder by the second. Is that? Following it, their eyes widened at the sight of a bloody demon using a gun as an air guitar while riding a rocket that was headed right toward them. I'm going off the rails on a crazy train. Jury Rig screamed. With the trajectory set, he backflipped off, activating a glider jetpack hybrid. Acting fast, Thunderball whipped out his chains to divert the attack. He managed to strike it, but that was what the little imp wanted as the resulting explosion filled the area with smoke. They heard a loud cackling from all around. Ha 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 ha. As the air cleared, Jury Rig stood atop a shipping container with his own bootleg proto-tool. He looked at all the downed officers and frowned. Medics were already en route, but he needed to stall them from hurting anyone else on their escape. Guess I'll have to bring you guys in. He strapped on a set of combat goggles and primed his gun. It's showtime. Wrecker grit his teeth at their new nuisance. Get the bastard. Piledriver sprinted to the alien, hands ready to strangle him as the alien shot a flurry of energy blasts. He expected to run through them with ease, but Piledriver was caught off guard when his arm and leg muscles started to spasm, sending him crashing into a wall. The men struggled to look up at the laughing devil. He. It took me a while to get the right taser voltage. Jury Rig jumped to the ground and flipped a switch before firing his rifle, trapping the thug in an energy net. Hope this will hold. Bulldozer dug his feet into the concrete. The hell is that thing? Wrecker jumped onto a roof. Don't know. Don't care. Isn't it obvious it's a demon? I've seen a tall blue one just like him on the internet. The green-clad Thunderball took aim with the gamma energy emitter and fired. Bye. With wide eyes, the imp held up his tool in defense, projecting a yellow shield. Tilting back, he managed to redirect the energy to the sky. Any clouds that made contact with the beam were re-evaporated, leaving a distinct hole in the middle. Regaining composure, Jury Rig dove left and took to the air. He continued to evade the gamma emissions, positioning himself so the open ocean would be behind him. Once he was in range, he aimed his rifle. Thunderball dropped the gun and wound up his ball and chain. Timing it just right, he sent out his weapon like an oversized yo-yo, slamming it into the little monster's armored stomach and launching him into a distant shipping crate. After freeing Piledriver, the 4 converged on the brat's trail only to find nothing. The metal head crushed a nearby container. Where'd he go? Wrecker growled in frustration. Forget him. We've wasted enough time. Thunderball, get the package. We're getting out of here. Meanwhile, Jury Rig crawled behind a pile of wrecked police cars, rubbing his side. Oh. Gonna feel that later. In the corner of his eye, he saw the various mechanical internals, and his imagination went wild. Ooh. Ignoring the pain, the little devil pulled out various tools and parts from his pack and quickly got to work. Reassemble. Fix, 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 fix. Hearing the commotion, Thunderball turned the corner, ready for a fight with the rest of the crew not far behind. However, they were not expecting what he found. They didn't know how, but somehow, the little prick was controlling a walker with clawed arm guns, a mini makeshift ED-209 with police decal. The digitized voice caught them off guard. Please put down your weapons. You have 20 seconds to comply. Come quietly or there will be trouble. The mech with its devil pilot took a stance, ready for attack. You gotta be kidding me. Thunderball stared dumbfounded. Ben cackled with laughter. Time to protect and serve. He's just messing with us. There's no way that thing actually works. Wrecker jumped into the air, gaining momentum, before slamming his crowbar toward the hull. Suck on this. With speed and precision, the mechanized construction grabbed the other end of the weapon. Moving with the momentum of the swing and applying his superior leverage, he diverted the attack, sending the men crashing into piledriver. Thank you for your cooperation. Raising both arms, he fired a volley of rockets and energy blasts going in their direction, knocking away the crew. You're having too much fun with this, his Omnitrix voiced quietly. Oh, relax, Azimuth. I got this. He made several hits, but 2 of the crew were trying to power through. Bulldozer tanked as many hits as he could with Thunderball tailing behind him, causing Jury Rig to hit all the buttons at once. I need more power. Bulldozer weaved through as best he could. As they came close, Thunderball jumped off his shoulders while Bulldozer went full charge. Jury Rig took to the controls with the mech trying to grapple onto the men, but the just kept pushing through, digging metal shoes into the road. At the same time, Thunderball swung his wrecking ball downward. Pulling a ripcord, Jury Rig narrowly ejected to safety. The metal sphere crushed the cockpit, and Bulldozer smashed it into the side of a building. The little devil scurried the shipping crates. Ugh. Me and my fat mouth. He pulled out his proto-tool and adjusted the settings once more. Hearing a siren in the distance, he knew where he needed to be. At that moment, an ambulance pulled into the scene. A brunette EMT quickly exited the vehicle and bravely began to treat wounded officers. She looked at the scene. The officers didn't stand a chance against the superpowered individuals. Many of them were injured. She took out her medical kit and moved to the closest officer. She applied a neck brace and turned to her assistant for help. I need your help. Come on. The other EMT wasn't in the same calm mindset, refusing to leave the vehicle. No. No way. This is crazy. Wrecker and his crew soon crossed paths with the pair on their way out. Seeing her try to help the cops, he crossed his arms. Would you look at that, more witnesses. He turned to the others. Take care of M. Thunderball smirked and aimed the gamma energy emitter right at them and the wounded. Let's see what this thing can do. He chuckled as the emitter powers up. Ben needed to act fast or else the entire emergency response crew would be vaporized. He prepped his grappler, only for them all to flinch at the sudden crash of thunder. Huh. He turned to the wrecking crew only to see an object shooting through the air and striking the emitter. However, it didn't stop there. The object continued to ram Thunderball into several shipping containers. As the dust clouds cleared, he could clearly see a hammer flying back to its owner, buff blonde warrior in strange armor. A clap of thunder sounds once more. Move back, mortals, the newcomer bellows. For the Thunderer will deal with these villains. This is unexpected, noted Azimuth. I've read reports, but I held my reservations on the matter. Jury Rig blinked at the appearance of the God of Thunder. Huh. A real-life Deus Ex Machine. That would depend on your definition of a god. He has DNA. That much I can tell. Dropping to the ground, Thor backhanded Bulldozer into a stack of containers with his hammer, cracking the criminal's helmet. Seeing this, the rest of the wrecking crew split up. Well, he certainly fits the description to me. Jury Rig dropped to the floor ground near the supposed god. Ah. Thanks for the help. With the crew on the run, Thor looked to his left and met eyes with the alien hero with curiosity. Worry not, creature. I saw your earlier fray against the ne'er-do-wells along with the Midgardians' work. He gestured to the woman working with the others. I must say, I was not aware goblins lived in this part of Midgard. Jury Rig looked up at the thunder god in return. It's an okay place to live. Personally, I'm surprised you're blonde. I thought you had red hair. Thor shook his head at the reason in his head and didn't answer. Regardless, Thor will handle it from here. As he went back into the fray, he mumbled the name of the men in question. As much as Ben wanted to see Thor in action, there were more important tasks at hand. Scampering his way to the ambulance, he accidentally caused a bit of a scare. Oh, Jesus! The EMT flinched at the sight of the Red Devil, haphazardly forming her arms in a cross shape. Stay back, demon. He's not dead yet. Her assistant still in the vehicle quickly locked the doors and hugged the medical kit. Jury Rig held his hands up in a placating manner. Whoa, whoa, whoa. I'm not a demon, I swear. Isn't that what a demon would say? She steadied herself and calmed down a bit. She was skeptical of the being before her. She scanned the little imp until her eyes landed on his belt buckle. Wait a minute. That symbol. You're with that giant talking bug, Stinkfly. The alien shrugged to ease the tension. Yeah. He and I are friends of sorts. She eyed him critically for any sign of maliciousness only to find nothing. Sighed in relief, she continued to work on her patient. That's somewhat comforting. The woman rubbed her forehead. Sorry. I've seen a lot in this city, but you're a first. He pointed in the distance. You've seen Norse gods before? Point taken. She applied a splint to the man's broken arm after setting the bones. So, what's your name? Just call me Jury Rig, Jane. She gave him a confused look. Did Stinkfly mention me to you? Something like that, but the real giveaway was your ID badge. His gaze drifted to the men curled up in the ambulance. Is your friend gonna be okay? Jane finished applying gauze to a thigh. He's in a little shock on his first superhuman assignment. He'll be fine in a few hours. If you say so. Anyways, I'll help get everyone prepped for your care. I think I saw a few of them trapped in their vans. She nodded in approval before they heard a loud crash deeper into the shipyard. Thanks, but aren't you gonna help that Thor guy with the wrecking crew? Jury Rig waved off her concern. These guys are more urgent. Besides, I'm sure Thor has everything under control. Meanwhile. Sit your ass down, pretty boy. Piledriver ran up to him and landed a series of heavy punches on the Thunderer's abdomen. However, Thor wasn't going down that easy. He countered the next swing with his hammer ramming against the piledriver's stomach, leaving him to crumble to his knees wheezing. While he downed one wrecker, a crowbar met his back, knocking Thor to his knees. The wreckers are known for beating their victims while they're down, and it was no surprise that Wrecker griped his crowbar and bashed Thor flying out of view. The men laughed. We won't be seeing him again. Thunderball pointed in the direction Thor went. We might have to try something else. To their surprise, Thor didn't stay down for long. A sudden thought came to Bulldozer as he ran back to the ship. Keep 'em busy, guys. I've got an idea. The god of thunder flew back into the battle in full force, raising his hammer crackling with lightning. Seeing his targets, he swung his ancient weapon against the mortals. As Thunderball crashed into another set of shipping containers, Wrecker barely reacted in time to block the strike with his crowbar. The two glared at each other as they pressed forward, neither willing to give the other an inch. Surrender now, and I will show mercy, Thor grunted. That makes one of us. Wrecker jammed a knee into Thor's gut. He swung his crowbar with more force than last time, sending Thor crashing against the base of a loading crane. Thunderball got back to his feet, recovering from Thor's attack. He looked back at the combatants, seeing Thor getting throttled by Wrecker. Taking a good look at the environment, he saw his golden opportunity. He swung his wrecking ball into the nearby crane support beam. Metal creaked and cables snapped as a shipping container and the crane itself falls on top of the hero, him raising his hands to support the debris. The rogue's attack didn't let up. Surprising the rest of the crew, Bulldozer descended from the sky with a large vehicle in his grasps. You think you can beat Bulldozer? But can you handle the road roller? The large yellow machine crashed atop of Thor and everything else with a resounding boom. Ugh! Thor huffed at the added force as he attempted to push it back. Bulldozer snarled at the resistance. It's too late. You cannot escape. It's useless. His gamma-enhanced strength and speed rushed against the vehicle, effectively compacting the metal and men below. Da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da. I'll flatten you. With a final punch, the engine of the road roller explodes. The cylinders press down on the metal, compacting it several feet and engulfing the thunder god beneath with smoke billowing in the wind. The area went silent as they all started to process what happened. "Holy crap!" exclaimed Piledriver. Bulldozer jumped off and breathed raggedly. "I did it. It's over." Wrecker smiled in shock. "I can't believe that worked." "Thanks. I just thought of it just now, really." "Where'd you even find that thing?" asked Thunderball. "Spotted it while we were going through the shipping crates earlier." With that, the gang laughed at their apparent victory. The dud was such a blowhard. The mighty Thor. Ha! More like a mighty big Wrecker was cut off as the pile of flattened metal exploded into pieces. God damn. A hammer shot from the rubble and struck Bulldozer and Thunderball. Not even the others were spared as the impact shockwave affected them too. By the time Thor cleared himself of the debris, he was face to face with the leader once more. However, he wasn't alone. "Back off, Blondie, or Florence Nightingale here is gonna get the worst headache of her life." Wrecker held Jane Foster in a chokehold, edges of his crowbar pressed against her neck. Thor glared at the thug willing to use a civilian's life to save his own. "Have you no honor?" Wrecker smirked and pressed the weapon a little harder. "Not even a little." Thor crossed his arms. "Then you should be familiar with attacking a foe from behind." "Huh." Wrecker turned his head, to see the flying hammer closing in on him. He released the woman to get out of the way, but his body was soon stunned and filled with pain. With no escape, the hammer slammed into his face, sending him flying and knocking out against a wall. Jane breathed in relief with a strange device in her left hand. I guess he was right about that. She got back to her feet, walked up to Thor. "Thank you. I don't know what else I could have done there." From around the corner, Jury Rig ran into the two while lifting a man over his shoulders. "Hey, I got the last one here." Getting a clearer view, he blinked at the sight of Thor and the unconscious criminal. "Oh, crap. You okay?" She waved off his concern and gestured to the god. "Don't worry. I'm fine thanks to him." Thor decided to interject. "I appreciate your gratitude, but I am confused. Unlike the creature, you have no powers, no armor, no weapons, and yet I saw you risk your life to help the wounded. Why?" The EMT was amused by his reaction, "Because they needed my help, so I helped them." She gestured to herself. "I'm a paramedic. It's what I do. I'm Jane. Jane Foster." Jury Rig knew that look in Thor's eye, and he smirked, letting the two have their moment. The Thunderer admired her conviction. I am Dash." Suddenly, Thor is interrupted by a booming voice and a bright blue light. "Thor." The light swirls to form some sort of portal above the two. The portal revealed a man dressed similarly to Thor, but with a horned helmet and wielded an axe. Ben blinked at the appearance of another Norse figure. "I was not expecting more to show up." Seeing his longtime friend, Thor stood up straighter. "What news do you bring, Heimdall?" "I bring a grim message from thy father, Odin." Heimdall bellowed. "He calls you home. Asgard is under siege." He points behind him to a city beyond what looks to be a rainbow bridge. Before Thor could reply, Jury Rig interjected. "Hold up. Is he talking about Asgard, the real Asgard?" The god of thunder gave him a confused look. "Yes. Isn't that the place with Valkyries and endless feats with mutton?" Yes. Valhalla is one of the many halls of our kingdom, reserved for the mightiest of warriors." Jury Rig licked his lips at the thought of god-tier food. "Mightiest warriors, huh? Say, if this is a round trip, you need some help with those invaders." Heimdall raised a brow at the interruption. "Thor, who is this imp?" "I have only met him today, not even knowing his name, but the gremlin has a good heart." Thor smiled. "From the sound of it, he wishes to prove his valor in the defense of our home." Thor bent a knee to look at the small alien on an even level. "While I admire your vigor, I don't believe someone of your capabilities is up to the task. Ben crossed his arms in a challenging posture. Oh, really? A flash of green light instantly engulfs the imp and soon fades away. In Gremlin's place was a large Sasquatch-like creature with yellow and black fur. The most surprising thing was that he was already posing. His arms were horizontal above his head, emphasizing his bicep and abdominal muscles. He grinned in delight. How about now? Jane Foster's eyes blinked in shock for more reasons than one. First there was a ripped thunder god. Then a new godlike person coming from a hole in the sky. Now there was cut Sasquatch posing while wearing a green scarf with yellow lightning stripes. Soon, her gaze rested on the hourglass symbol once more. Wait a minute. You're not friends with Stinkfly. You are, we're Stinkfly. The being in front of her could change into different creatures. The news report of the rock creature with Iron Man at the United Nations came to mind. Hee hee. Ben scratched his cheek sheepily. Do me a favor and keep that little secret between us. I don't need that kind of attention right now. I'm your friendly neighborhood shapeshifter. Jane took a breath to calm herself. Consider all the help you're doing in the city, I at least owe you that much. I also owe Stinkfly my thanks. He grinned at her back. In any case, I am Shocksquatch. His muscles flexed once more as electrical currents traveled across his body. The Asgardians were surprised at the development. Standing tall, Thor got a good look at the alien. A changeling. I have not encountered your kind in many years, although, you seem to be a unique one. I can also see that you are able to control Heaven's wrath as well. We must make haste, Thor, interrupted Heimdall. If the mortal wishes to risk his life for our people, I will not stop him, but he will be your responsibility while he is in our realm. Thor raised his hammer. Very well. I agree to those terms. Socksquatch positioned his left arm over his right bicep and stretched his right hand raised. All right, let's go to Asgard. Indeed. Thor turned to the brunette. Fare thee well, Jane Foster. I am sorry that we could not talk more. Jane placed her right hand on her left arm. Well, if you do come back from saving your home, you can find me at the state hospital. You can't miss it. I look forward to our next meeting. With all said and done, Shocksquatch and Thor leaped through the portal as it closed behind them. Back on the ground, Jane looked to the sky in wonder. Bye. Next time, Icy Invasion. Omnitrix DNA entry. Name, Jury Rig. Species, Planchicule. Home world, Alterhan. Powers and abilities. Planchicule have the ability to completely disassemble any kind of machinery in mere seconds, fitting to their gremlin appearance. In contrast, they can also construct complex machinery from scratch at a similar rate. Despite their small size, they have enhanced strength and durability compared to humans. As in accordance with his break/fix-it attributes, Jury Rig boasts an impressive intellect, describing himself as smart and stubborn. The Planchicule's small size makes him unsuitable for hand-to-hand combat against larger opponents unless they happen to be machines, in which case, he can dismantle them in seconds. Planchicules tend to have a habit of breaking and assembling machinery. Most of the devices Planchicule creates are basically on the fly or jury-rigged. They are not normally meant to last and will eventually fail. A Planchicule's creations can also be unstable and hard to control. Chapter 7, Icy Invasion. Thor and Shocksquatch exited the portal and landed beside Heimdall on the Rainbow Bridge. Ben looked to the sky. All sorts of planets and stars were around the Rainbow Bridge. At the end of the bridge was a magnificent city of gold and stone. The kingdom of Asgard certainly lives up to the legends. It is indeed a magical place, mortal. However, some would like to take it for themselves. Heimdall gestured to the distance. The frost giants march for Odin's palace. With the Odin sleep nearly upon him, our king is weakened. His grip tightened on his axe, and he looked at Thor. I would join you and your new comrade in battle, but I'm sworn to forever protect the Bifrost Bridge. Thor places a hand in comfort upon the gatekeeper's shoulder. Worry not, Heimdall. We shall fell a frost giant in your name. He begins swinging his hammer, ready to take flight. To battle, Sir Shocksquatch. The alien hero deadpanned at the god flying with a massive head start. Shocksquatch looked to Heimdall. Is he always like that? He chuckled. Better than before, but he still means well. Go figure. Ben sprinted after him. Wait up. He charged his fist, pulling out an electrical tether. With a thrust of his arm, the energy stretched toward the walls. 15 minutes earlier, Asgard. As the gatekeepers of Asgard stood watch, several figures appeared in the distance. Suddenly, a large boulder comes flying toward them. It soars overhead as it collapses one of the watchtowers. 2 more are launched at the walls. Just as the warriors of Asgard were feasting and enjoying their merriment, another stone crashed through the stained glass windows, ruining their festivities. From across the bridge, the ice giants continue their assault on the outer wall. One with a spear vaulted toward the main entrance. After knocking the guards into the moat, it sliced the drawbridge open for the rest of his brethren. As the common people evacuated from the area, they looked in fear at their attackers breaking through the main gate. As the dust cleared, a man in green clothing and a golden horned helmet stepped forward. Forward, my frost giants. He pointed toward the castle as the giants walked ahead. Strike deep. Do not stop until the throne of Asgard belongs to its rightful lord, Loki. The giants continued to destroy many of the buildings and homes in their wake. Within the city, the frost giants ignored the citizens below them as they had their sights set on a bigger prize, the central palace. However, Asgard was not without protection. Several warriors fought valiantly to protect their fair city. A swordsman in purple armor dodged a massive sword strike before he ran up the body to Giant's head. Sword outstretched, he leaped from its shoulder and stabbed the frost giant in the eye. The frost giant writhed in pain, dropping his weapon before getting down. On the other side of the palace, a portly warrior leaped from the palace walls and kicked a frost giant in the face. Simultaneously on the ground, 2 of his allies on horseback with a rope pulled the giant's feet out from under it, bringing it down and out. Savoring his victory, he didn't have time to react to another giant's ice axe. His body soared through the air and slammed into the high walls around the palace before succumbing to gravity. Nearby, a frost giant clubbed away the 2 on the ground. Sprinting through the snow, a dark-haired female warrior in red dodges a sword slash as her ally in purple is sent crashing by another attacker. He tries to retrieve his blade, but the enemy stomps him. The woman looked at her friend in concern before focusing on her opponent, crossing her blades. The swing of the frost giant's axe came down onto her, leaving her dazed and defeated in the middle of a crater. Just as the rotund frost giant was about to finish her off, something smashed through the weapon like glass. Thor was the first on the scene, ready to confront the frost giants. Little did he realize that his arrival was being observed through the eyes of a raven. A tired man on this throne closes his eyes in relief. My son. Finally. At about the same time, Shocksquatch made it to the nearby snowbank. Poking his head from cover, he got the gist of the current situation. People were strewn around the battlefield. Thor distracted some of the giants, but more were still coming through the kingdom gates. He needed to act fast for everyone to regroup and recover. Shocksquatch sprinted out into the open and began helping as many downed warriors as he could. He bent over the one in blue, not far from the other. The man was groaning face into the snow. The alien quickly sat him up and patted him on the cheek, but his eyes were still dazed. Hey, man. The cavalry's here. You still good? Only receiving a moaning reply, Shocksquatch touched his forehead and released a mild controlled shock. The man's eyes snapped open, letting out a gurgle of surprise. Seeing the strange beast, he tried to prepare an attack only to freeze in pain. Easy there. Thor's got the giants occupied, but we need to get you and the others out of here. Odinson is here? The warrior looked into the distance to see the god of thunder in battle. He sighed in relief before his gaze shifted to the downed Fandral. The men sent a stern gaze at the beast. If you truly are an ally of Thor, help our brothers in arms so we may stand for our land once more. He pointed to his friend. Help Fandral. That's the spirit. Shocksquatch walked over to the other. So, you got a name? Hogun. Hogun the Grim. He blinked at the strange title and nodded. Shocksquatch. Shocksquatch The alien shrugged. I got nothing. Just Shocksquatch. Ben kneeled and examined Fandral. The man was unconscious but still breathing. Same as before, a minor shock to the skull was enough to jumpstart him. Gah. Shocksquatch patted the blonde on the back. Ha ha. Your friend's still kicking. Hogan stopped his friend from attacking their new ally and brought him up to speed. Fandral nodded. To protect Asgard, we must prevent more reinforcements. Hogan agreed. I will find Balder. You two get Sif. We'll regroup and attack as one at the main gate. The group split up and made haste. The southeast was the last place Fandral spotted Sif before he was knocked out. Unsurprisingly, they came across a massive hole in the ground. I think I see someone, stated Shocksquatch. Black hair with crimson armor. That's her. Come on. The alien started sliding to the bottom. She doesn't look so good. Finally getting a better view of the warrior, he immediately noticed the arms and legs pointed in sickening directions. Not far behind, Fandral grit his teeth at the state of his friend. Dear Odin. Is she? Ben quickly checked her vitals. She's breathing, but it's faint. She's in no condition to fight. We must bring her to the healers. Ben shook his head. No need. If everything goes right, she'll be fighting right alongside us, but we'll have to reset her broken bones. Fandral hesitated but put faith in the creature. They each took a limb and manipulated the broken ends of the bone into their original position. Now what? A smirking Shocksquatch raised both hands, one glowing blue and the other in yellow. Mana in one hand. Bioelectricity in the other. He clapped both hands, infusing the energy into a leafy green. Plenum restituet. He quickly brought it down on Sif's abdomen, causing the woman to spasm and cry out from the surge. Fandral's eyes widened at the act. Sif. He quickly pushed the alien away. She's injured. What are you doing? Ben got back up and dusted the snow off him. Sheesh. There's nothing to worry about. He bent down over Sif as she contested the transfer. Don't force out. Feel the energy. Let it flow through you. He noticed her take deep breaths as her body stopped struggling. Fandral was about to retort until her eyes fluttered open. Sif's head waved left and right, noticing her friend and a stranger. Who are you? What happened to me? Shocksquatch crossed his arms with a smile. I'm a friend, and you got crushed by the invaders. Also, you'll be feeling it in a few seconds. What do you mean? Suddenly, her body glowed in bright green sparkles. In a final burst, her entire body emitted a glow before disappearing. What's happening to my body? I feel amazing. The pain, it's more than gone. Fandral gawked at the speed of the spell. What magic is this? A growl escaped from Sif's stomach. And why do I feel like I could feast for hours? Ben smirked in amusement. Heh. Kind of a mix. It took me years to refine it with my cousin, but I managed to get the frequency just right. Sif slowly stood up, adjusting to the effects. She gave Fandral a hearty hug before examining their supposed ally. A few seconds later, her gaze softened. In any case, whoever you are, I thank you. Clumps of snow soon fall to their level, signaling new arrivals. Looking up, the group smirked at the Hogans and Balder's descent. The warrior in purple immediately checked the well-being of his friends before turning to the alien. You must be the ally Hogan mentioned. Everyone, we must close off their reinforcements. Hogan nodded. Thor was doing well against the initial forces until Loki entered the fight against him. Shocksquath raised a brow at the familiar Norse name. You mean, the trickster? Fandral huffed. Loki might have had that title in his early years but been nothing but a nuisance. Sif grit her teeth. He's gone too far this time. Helping the frost giants overrun our home. It's treason of the highest order. Balder placed a hand on her shoulder. Thankfully, the families weren't targeted. Rest assured, once the threat has been dealt with, the Allfather shall serve his punishment accordingly. If we're to end this battle soon, we need to start here. Hogan pulled out a map from his knapsack and pointed at the south gate. If we cut off their main entry, then we can start pushing them back. Well, what are we waiting for? We're not gonna let them just walk in here and usurp the lives of your friends and family. Shocksquatch crouched and backflipped to the top of the hole. Let's kick these guys back to Jotunheim. For Asgard. The natives grinned at the beast's enthusiasm. For Asgard. The South Gate. Heavy footsteps echoed outside the Golden City. While the invasion had help from an inside source, they knew better than to fully rely on the trickster. Seeing storm clouds overhead did not ease their concerns. The thunder had returned. The captain of the second squad raised his weapon to their target. Forward, my brethren. Jotunheim will not fall. The rest of his troops cheered in succession. It didn't take long to cross the enemy's drawbridge, but that's when the locals retaliated. A volley of arrows and electrified masses suddenly rained down from above. Several giants raised their shields in defense only for the attacks to travel right over them. They were about to laugh at the error until they realized that they weren't the intended target. The drawbridge as well as the existing bridge exploded, fractured, and fell into the deep waters below. Attack, he commanded. Suddenly, a glowing spear slammed into his shoulder, causing him to yell in pain. Upon contact, the object discharges its energy through its target, sending his body collapsing to the ground. He attempted to get back up, but he had trouble even moving or feeling his limbs. High on the defensive walls, Shocksquatch took several breaths to regain his stamina. He raised his right arm into the air. Electricity concentrated in his fist before it spread out into a line forming a javelin-like construct. Taking aim, he reared back and launched it through the air at his target. At the same time, Balder, Sif, and Hogun teamed up on the next closest giant. Their 3 blades damaged the ankles, shoulder, and chest. Finally, out of explosive arrows, Fandral pulled out a pair of daggers and made his way to the battle below. With me, Sir Shocksquatch. Nodding, Ben leaped into the air. As he descended on a target, he collected the natural electrons around him, building up a charge. By the time he was a foot from impact, he was in a blaze of energy. The final contact dealt immense damage to the giant's stomach, leaving it on the ground and stunned. To follow up, Hogun brought up a mace and slammed it into the side of its head, knocking it out. Shocksquatch gave him a thumbs up and looked at Balder. He got cut off from them and was now engaging 2 at once. He immediately ran over to cover his left as one of the giants ripped a portion of stone from the wall and threw it at the duo. Instinctively, Shocksquatch swung his arms to fire an electromagnetic shockwave at the projectile. The wave pushed the object back into the air and into the other unsuspecting enemy. Exchanging looks with Baldur, the 2 made coordinated attacks, positioning the 2 giants in a way that they would continuously do friendly fire. In less than a minute, the attackers were down. The 2 soon rejoined on the other end, as Fandral and Sif took care of another pair. After a few minutes, the 5 of them had put a massive dent in the remaining forces. Just as things were looking up, an earth-shattering explosion went off at the palace. Baldur glared into the distance. Damn it. Loki is proving more troublesome than expected. If Thor isn't careful about his sorcery, we may need to aid him. Shocksquatch surveyed their current situation. There was about a quarter left of the second wave. He turned to Sif, Fandral, and Hogun as he punched the shin of another giant. Think you can handle it from here? Sif backflipped to avoid both of you, get to Thor. We'll be fine. She reached out a hand, grabbing onto Fandral and swinging him to an opponent's shoulder. The palace walls. A long-bearded frost giant pushes his arm back into its socket while glaring at his attacker. Thunderer, he bellowed. First, we'll crush you and then we'll crush Odin. The god in question aimed, you shall do no such thing, not while I live and breathe. Several giants brandished their weapons. That can change. Thor huffed at the statement. Have it thee. He swung his hammer only to strike the giant's icy weapon. The force behind both blows created powerful shock waves, shaking the snow off nearby rooftops. Their weapons crossed once more as both combatants grit their teeth. I say thee nay. Thor will not fall by your hand, monster. Oh, I think not. As Thor was focused on the leader, the subordinates came at him from all sides. Taking deep breaths, they sent streams of frost bathing the flying Norse god. Immobilized, the block of ice fell helplessly to the ground in a thud. They shared a laugh as they prepared to end Thor with a halberd. The blade fell to execute with explosive force. To Thor, the world slowed. As the milliseconds passed, the metal pierced through the magical ice. Just as the edge was a centimeter from his chest, the ice fractured just enough to give Thor an opening. The minute flex of his arms was enough to expand and break out of the ice. In a burst of speed, he narrowly placed Mjolnir in the path of the attack, diverting it to the left and into another enemy. Thor was not given a reprieve as an icy hand wrapped around him and threw him into the walls and onto the snowbank. The three giants each struck him with a club, mace, and sword respectively before finishing it off with a series of stomps. Seeing their target finally stop moving, their commander saw fit to savor the first victory. He picked up the defeated god and plopped him into his mouth. He closed his jaw in mirth, feeling the armor grind on his teeth. His joy quickly flipped as he felt nothing but pain. Inside his mouth, Thor was pinned by the massive teeth. As one of his arms held against the jaw, he swung Mjolnir against the molars, shattering them like glass. With a yell, Thor broke out of the biological trap, leaving the giant literally bloody furious. The leader spat out a mix of bloody and teeth fragments. Bastard! The thunder floated above the group. I have felt your wrath, frost giants. Mjolnir glowed as it was held to the sky. Now, you shall feel mine. Dark clouds formed from the Asgardian enchantment. For Asgard. Bringing the hammer down brought forth a massive blast of electricity descending from the storm. Predicting their impending defeat, the giants made the meaningless attempt to defend against the attack. Oh, I don't think so. A man in green waved his staff at his allies. The giants dissipated into dust as the attack struck. The intense blast destroyed the stone and dirt while glassing the surrounding area. The giants safely reappeared nearby ready to fight once more. The newcomer then blasted the confused thunder god, sending Thor through the palace walls. Loki crossed his arms and smirked. Welcome home, brother. You've had this coming for a long time, of course. But you know this. More of the magic gathered in his hand. The Thunderer charged at Loki, but the Frost Giant struck him once more. Loki grinned as he attacked with more black energy. The hero cried out in pain as they both are forced into the ground and back. He floated towards Thor with his magic forming a golden trident with a green jewel. You and Odin deserve what's coming. I do not wish to fight you, Loki. Thor groaned as he pushed himself from his crater. Once we were brothers. We were friends. We fought side by side, the sons of Odin, together. It could be that way again. A sick grin plastered on Loki's face. You made your choice, Thor. Always the dutiful son. You chose to remain blind by Odin's lies, and for that choice suffer. Loki kicks Thor in the face, knocking him back once more. He was about to order the giants to continue the fight, but he was cut off by a small glowing ball dropped at his feet. What? The traitor was too late as the object exploded and electrocuted the men, cutting off his concentration. Giant Commander turned to the possible attacker only to be met with a blade to the face. To the right, the alien hero quickly scaled the enemy with a static grip. Upon reaching the shoulder, he raises an arm and yells. Thunder Punch. An electrified fist dives into the foreign muscle at the base of the neck. Like a puppet whose strings have been cut, the frost giant collapsed to the ground. Ben chuckled at his gamble. Got the right nerve cluster. Another foe came rushing toward him. He narrowly dodged the charge and fired two masses of energy to the sky. He summoned a shockwave to stun the invader and sent bolts to the chest. Just as the enemy started to recover, he was struck in the same spot by the two redirected aerial blasts prior, knocking it out. Balder dropped to his cousin and pulled him to his feet. Keep moving. He tried to dodge a massive mace only to be blasted from behind. Recovered from the surprise attack, Loki had summoned his staff and enchanted it into a trident. Thor narrowly dodges Loki's trident. To me, Mjolnir. His weapons flew into his grasp just in time to block the next strike. The two brothers proceeded to cross-push against each other. You cannot beat me, brother. You never could, Thor said. Things change, Loki retorted. He stepped back to launch a spell only for a green and purple scarf to tie around his mouth, dropping his staff. Shocksquatch smirked. But the more they stay the same. An electric current through the foreign cloth caused it to go rigid, keeping its hold. Thor. We need you to get rid of the grunts and fast. While not his forte, Loki pulled against the scarf with his halfling strength. You and Balder may be harmed. Do it, his two allies yelled. One separately pulling against Loki while Balder pushed back a stomp. Loki looked up to see Thor charging up Mjolnir. Dark clouds loom overhead with lightning crackling around his eyes and his hammer. The many bolts chained to Mjolnir, concentrating the energy to extreme levels. Now ready, he brought his hammer down on his brother. Enormous electromagnetic shockwaves dispersed from the main attack. Everywhere in a mile radius succumbed to the blast. As the smoke began to clear, each and every frost giant following Loki lay defeated. Balder was worse where, earning several burn marks all over his skin and armor. He clawed through the rubble to see if they had won. The western tower laid in ruins, neither Loki nor Shocksquatch to be seen. As Thor surveyed the aftermath, he didn't notice purple butterflies gather from behind and reform as Loki. He had won again, fooled the thunder. Loki slammed his fists of dark magic onto Thor's shoulders, sending him to his knees. Once again, you have failed. Loki continued to attack until Thor overcame it, yanking Loki's hands off him before kicking him away. Thor gets close enough to slam his hammer into his stomach, knocking Loki into another tower. Thor flew after him and is met with waves of his sorcery. He powered through with Mjolnir and headbutts Loki, sending him falling to a lower arch. Thor got to his level. Surrender, brother. It need not be this way. More black energy swirled around Loki's hand. I think it does. He shot 2 bolts, but he deflects his attack with ease. And yet, Loki doesn't show any sign of stopping. So noble. Thor deflected another attack. So brave. Thor diverted the next. So gullible. He summoned a hand of shadows, grabbing onto the god and pressing him against the wall. Suddenly, a deep voice groans and cuts into Loki's thoughts from behind. Funny. I was about to say the same thing. Eyes widening, Loki swerved to see a new creature about to kick him from above. No, it was like the yellow one but much different. The blue beast was more muscular than before, covered in armored plating. Its horns were more pronounced, actively drawing power from the surrounding air. The most notable thing was the heavy magical lightning coursing through its veins. No. That's impossible. The beast had seemingly absorbed the excess energy from Thor's blast, amplifying himself even further. He couldn't focus enough to cast another teleportation spell, forced to deal with the attack directly. Years of physical training from his youth raced in his mind for a solution. He raised both hands, hoping to stop his movements or divert the attack. What Loki didn't expect was the beast to go for his arms intentionally. Using his prehensile feet, Ultimate Shocksquatch grabbed onto Loki's hands and opened his legs, creating an opening. You fell for it, fool. Ultimate Shocksquatch bellowed. Electrical energy concentrated into both of his arms as they came down in an X formation. Thundercross split attack. From the rubble, Balder laughed on the verge of their victory. Amazing. His technique is allowing him to attack and keep Loki from defending. It's a perfect stratagem. Thor managed to break out of the shadows thanks to the distraction. Sir Shocksquatch is using my magic, and there's no way Loki can escape it. This was not part of the plan. Loki helplessly watched the arms make contact with his chest, and the world went white, only filled with his screams of pain. Gah! When the light faded, Loki fell to the ground with a flop, smoking in defeat. Ultimate Shocksquatch fell to his knees, dry heaving. God damn. I could barely keep all that power contained. No wonder Thor is the god of thunder. I think I'm gonna throw up. A firm hand fell on his shoulder. He looked back to see the smiling prince with Balder limping toward them. You fought valiantly, creature. He smirked at the beast's initial words. You have certainly earned your seat in the feast hall. Thor then held up his other arm, lifting the unconscious Loki by his neck. But before we celebrate, my brother has much to answer for. Ben fell on his back in relief and laughed, hell yeah. Throne room. Thor burst through the throne room's doors with Ultimate Shocksquatch and the others not far behind. Loki was locked in a stone pillory designed to nullify his magic when Thor threw him at Odin's feet, causing the ravens to crow. The Allfather, Odin, was intimidating but calm. His white hair indicated old age, but he showed years of experience behind those eyes. You have gone too far, Loki. This is no game. Odin warned. Soon I shall enter the Odin sleep, and Asgard will not have my power to protect it. To bring the frost giants here, to try to usurp your own father. You are not my father, the trickster spat. Look at you. King of fools, of arrogance, of weakness and betrayal. Shocksquack huffed at the god who attacked his own family and people. Next, you'll say, Asgard will fall and I will be there to laugh in its ruins to see you and Thor in chains. Asgard will fall and I will be there to laugh in its ruins to see you and Thor in chains. Wait. Loki turned his head to the large creature who felled him in battle. The bandaged allies snorted but soon suppressed their amusement as the room grew cold. The king of Asgard stood up from his throne and slammed his weapons against the floor. Enough. Odin bellowed. His godly aura froze everyone in place. You leave me no choice, Loki. You are hereby banished to the Isle of Silence, where no one will have to suffer your lies and deception. The sun's eyes widened in fear. No. No. Odin raised his golden mace emitting white energy and surrounded the trickster, glowing brighter and brighter until the light engulfed Loki and vanished from the throne room. Following the spell, Odin slumped in his throne from exhaustion. Father, Thor voiced his concern. Yeah. Are you okay? Added Shocksquatch. Odin waves their worries. Mortal, you have my thanks for helping Asgard in its time of need. Ben smirked. I couldn't have done it without Thor and your merry band of warriors. The warriors Three and Sif bowed their heads to the king. I expect nothing less from their dedication. To answer your previous question. The Odin sleep nears. Once a year, I must slumber to regain my strength so that Asgard can live. The king looked to his son. There is much for you to prepare. Balder and Sif will watch over Asgard while you sleep. I must attend to Midgard, Thor responds. Balder and Sif look at each other in uncertainty. You need to be here, Odin asserts. Asgard is your responsibility, not Midgard. The mortals need me, father. Thor presses. I return to Midgard again and again because their world is spawning dangers that mankind has never seen before, evil that will consume them unless I am there to stop it. Odin raised a brow. Really? Not only did this Midgardian right here help fight off the invasion, Balder tells me the humans are more capable than you give them credit for. You saw the valor in the human Jane Foster. And of course, you were watching me, Thor bemoaned. I will always be here to protect Asgard, but I will not play this game. Loki is not wrong, father. You toy with us all. Telling us whatever you need to in order to keep us under your heel. You could have stopped Loki's attack before it started. Enough. Odin interrupted. You dare defy me? Ben cringed at the familial tensions growing. Should Asgard be threatened, I will be here. But until then, I choose Earth. Thor walked out of the room, grabbing onto his mortal friend. Let us eat, I'm famished. Shocksquatch looked to the others who followed along. He would push the drama for another time. At least he got new DNA samples to experiment in the future. Man, I'm starving. Hours later. The two stood at the Rainbow Bridge with Heimdall. The alien hero sighed. For what it's worth. I'm sorry about you, your dad, and your brother. The god shook his head. I will be fine. This is not the first time I had this talk with him. He just wants what's best for you and his people. You are their prince. I've known that fact since the day I was born. Yet, I need to be on Earth. Need or want? Thor didn't answer. The shape-shifting hero gave a solemn nod. If you ever need help, I'll be there. With that, he leaped through the Bifrost portal back to the docks of New York. He waved to Thor through the portal, and he returned the gesture. The Thunderer now stood alone between his home and the Bifrost. Why won't you understand, let alone listen to me, father? Thor swung Mjolnir, taking off in flight away from Asgard and towards the Bifrost, unaware that a blonde-haired woman dressed in green was watching him leave. In a flash of toxic green wisps, she was gone. Isle of Silence. Loki sat alone, going over his plan so far. He had tricked the frost giants into thinking that Asgard is preparing for war against them. Loki had the giants launch a preemptive strike. Disguised as the leader, he hired the wrecking crew to attack the Stark Industries freighter. Allying with Loki, the Enchantress informed Thor of the attack. Disguised as Balder, he planted seeds of doubt in Odin regarding Thor's motives on Midgard. He continued to wait against a tree for the next step of his plan. In bright light and green smoke, the enchantress appeared on the isle along with the executioner. With a wave of her hands, a magical barrier forms and expands around the trio. Did you miss the sound of your own voice? Loki was unimpressed. How drone? Tell me. All transpires as you planned. Neither Thor nor Odin is aware of what is happening. Loki stood up, hands to his sides. Of course, they're not. It is my plan, after all. The creature's appearance was a surprise. I must say it was entertaining of him and Thor getting the drop on you. Loki gritted his teeth at the memory. While being made a fool wasn't part of the plan, the end results were more or less the same. No one is ready for what comes next. He grinned and laughed at his accomplishment. Omnitrix DNA entry. Name, Shocksquatch. Species, Gimlinopathecus. Home world, Paterzoni. Powers and abilities. Gimlinopathecus have the ability to create and manipulate electric and electromagnetic energy for a variety of uses including levitation, force fields, and different forms of attacks. They have displayed above-average strength, agility, and acrobatic ability. By manipulating the bioelectricity in cells, they can enhance the physical characteristics of themselves or others. Thanks to their thick fur, they are able to live comfortably in cold climates. Chapter 8, Setting the Stage. High Atmosphere. Tony Stark read over the police report regarding one of his shipments from New York. He arrived at the scene as soon as he was alerted of the matter. While he was thankful that someone was able to help the cops and the civilians at the time, he did not expect to see Thor and the Devil in the final report. As much as he would like to look into that as well as the remains of the crude ED-209, he had bigger fish to fry. Apparently, the wrecking crew attempted to steal his cargo. One that wasn't supposed to be on that freighter in the first place. The gamma energy emitter was a highly classified piece of tech in his research and development department. It used to be part of a joint military contract until Stark decided to leave the weapons business. However, that didn't stop the government's own experiments which led to the creation of the Hulk and other radioactive weapons. Regardless, someone outside or inside his company was smuggling his tech, and he was going to get to the bottom of it. Jarvis updated his helmet's HUD. The tracking signal has been located. Location, the Tulak mountain range in Slovakia. Eastern Europe. Ah, great. As if that shortens the list. Tony sighed. I swear if it's the Russians again. He shook his head. Switch to infrared. His sensors highlighted ambient energy emanating from his destination. Got him. Within an energy dome, numerous people set up operations on the mountain. The group wore yellow uniforms reminiscent of a beekeeper's suit. The commanding officer walked out of a tent with a woman with long black hair and purple eyes. Just tell us Latveria's needs, Miss Varbartmas, and AIM can supply you with anything you desire. He gestured to an energy rifle on his left. With any one of our weapons, you can crush an army. As a demonstration, the scientist targeted a distant boulder and fired. In an instant, the object was reduced to cinders. Seeing the potential, the woman smirked. However, her thoughts were interrupted. Well, good thing I didn't bring an army then. Everyone on the ground backed away as Iron Man landed in front of them. Upon raising his head, Tony's HUD highlighted all the stolen technology in sight. Wow. Some kind of sale you have going on here? There's a lot of neat stuff. The hero's voice grew stern. Unfortunately, a lot of it has my name on it. The armed soldiers quickly fired energy beams at the current threat. Without worry, Iron Man erected a blue energy shield and laughed. You know, for calling yourselves the Advanced Idea Mechanics, that was a really bad idea. Puffing out his chest, his suit's arc reactor unleashed repulsor waves, destroying the enemy's firearms. The resulting explosions knocked AIM out of commission, falling to the ground. The woman glared at the defeat of her arms dealer. Iron Man turned her, recognizing the robot's design. Give your master a message for me. Buyer beware. You steal my tech, you answer to me, even him. The woman's glare darkened before she walked off with her security forces. Seeing the non-violent retreat, Iron Man relaxed, opening his faceplate. His gaze shifted to the defeated scientists. Jarvis, contact the vault. Let them know they're about to get a few new guests. Very well, sir. Also, Miss Potts called. She wished to know if you were out playing superhero or if you were going to come to the office to do some actual work. I am doing actual work. I'm securing private company property from a third party. Iron Man smirked and closed his helmet before he took off. The cube. Leonard Samson walked past several cells containing various criminals. Wrecker drove his fist into the wall before glaring at the doctor. The electrical being known as Zack strained against his Tesla coil bindings. Carl Creel aka the Absorbing Man floated helplessly in the middle of his cell, unable to touch anything. Samson. Samson. You can't do this to me. Do you hear? The doctor finally arrived at his destination, the Hulk's room. And how are we today, Bruce? He looked through his clipboard. No episodes in the last 36 hours, I see. Still shirtless and in torn pants, Bruce Banner frowned at him. This is a disaster waiting to happen, Leonard. Leonard rolled his eyes. I've told you, again and again, Bruce. We'll find a cure for the Hulk. He went over Bruce's X-rays and CT scans. The cube is the most advanced gamma radiation research facility on the planet. The work we've done with Stearns and Bolonsky is ... Bruce cut him off, shaking his head. You're wrong. Shield and Ross are lying to you. They don't want cures. They want to know how to control these monsters. When Leonard didn't say anything, Bruce continued. Trust me, I have seen it happen. They will twist everything you do. You want to know what the cube is really? It's a gamma bomb ready to go off. Leonard sighed. I'm sorry you feel that way, Bruce. I can only ask for your faith in us. With that, he left the cell while Bruce simmered in his worry. New York. Thor waited atop a skyscraper when a portal opened behind him, and Baldur walked out. Hail, Thor Odinson. Thor smiled. Hail, Baldur the Brave. They grasped each other's shoulders. I see that you made a full recovery since the recent invasion. The friend of yours still has my regards for his service to our people. He still owes me a good tussle at the feast hall. Indeed. Now, what brings Asgard's shining light to Midgard? At that, Baldur's face fell a bit and Thor narrowed his eyes. Or is the better question, who sent you? He already knew the answer. You left Asgard without resolving things with your father, and now he has entered the Odin sleep. Despite your words, he still had faith in you, asking for your return home before he faded to dream. He raised a fist. You must defend Asgard while Odin replenishes his energy. Nay. Thor turned away from him to watch the city. After a second, Baldur looked over the city with him. Thor, you are like a brother to me. We have fought wars together, but I do not understand your connection to this place. Don't you care about the safety of our people? Here, I can make a difference. In Asgard, the endless cycle of fighting, it is meaningless. On Earth, everything matters. I am needed here, Baldur. You are saying that our people don't matter to you? Thor sighed. No. Never. I will always cherish them, but there needs to be more than me just being a prince at my father's side. Nothing lasts forever, not even your father. You will eventually take the throne before Ragnarok will come for us all. A smile came to Thor's face. If I am destined to lead our people one day, perhaps it's best that I experience the outside realms as much as I can and understand it all better. Baldur smirked at Thor's logic. Perhaps. Siren soon echoes through the streets, and they both looked down. Troll. Thor shook his head. Nay, Baldur. Just someone who needs help. He flew down to the gathering, leaving Baldur to return to Asgard. Down below, a leaking oil tanker spilled its contents all over the road, causing several vehicles to pile up in the middle of the intersection. EMTs were the first to arrive on the scene. Jane Foster rubbed antiseptic over a man's head injured. Good news is that you're going to live. She pointed to the overturned green car. Bad news, you better get used to taking the subway. Just as officers were on their way to secure the area and redirect traffic, an unlucky taxi driver was too late to try and stop. The cab's tire swerved into the pileup, causing it to flip into the air towards the two. Hearing the noise, Jane turned to see the oncoming car, diving herself over the patient to protect him in some way. Much like before, the blonde god of thunder came down, catching the cab in the nick of time and placing it down. "Are you all right, Jane Foster?" Getting back up, Jane let out a sigh of relief. Yeah. You just saved." Taking a moment to catch her thoughts, she realized something. "Hey." She raised a brow with a smirk at the god. "Have you been following me?" Thor looked away and started feeling for his hammer Mjolnir. Perhaps. You intrigue me. Mortal lives, they're so fragile." In a nearby car, a woman attempted to get out only to trigger the airbag. "Yet, you do not seem to accept that. Would you?" Thor thought about that before smiling. "Nay." Jane crossed her arms and smiled as well. "Say, Thor. Once I'm done here, would you like to go for a drink with me and the changeling? He wanted to ask you before you split up after saving Asgard, but he forgot." "Really? I'm surprised he didn't try to find me again on his own. He said that I would have a higher chance of seeing you again than he would." Thor coughed into his fist. "I wonder why he would think that." She rubbed her neck in a bit of embarrassment. He had a gut feeling. Chapter 9, Gates Open. The Vault. Iron Man flew while carrying a ship full of AIM prisoners. While approaching the facility, a voice came through on his comms. "Iron Man, this is Vault Security. You are clear for landing." As Iron Man touched down on the platform, numerous armed SHIELD agents approached the ship, securing the prisoners. An agent walked over to the armored hero. "Thanks, Stark. AIM's been a thorn in SHIELD's side for a long time." Iron Man gave him a look. "Yeah. Well, helping SHIELD is not on my to-do list." He nodded. "I've heard about the disagreement with Director Fury. There's a reason why I didn't like their newest addition to their arsenal. You saw what AIM's capable of. These guys are dangerous, and they used my tech to do it. I'm not a weapons dealer anymore. I took them down, and if SHIELD becomes the same, I'll do the same." The agent sighed. "Should the day ever come when SHIELD becomes a danger to innocent civilians, I wouldn't stop you from telling us, 'I told you so.' In any case, there's something else I need to talk to you about." Stark rolled his eyes. "I don't know where the purple crystal guy went, so don't bother asking. Believe me, SHIELD has someone else looking into that matter. As for here, we've had an incident last week regarding the Hydra soldiers from the UN attack." Tony frowned at the mention of Hydra. "What kind of incident?" The agent shook his head. "I can't give you the full details, but Hydra losing at the UN was intentional. They wanted to get sent here, and they got their target out." He closed his eyes. Not everyone from security came back. Seeing the same look in the agent's eyes that he once had, Stark relented. "I see the problem. Whoever Hydra took must have been vital to their operations to pull a stunt like this." He sighed. "Listen, I have other stuff to do, but I can look over it tonight. Send Pepper documents with everything I need to know and what you want. We'll discuss the contract from there." With that, Iron Man turned around and took off. New York. SHIELD helicarrier, the Big House, Level 5. The SHIELD helicarrier flew above New York like a watchdog over the people. One would have thought that the object over them also contained many superpowered criminals. What appeared to be a model of a building on a table turned out to be the world's smallest supervillain prison in the world, the Big House. Hank Pym wore his hero suit under his white lab coat as he walked over to one of the prison cells. Within the cell, a man with graying brown hair sat in a chair. This was the Mad Thinker. His past was as much a mystery to SHIELD as anyone else. He had a manic expression on his face seeing the doctor. Hank leaned against the wall. SHIELD monitored the conversation you had with Whirlwind. He grew concerned. You said that something was going to happen. We would like to know what. Mad Thinker chuckled. Can you not feel it, Ant-Man? He asked sarcastically. The better question is not what but when. Ant-Man's expression continued to sour as he wrote down his response. SHIELD helicarrier, Level 3. Janet Van Dyne and Maria Hill walked down a hallway. Director Fury's offer was very serious, Wasp. Wasp sighed. Hank, Ant-Man is against it. Maria huffed at the answer. That's what he thinks, but I want to know what you think. After a few seconds, Wasp spoke. All I want to do is help people, and I want to be able to do more. The assistant smirked at Janet. If that's what you want, S.H.I.E.L.D. will let you do more. We can even help you and Ant-Man track down your mystery insect. We have suspicions, but nothing solid. I've heard rumors about a demon showing up too, but I think they're just exaggerating also. I don't think Stinkfly wants that kind of attention, and Hank might give him a bad impression of humanity. Before Wasp could reply more, another woman with long red hair walked by them. Who's that? Maria's tone turned dark. I'm afraid that's classified. Wasp rolled her eyes before glaring at her. Ugh. I can appreciate S.H.I.E.L.D.'s goal of helping people, but I'd prefer more transparency. S.H.I.E.L.D. might be a little too dramatic for me. Everything's always so mysterious. As soon as she said that, the lights flickered on and off before the red backup lights came on. Kind of like that. At that point, security all across 4 superhuman prisons went dark, releasing the criminals back into the world unchecked. S.H.I.E.L.D. helicarrier, the big house, level 5. Just as Ant-Man finished his report, he noticed that all the cell's energy shields all shut off. One by one villains were walking out. Oh no. Mad Thinker looked at him with a smile. Boom. For unknown reasons, the prison and people that once fit on a table expanded to full size, ripping through the walls, floors, and hull of the S.H.I.E.L.D. helicarrier. S.H.I.E.L.D. helicarrier, level 1. On the bridge, Director Nick Fury glared at the static on screen as alarms went off. Someone get the engineers and tell them to keep us in the air. And shut that damn alarm off. A S.H.I.E.L.D. agent approached him. Director Fury, a report just came in from the vault. Fury frowned. Does it look like I have time for this, Quatermain? He grabbed Fury's arm to get his attention. Listen to me. Automated reports are coming in from the vault and the cube. Their systems have gone offline, and no one is responding from down in the big house. Something is seriously wrong. Fury's one good eye narrowed at the news. S.H.I.E.L.D. helicarrier, level 3. Down below, S.H.I.E.L.D. agents were still recovering from the explosion. Unfortunately, they didn't know about the prison break. From the shadows, the hand of the gray gargoyle grabbed an agent's shoulder, turning him into stone. Whirlwind started attacking any agent he could on his way out. A trio fire team shot at the chimeric supervillain Griffin, but 2 of them were taken down. The last one was grabbed by a laughing constrictor. Payback time. However, before he could even start, he was shot down by yellow bolts, releasing the men. The Wasp and Maria bolted through the halls. This is crazy. How did this happen? It doesn't matter. Right now we have to get to the bridge. Wasp stopped flying, no. Ant-Man was in the big house when the explosion happened. He was with all the supervillains. We have to help him now. Europe. Tony Stark flew through the air, and his helmet started ringing. Incoming, call from Potts, Pepper, answered Jarvis. Picking up the line, he smirked. Hey, Pepper. Guess who I ticked off this morning? Here's a hint. His name rhymes with boom. Unfortunately, Pepper was not in the same lighthearted mood. Tony, something has happened to the S.H.I.E.L.D. helicarrier, some kind of explosion. Tony, it's bad. Jarvis spoke up. Sir, there appears to be a problem at the vault. They have stopped transmitting data. Connecting the dots, Tony got serious. All right. Pepper, keep monitoring the helicarrier situation. I'm going to check on the vault. He quickly made a U-turn. New York. Ciro's Cafe, earlier. Thoreau Dinson, Jane Foster, and the shapeshifter sat at an outside table, enjoying some snacks. The alien hero and thunder god just finished taking a picture with 2 teens. The alien was a feline-like alien with a black suit-like color scheme. There were spike-like blades on his arms and legs, and he had black sideburns and beard. He wore a dark green uniform with a thunderbolt-like design down his torso, leggings, and wristbands. See Fast Track by Art McBand 196. Seeing the teens leave, Jane couldn't help but ask the obvious question. How are people so calm around you two? Fast Track shrugged. They think we're cosplaying. Thor looked down at himself. During my time on Midgard, people have said that I have it going on, whatever that means. Her thought leaking out, Jane whispered. You certainly do. Realizing her words and the snickering fast track, she coughed and softly kicked him in the shin, earning a hearty complaint. Some young adults walked past the trio, and looked to Ben for a moment and whispered, "Whoa, dude. Check out the furry." Hearing the accusation, Fast Track quickly retorted, "I'm not a furry." Realizing they've been caught, they turned away and continued walking down the street. "To be fair, your coat is quite soft." Jane reached out and started lightly scratched under his chin, sending him into a brief blissful state. Recovering from the action, he lightly swatted her hand away. "Stop that." Thor blinked at the expression. "I do not understand. Are you not one of fur? What is this furry they speak of?" Ben quickly waved off his question. "Just forget them, Thor. It's nothing important," added Jane. "Anyways, let's go back to your dad. He sleeps for a week." Thor nodded solemnly. The Odin sleep, once a year he replenishes his power, which in turn gives life to Asgard. From what I heard around the castle, it's a big deal. It seems to be his only weakness, added Ben. Jane blinked. Wow. Must be some sleep. Aye. It is, but during its time both he and Asgard are vulnerable to attack. Thor looked to his left to see a little kid at another table looking at him with a confused expression. Ben agreed. "I was surprised that the frost giants and Loki were able to push that far into the city against Balder and the others before we got there. My father chose not to intervene even though he could have stopped them easily. He wanted me to come home. It could be that he didn't want to collapse into the Odin sleep in the middle of a fight." Jane raised a brow. "In any case, now that he is asleep, why aren't you there?" "Yes. It seems to be a popular question for me," admitted Thor. "It is complicated." Jane tilted her head. "Really? Because it sounds like you're just mad at your dad. There's nothing less complicated than that." Ben took a sip of his coffee. "Throw in a bit of his future responsibilities, and I think that about covers his issues." The Thunder God scoffed at their deductions. "The mortals, you dash dot." Thor coughed before crossing his arms. "I am needed here. I'm not gonna lie and say that having a living deus ex machina is a bad thing, but you have to take care of your personal life too." Janet smirked. "He's right, you know. Humanity has managed to survive up to now. I mean, we did have a few close calls in the 50s and the 80s, added Ben. She slapped the alien on the arm before speaking calmly. "Nowadays, we have police, firemen, paramedics, and even a few superheroes of our own." She gestured to Fast Track next to them. "If you need to, take the week off and go see your family. I'm sure, Earth will still be here when you get back." "Yeah, man. I can handle things over here till you get back. I've made friends all over the country. I'm sure they'll be willing to help out too." Thor thought about that before an explosion caught their attention. They turned to see smoke rising from beyond some buildings. From the Omnitrix, Azimuth reported on the situation. Eyewitnesses are reporting that the SHIELD helicarrier exploded over the harbor. We might be looking at a crash landing in the city. Fast Track's face turned sour. "Shit. Anything else?" "The systems at the Cube facility have gone dark." Upon hearing that, Ben was conflicted for a moment before steeling himself. It seems that Banner was right. I can only hope that he can cover things there until we can return. Thor looked back at Jane. "What was it you said about the Earth still being here?" Jane blinked. "Touché." She quickly started calling her hospital to report the emergency situation. Thor twirled Mjolnir around before taking off into the air, and Fast Track became a blue blur in the streets as the two made their way towards the explosion. Omnitrix DNA entry. Name, Fast Track. Species, Citricaya. Homeworld, Chalibios. Powers and abilities. Much like Kinesilerans, Citricayas have enhanced speed and agility. However, while Kinesilerans are quite known for their assassination skills, the Citricaya are well known for their tracking, hunting, and close-quarter combat. To complement these skills, the Citricayas possess enhanced strength to face much larger opponents. Chapter 10, First Responders. The Cube. The facility was in chaos. Prisoners were escaping, and gamma radiation levels were rising. The most recent explosion releases Bruce from his bindings, but he was currently trapped underneath the rubble. The drugs currently in his system prevented escaping on his own. Dr. Leonard Hall coughed as he struggled into the cell, moved towards the trapped Bruce. Banner already noted his friend's physical changes, including his green hair. Oh no. No. Leonard, listen to me, you have been exposed to gamma radiation. Leonard got down to his knees. We have to get you to a hospital. Leonard coughed in pain and opened his green eyes. You were right, the prisoners, they're all free. It's a disaster. Bruce thought about that. Listen to me, Leonard. You have to help me because right now, the Hulk is the only hope we've got. Understanding the severity of the situation, Leonard got back up and walked to the large slab of concrete holding down Bruce. As if following his will, the radioactive energy within him flowed into all of his muscles, increasing their mass. With glowing eyes, he lifted the massive slab above his head and smashed it to pieces against a wall. He looked back at his hand, surprised by his feat however. Before he could collect his thoughts, he was electrocuted, scaring his left eye and sending him to the floor. Bruce glared behind him at the yellow being of energy. Zax. Shield helicarrier, level 3, the big house. As the helicarrier lost altitude, Wasp continued through the corridors before coming across the ruined prison. Oh, shit. Inside, Hank took an uppercut from Mandrill, narrowly grabbing onto a ledge. Before pulling himself back up. Just as he reached relative safety, the reptilian snakeman King Cobra fired rockets at Hank. Meanwhile, 3 Ultron drones approached the Red Ghost. This course of action is ill-advised. I hope you will be subdued now. They fired their lasers only for Red Ghost to phase right through them, destroying one of their own. Suddenly super apes of varying species descend on the group, destroying the remaining Ultrons. Hank continued to run, but he was subdued by Cobra. Mandrill caught up to the two, coming closer. The doctor struggled to get free. This is really disappointing, Mandrill, and you have come so far in your counseling. The mammal replied back in sign language before charging to attack. Disappointing. Hank leaned back, using the momentum to kick the villain back before shrinking out of Cobra's grasp. Seeing the villain confused, he regrows in his uniform, landing a successful punch. Hoping for a brief reprieve, Ant-Man looked up to see the Griffin flying towards him. On nuts. Just as Griffin attacked him through a wall, he shrank and was now falling a few stories. Right before impact, he adjusted to normal size, hitting the ground with a thud but still alive. Before Griffin could attack, the entire ship shook, sending both into more rubble. S.H.I.E.L.D. managed to land in the bay. Helicarrier bridge. Hill ran in, Director Fury. The big house is wide open. Sir. She reported as Fury looked at her, prisoners are reported on all levels, our agents are engaging, but, sir, containment is at 0%. Forget about the big house. Our priority is the raft. The director looked at a trash barge not too far from them. Hill's eyes widened in shock before she realized. The fourth prison. The raft. Wendigo, Purple Man, and Baron Zemo left the confines of their cells. In the deepest cell of the prison, the containment field shut down. Objects floated around him as the binding keeping him secured were molded into gloves and boots. A middle-aged man with long black hair and a very gruff beard in a blue jumpsuit awakened, eyes glowing silver. The cube. Zax electrocuted Bruce at full power, bringing the men to the ground. Unfortunately for Zax, the energy was enough to burn the leftover depressants in Bruce's blood. Banner glared with emerald eyes. Immediately, Bruce's muscle mass increased, his grunts becoming screams. In a second, the Hulk stood in front of Zax and yelled in a fury. In the security room, a short green man was watching the videos of all the prisons. Whatever occurred here at the cube seems to have occurred at the vault and at the big house as well. Intriguing. A bald man wearing a white sleeveless t-shirt spoke up. Yeah, it's a mystery, so how about we just get the hell out of here? He suggested. The small man looked at him. Leave? Why would we ever leave here? This is where I am going to change the world. The leader heard the Hulk's screams getting close. Our old friend. He turned to his cohorts. Go. Deal with the Hulk once and for all. New York City. A blue blur sped through the city streets, zipping through traffic while his godly ally flew above. Approaching the disturbance, he spotted crowds of people gathering on the waterfront. Both Fast Track and Thor witnessed the heavily damaged aircraft. What the hell is going on? Thor spotted several SHIELD helicopters coming toward the shore compared to the others still in the bay. Why would their vessels split off and come here? As soon as the helicopters made it to land, pandemonium struck. All sorts of villains jumped out of them and scrambled to leave the area, and no one would stand in their way of freedom. With fervor, Thor took to the rooftops. Breaking into action, Fast Track narrowly pulled the panicking civilians out of danger. Villain attacks were thrown carelessly, hoping to cause enough chaos. Get back! Get back! He pushed every person he could find into nearby stores or apartments to take cover. A cry of a child wailed from outside. As soon as Fast Track came to a stop on the street to find the source, he was rammed into a brick wall. Recovering, he took note of the attacker, a white-furred beast with long ears. The large beast snarled at the feline hero and sniffed the air. It has been locked up for so long and lusted for a fresh meal. His senses pointed to the end of the street, where a child was running for her life. Ignoring the blue alien, he charged at his easy prey. Fast Track glared, feeling the primal instinct emanating from the predator. He chased after the beast. To him, the world began to slow as he flexed his arms, the blades extending out with a sharp gleam. To an outsider, it would seem as if nothing happened when Fast Track sprinted next to the creature, but they would be wrong. The air shimmered with streams of light. The instant the alien hero slowed down, the white beast sprayed red, cuts revealed all throughout its body. Their surgical precision in location, depth, and length assured that the beast would be incapacitated for some time. The hero frowned at the creature. What the hell was that? From the Omnitrix, Azimuth spoke. Preliminary scans are upsetting, but it appears to be some sort of modified human. Fast Track got down on one knee and examined its unconscious face. Can we reverse the genetic changes? Unfortunately, no. There seems to be strange energy permeating from within, maintaining the transformation. We would need further examination before we can intervene. Ben closed his eyes and sighed. That would have to wait. He got back to his feet and continued to track down the criminals. Contact the closest police precinct. Connecting now. The other line picked up. Numerous officers were yelling in the background. Captain George Stacy. Who the hell is calling at a time like this? We're flooded with reports from all over the city. Listen, sir. A friend of mine and I are handling the influx of supervillains coming in, but we need all hands on deck to help with crowd control. Worst case scenario, we may need to evacuate the city. The big house. Whirlwind pummeled Ant-Man, sending him on his back. The mutant took his time stalking towards him. And then, I'm going to find the bug girl and tear her apart. Ant-Man glared down below where he saw the Griffin crawl out of a pile of rubble, so he smirked as Whirlwind picked him up. I'd let you tell the Wasp yourself, but you're about to get knocked out. With that, he shrunk right as Griffin tackled Whirlwind. He was falling until Wasp flew in and caught him. So how's your day been? She asked casually. Painful. But I don't think it's over yet. He muttered. The cube. Hulk put Leonard down before he raised his fist and punched right through the facility walls, revealing the Nevada desert. He turned only to be grabbed and thrown by Abomination. Abomination throws a right hook before Hulk returns the favor twofold. The villain's surprise haymaker launched the Green Fury right into a metal wall. Before Hulk could recover, arms grew from the metal and wrapped around him. The absorbing man had him in his grasp and smiled. Payback time. Abomination charged at the trapped Hulk, but he forced his way out of the grip and into the air, causing Crusher to take a face punch. Hulk roared, ready to fight again, but the heaving of his friend cut off those thoughts. Seeing the two coming for him again, Hulk ripped out a support pillar, raising dust into the air. With the distraction, Hulk grabbed Leonard and leaped out of the cube. Absorbing Man and Abomination were about to go after him when Stern's voice came through the speakers. No, do not follow him. Let the Hulk go. We have work to do. New York Bay, SHIELD helicopter. With the SHIELD helicarrier halfway in the water, all personnel was evacuated. Unfortunately, a few were hijacked by the prisoners, allowing them to escape in the chaos. While the big house was in ruins, the raft was still a high priority. Director Fury stood ready to deploy at the facility, speaking to Maria Hill on his communicator. "You are the acting director until I get back, Hill. Save who you can. Contain any escapees you see. I'll update you from the raft. And if the raft prisoners are free, then you should enjoy being acting director while you can." The helicopter soon landed on the raft, all agents at the ready. Look alive, boys. Shoot first, ask questions later. Suddenly, the floor shook, and the raft started rising out of the water, carrying them along. New York, earlier. Thor landed next to his alien companion. "I have subdued several ne'do-wells, but there were too many as they escaped me." "That's fine, Thor. The people are the prime concern. We can hunt them down when everything settles." All around them, police and EMTs were assisting in getting people out of the crossfire. Everyone seemed to stop when the earth quaked. In the distance, a massive object seemed to rise out of the ocean, startling all the locals. The alien narrowed his eyes. "What the hell?" Thor simply blinked at the structure. "I take it that floating islands aren't common on Midgard." Fast Track kept staring at the rising hunk of metal. "No, Thor. It's not. The raft." Nick Fury ran to the edge to confirm his suspicion. Seeing the prison floating high above the waters, he looked up, finding the source of it all. The prisoner in blue held his hand out with glowing eyes. Stealing his nerves, Fury got to work. "Evac now. Abort the mission. Everyone off this barge." He attempted to retreat only to be lifted up into the air to the men in question, losing his rifle. Fury pulls out his pistol only for it to be pulled out of his hands. The director shifted his glare to the superhuman. Graviton. Chapter 11, Graviton Unleashed. 10 years ago. SHIELD helicarrier. Nick Fury sat at his desk, giving the men in front of him a stern look. "Are you familiar with the term transhumanism, Dr. Hall?" The doctor nodded slowly. When the government reached out to him, he didn't expect it to be this division. "You're talking about modifying and enhancing humans to the next level, yes?" "Indeed. If you recall, Germany was the first to break that barrier, and it was thanks to the defected Abraham Erskine that we perfected their process. You might know him as Captain America." "I remember reading about Captain America in history class, but I didn't know he was a transhuman. I believed that he was just an above-average soldier but with added propaganda. Make no mistake. Captain Steve Rogers is as real as the eye patch on my face. He was the first, and unfortunately the last successful attempt. For decades, the world powers have been researching how to tap into our latent human potential. I take it that the conspiracy theory that super soldiers took part during the Cuban Missile Crisis is false." "Not entirely. The individuals you are referring to were not only a third party but the mutants that have been popping up more and more lately." "Really? But aren't the mutants what you're looking for, though? An army of them would surely suffice." "Perhaps, but there are too many uncontrollable variables in their origin and growth." "Are their genetics really that complex?" "Our agents discovered the Canadian government had tried a weapons project with them in the past, but due to complications, the subjects and research are now lost. I guess those Canadians aren't as innocent as they portray themselves to be. There's always a dark underside to any human society. In any case, another branch of government is working on the mutant issue." Nick took a deep breath. "And all that leads up to here. SHIELD wants to continue Abraham Erskine's super soldier formula, and we want you on our team. We can provide unlimited resources and human test subjects. So, what do you say?" Franklin Hall paused for a moment, taking it all in before smirking. "When do I start?" Little did he know where he would end up 10 years later. Present. Nick Fury glared at his captor. "What do you want, Hall?" In suppressed anger and glowing blue's eyes, the former prisoner answered. "Really? You're going to say that name and ask me that? Is it not obvious to you? I helped you with your research, and this is how you repay me. You were becoming a danger. Calm down. Calm down. Calm down. Don't you dare tell me to calm down. I just woke up years in the future locked up at the bottom of the ocean. Do you not realize how much of my life you took away from me?" The director raised a brow in confusion. "What life? You were a scientific shut-in with no other family. It was still my life. The world moved on without me. I missed the new millennium. I missed the new Star Wars trilogy. I missed Friends Season 6. He struggled to break free as he tried to stall. Actually, Friends got renewed for 10 seasons. Really? The prisoner raised a brow in interest before shaking his head. Wait. Shut up. No more distractions. I'm going to take years off of your life. Fury rolled his eyes, remembering the incident at the vault and his new gray hairs. You wouldn't be the first. Before Fury could continue, gravity warped around Fury, pulling limbs in several directions. I could just take them all, but I want to savor this moment. Fury's neck slowly reared back, as his insides were gradually taking a toll. Hall was so absorbed in the torture that he didn't notice an energy beam and a hammer flying to his chest, releasing the unnatural force around Fury and the raft. Before the director could impact the water, a prospective recruit from earlier came in and grabbed him by the scruff of his suit. Wasp. She started pulling away from the battlefield. Sorry. No time for small talk. We have to move. Behind them, the entire raft sank back into the water, all while citizens stared at the scene in shock. Hall recovered and steadied himself. The intruders floated in front of him, both he did not recognize. One was a blond man in classical armor, and the other was some sort of red bipedal manta ray with yellow horns wearing some sort of visor. Thor examined him carefully. Your power is impressive. For a mortal. Jetray continued as Asmuth conducted his own analysis of the situation. Yeah. You're basically on all the news channels now. How much has the world changed since I was gone? No matter. The men scoffed at them. I am no mere human, no mere mortal. Not anymore. Now, I am a god. It was Thor's turn to huff. My father would think otherwise. Regardless, we are Midgard's protectors. Should you harm this city or its people, we will stop you. Hall growled. Do you think you have authority over me? I answer to no one. I can do anything. I think not, villain. Thor charged first. Have at thee. When Hall's eyes glowed brighter, Jetray's eyes widened at the incoming data. Oh, sure dash. In an instant, the force of 1,000 times Earth's gravity pulled the hero into the water below, with Thor forcing himself to follow through the attack. A trio stood on the nearby dock, seeing the chaos. Wasp watched as Thor pushed through the added resistance to fight. In the corner of her eye, a dark blur passed underwater. This is not good at all. Ant-Man crossed his arms and turned to the director. Anything you'd like to tell us, Fury? Nick Fury waved off the question. Not really. He put a hand to his comms. Shield Command, this is Director Nick Fury. I am declaring an Omega-level emergency. Every SHIELD agent, every Hulkbuster unit, the U.S. Armed Forces, they are all now under my direct control. Wasp and Ant-Man exchanged looks. I didn't know he had that much influence in the military, Hank. Not to mention that he's actually worried. Ant-Man sighed. Don't beat around the bush, Fury. This is serious. Who is he? Nick sighed in annoyance. Dr. Franklin Hall. Designation, Graviton. That caught Ant-Man off guard. Wait, you mean the physicist? No one's heard from him in years. The last thing I heard about him was his new contract with SHIELD. Wasp stepped forward. Seriously. This is exactly what I was concerned about. Fury, what the hell were you guys working on? Nick Fury turned away. That's classified. Wasp looked at the men dryly before gesturing to the conflict. Really? Because the secret literally broke out and is threatening the city. Above. Enough. This ends now. Thor threw Mjolnir, but Hall caused it to halt before impact with a wave of his hand. He smirked in victory only to wince at a burning feeling against his back. Numerous green energy blasts continued to fire from below as a dark shadow jetted around its target like an underwater vulture. Understanding his ally's tactic, Thor added on the pressure. He timed his assault, striking at every opportunity several times. Unfortunately for them, Hall wasn't one to fall for the same trick forever. First, he focused his powers to cover him in all directions. Thor attempted to strike Hall, but he couldn't break the invisible shield. Then, Hall slammed both of his fists together, generating a massive gravity well. The distortion pulled both Thor and Jetray into range. The heroes struggled to escape his grasp to little effect. "I grow tired of you pests." The space around them distorted once more. "What magic is this?" rasped Thor. "Magic." Hall scoffed and thought about what he had become. "No. Science. I am beyond humanity. As S.H.I.E.L.D. put it, I am Graviton." "Fitting," muttered Jetray under his breath. "Below." Wasp gestured to the abnormal scientist. "How is he even doing all of this?" "I don't know exactly, but I assume he's manipulating the polarity and magnitude of gravity wells by altering the local gravitational constant," deduced Hank. "He controls gravity," she exclaimed. Wasp shook her head. "Well, we can't just stand here and watch. We have to do something. I've seen Thor in action, and he and the other thing can't stop him, he'll keep moving inland." Nick Fury slammed his fist against a steel container. "Damn it. Almost all our heavy reinforcements are being held up out west. The Gamma escapees aren't letting up. I knew they shouldn't have given all of the Hulkbusters to Ross." "See. The brunette started flying only for Hank to pull her back. "Janet. It's too dangerous for us." "You can't be serious, Hank. We're talking about millions of people in danger. I wouldn't be able to live with myself if they got hurt when I just sat back and did nothing. I'm not going to let that happen." She shrunk out of his grasp and flew away. Ant-Man's eyes widened in concern. Jan, wait. Against his gut, he stayed behind. Meanwhile, Graviton held Thor and Jetray in place. He growled at the two. "Can't your brutish minds understand what I'm telling you? I control one of the 4 fundamental forces of reality. I can remove gravity's effect on you, sending you hurtling into space." An idea popped into his head. "Or I can drag you to the Earth's core." This time, a stream of energy wrapped around Thor. As soon as it settled, a weight unlike any before to the god dragged him into the ocean. He lost his grasp on Mjolnir as his body began sinking below the sand further and further. Jetray's eyes hardened at the act. "Thor." In a flash of green light, Jetray was replaced with a large, bulky, reddish-brown alien with rocky skin. He wore black shorts with green stripes, a green belt with white stripes and the Omnitrix symbol. It curled his body to a planetoid sphere. Its natural abilities cancelled out the current level of gravity attempting to hold him. Gravitack. Graviton felt his opponent's manipulations of his gravity wells fluctuating back to normal. What? Impossible. Once more, his energy surged, attempting to regain control of the battlefield. The alien hero grunted at the increased resistance. "You're stronger than I thought. My revenge on Fury will not be denied." A sudden sting to his side caught his attention. "What? More pests?" Wasp flies over the man's shoulders. "Thanks. I don't know how you became, whatever it is you are now, but you made it much easier getting up here." She glared at the escapee. "Franklin Hall, you give theoretical physicists a bad name. Now knock it off before we make you." As the gravitational waves between Gravitack and Graviton cancelled each other out, he laughed at this attempt of backup. "Are you joking? With the power at my disposal, I. He immediately covered his eye because of sharp pain. "You bitch. Nice shot." Feeling the opening, Gravitack quickly dragged himself and Graviton toward the docks, temporarily throwing off his control. What even is this guy? All the while, Wasp continuously shot Graviton in the face, ears, and neck. Ow. 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 Ah. Unknown to the trio, a famous armored suit entered the fray. On Tony's HUD, he noticed a strange creature with a familiar hourglass symbol and an acquaintance fighting Graviton. Janet. The gravity duo crash-landed into several walls and storage containers, now taking a short pause. "Please tell me you're ready to give up." Wasp put her hands on her waist only to be forced back. From the corner of her vision, Iron Man charged in and socked Graviton in the jaw and then fired a repulsor blast, sending him into the ocean. "Hey, Janet. I knew we traveled in some of the same social circles, but I didn't know you came to parties like this. He turned to the third rock-like being he met in his life so far. So, who are you and the crazy old guy? Nice to see you too, Tony. Been a while since we were at the UN. As for the other guy, he's a madman with the power to destroy the world, grunted the alien. Wasp rolled her eyes. Yeah, he's some crazy physicist Nick Fury hired. Anyways, Tony, am I glad to see you. I wasn't sure if you were on the West Coast or... Wait. The two turned to Graviton with suspicious looks. You transformed from that red thing earlier, and you fought with Tony at the UN. She pointed to his belt. S.H.I.E.L.D. showed us that exact same symbol. Her eyes widened. Are you telling me that you are that purple living crystal, stinkfly, and the dinosaur thing? Ben blinked at her conclusion before nodding. Yes. Yes. I am. She simply stared gobsmacked at the dry admission. In contrast, Iron Man took it much more casually. Huh, a shapeshifter. Cool. Wasp pinched the bridge of her nose and slumped with a sigh. Whatever. Hank was looking all over the city for you. Don't let him know just yet. Graviton shook his head. I wasn't planning on it. He seemed too enthusiastic. Anyways, now that we're all here, we can. Oh, no. Thor. Tony crossed his arms. Who? Thor. You know, the dude with the hammer. He's way below the ocean by now. That's actually his name. I thought he was just a superpowered cosplayer. Graviton interjected. Thor will be fine. We just have to ease the focus off of him. Get ready for round 2. He pointed in the direction of the gravitation distortions he was feeling. Pillars of water erupted as Graviton rose to the surface. As soon as the two met gazes, he curled into a planetoid. Several shipping containers floated around him, accelerating faster and faster than before. Only to slam against the invisible shields. With a wave of Graviton's hands, the metal creaked as the sheets folded into themselves. The collective mass grew denser and denser into a shrinking black mass. Slowly, light started to distort around his creation. Understanding what was happening, he acted fast, hoping to cancel out the growing well. As the two forces of nature clashed against each other, the light between them started to bend, leaving a black spot at the epicenter of their combined energy. Jarvis spoke from Tony's helmet. Warning. The gravitational field is in flux. Extreme caution advised. Iron Man's eyes widened at the readings. Jan, the energy they're putting out, the only comparison is a black hole. That's not good. Come on. Wasp and Iron Man quickly flew into range and fired as many bolts as they could. Feeling the pressure coming from all around him, the enemy screamed in rage. I will crush you like the insects you all are. A small pulse emitted from him, striking Tony. Immediately, Iron Man fell upward with no sign of slowing down. Whoa. Holy crap. Iron Man struggled as he hurled farther and farther into the upper atmosphere. Don't let up. Graviton growled in the ongoing struggle. That's one less pest to deal with. Suddenly, a giant boot crashed down upon him. That's for calling my girlfriend a bitch. Snapping out of their stupor, Wasp smirked as Graviton breathed a sigh of relief, decompressing the sphere. Thanks, Hank. I see you went big. Ben looked up at the formerly small hero. Heh. When he said his name was Ant-Man, he really meant Giant-Man. I was not expecting that. Giant-Man looked at her in concern. Janet, you need to get out of here. I handle Graviton. I have my doubts on that, frowned the alien. Wasp stood her ground. What? No. We're in this together. Before Hank could retort, his entire body was uplifted, sending him back first into the water. Graviton closed his eyes and focused on finding the physicist. Get up, he's on the move. Meanwhile, Nick Fury was attempting to regroup with S.H.I.E.L.D. forces only to be stopped in his tracks once again. The director was turned to face his old acquaintance once more. The trio of heroes was not far behind, coming across the confrontation. This is between us, Hall. Do what you want with me, Hall, but no one else needs to get hurt. Graviton laughed. No, you wanted me to create a super soldier, but I've become so much more. I'm beyond human now. I'm going to crush you and then show the world their new master's power. Then his eyes glowed. Destroying the city would be a good demonstration. Goodbye, Nick Fury. However, before Graviton could have his satisfaction, Nick Fury exploded, not of blood and gore but a burst of flames and sparks. What? Fury crushed the remaining head. Realizing the deception, Graviton discarded the remains and flew towards Manhattan. He would commit to his threat. Several hundred feet away, the real Fury watched from the shadows, detonator in hand. That could have gone better, he muttered. Bent nearly fell over just as he was about to transform again. Was that supposed to happen? I always called him an emotionless robot, but I didn't think I was right, snarked Hank. Compared to 10 years ago, Manhattan seemed to be missing something, but he pushed those thoughts away. Outstretching both arms, Graviton unleashed his power over the entire city. The friendly neighborhood hero carried a mother and daughter back to the street just outside the city after webbing up some looters. A black-haired woman pulled her pillow and blanket over her head in a vain attempt to relieve a hangover. The leather jacket was still stained from the bar fight during the previous drinking binge. The Baxter building was on automatic lockdown as a violet portal within a lab hummed from recent use. The vintage mansion of Greenwich Village glowed in mystic runes, invisible to the average mortal. Everyone felt a rumbling. Seconds later, a shadow cast itself over the state below. To the civilians, heroes, and villains that evacuated or remained, one thought hung through the air. Fuck. Chapter 12, New Age of Heroes. All across the country, let alone the state, the public watched a chunk of New York be lifted into the air by a single man. All the villain had to do was let go, and the entire city, possibly the state, would be destroyed. Suffice to say, people panicked. Hall smirked at the display of his power over the masses. However, his shift in focus allowed a certain god of thunder to force his way back up through the crust. Bursting from the water, Thor made his return known to the enemy and allies. After just sharing a look with his newfound allies, they knew what to do. So, with a nod, they went to action. Graviton activated his comm wasp. Help Thor in any way you can. Ant-Man and I need to bring that city down without breaking it. Not even my ultimate form will give me enough range. Got it, Rocky. If we're lucky, Iron Man will be back. Janet gave him a thumbs up and flew off. As the remaining duo flew, Hank turned to Graviton. I hope you aren't expecting me to make the entire city small. Unfortunately, this isn't an episode of SpongeBob. The alien laughed. Kind of the opposite, actually. I need you on the west edge while I take the east. Ant-Man deadpanned at him. You are severely overestimating my strength if you think I can help you lift several city blocks. Graviton shook his head. I don't expect you to. Trust me. I have a plan. I just need you to help guide me. Thor flew forward and struck against his gravity barrier to no avail. Hall stared at the god's attempt with indifference. Not having any of the man's attitude, Thor charged his hammer with mystical lightning and far harder than before. The sheer force of the blow sent Hall flying back into the floating mass of Earth with a resounding crash. Then, due to the loss of concentrated gravity, the stolen land began falling. Suddenly, on opposite ends of the city, green and red lights burst simultaneously. While one side had the familiar giant man, the other was a bigger surprise. There stood a larger gray humanoid creature with large red fins on its head and forearms. All across the globe, those watching the news stared in shock at the new giant's appearance. But, most notably, fans familiar with a certain tokusatsu series cheered. Tokyo. Yoga, City of Setagaya. A young child genius sat on the couch with his mother staring at the television. Nanite Katoda. Yuratora Mandasu. Oh, my god. It's Ultraman. Behind the couch, a tall green, yellow, and white robot watched in interest as well. Mimi Takachiho gave her boy a soft smile. It had been a while since she saw that genuine expression. He always had it when watching TV with his father on Saturday mornings. Turning back to the TV, she knew it would drag him into this new world of marvels sooner than later. Tabun, watashi wa kyasu ni adabesu o motomurabakaidsu. Maybe I should ask Cass for a favor. Both his fellow allies and even the villain paused the new transformation. Hank heaved with his hands held onto the earthly mass. Wow. I was not expecting that. Waybig gave a hearty laugh. I get that a lot. Seeing the familiar symbol again, the dots connected in his head, he beamed a bit. You were Stinkfly, weren't you? Waybig's sweat dropped a bit. Heh. I was hoping you would find out after the battle. If we live through this, please let me examine your wing structure. The alien groaned. Fine, but you better buy lunch. Deal. Good. Now, we gotta put this thing down easy. The city blocks slowly made their way back to the surface. We're good. We're good. We're good. We're good. We're good. Wait. Move it to the left about 5 feet. My left or yours? Thor briefly raised a brow. Must be one of the other giant races father mentioned. Then, turning back to his opponent, he grinned. As you can see, I have impressive allies. Hall scoffed. Big or small, they shall fall all the same. He was about to strike, only to feel a familiar sting near his eyes, now rubbing them vigorously. Ack! Son of a bitch! Wasp floated next to Thor with a smug expression. Gotta say, as one of the small, you fall for that trick too easily. Taking the opening, Thor threw an uppercut swing. Believe me, little one. My brother did that to me more than I like to admit. She smirked. Let's keep up the pressure. Come on. As soon as the roads touched back down to the ground, people tried to get the hell out of there. People attempted to flee the chaos, packing the freeway. Sadly, their efforts were in vain as an explosion erupted in the medium, crashing several vehicles before lifting them in a gravity field. Graviton crashed, and he was pissed. Their only reprieve was a magical hammer smashing the intruder away. Why can't you all just die? Several abandoned semi-trucks launched at the Thunder God and Wasp. Wasp sliced the closest one in half while Thor batted 2 of them away. Yeah. How about, no? I still have more than 100 items left on my bucket list. Thor glared. I suggest you stay down, mortal. Graviton laughed. You may slow me down, but do you think you two can stop me? The power of the universe flows through my veins. I've beaten you two before. I can do it again. Wasp crossed her arms. If it were just Thor and me, it would be a hard maybe. Annoyed, Hall leapt toward Thor, ready to strike. A voice came through Janet's headset, and she smirked. Then again, it never was only us. Suddenly, a massive blue beam of energy struck Graviton down. Recovering, he glared at the assailant. Iron Man hovered above the duo. You should really listen to them. No one wrecks my city without getting an ass-whooping. The familiar flying red manta ray and a swarm of ants arrived in the corner of their vision. Sorry, we're late. Considering what happened so far, we had to rescue and evacuate the leftover people in the city. Giantman looked at the former scientist with empathy. You gotta stop this. You're sick, Franklin. You need help. Wasp flew next to her boyfriend and narrowed her eyes. I'd be more than happy to give a bit more zapping. I hear shock therapy is still legal in some states. The stressed Graviton looked around him. He was surrounded. If he fell, he would likely never see the light of day again. He'll never get to ride the Skyway buckets and motorboats at Disneyland. Worst of all, he would never know if Ross and Rachel got together. No. He blasted them all back into the buildings and held them there. I shall not be locked up again. Charging up, he seethed through each breath. Don't you all see? I'm stronger than all of you. I'm the strongest one there is. Almost all the heroes present rolled their eyes, getting ready for another round. However, a loud crash cut off their train of thought. A large green beast had landed right on top of Hal, pinning him to the ground. You sure about that? Hulk lunged and tackled Graviton through a nearby building, leaving the others at a pause before quickly following behind. Huh. I did not realize that there are ogres on Midgard, Thor said aloud. Iron Man shook his head. That ain't an ogre, that's the Hulk. If he were, I'd be playing some Smash Mouth. My friend said that he was locked up, but it seems he escaped along with everyone else. Wasp raised a brow at the Hulk grappling Hall to the edge of the city. Why is he helping us? Isn't Hulk, you know, the bad guy? Ben made a face. The Hulk is complicated. He just has a real problem with military types. They see Hulk punt Graviton through another wall with a vicious roar. Not to mention anger issues, remarked Tony. Ant-Man interjected. Still, shouldn't we be stopping Hulk and apprehending Hal? Wasp shrugged. Maybe after a few more punches on his dumb face. They all followed the trail of destruction to the harbor, where Hulk was again attacking Graviton savagely. Iron Man approved of the current beatdown. I'll take any help we can get. Plus, he's good enough in my books. The energy field around Graviton fluctuated, sinking Hulk into the concrete. Seeing the readings, Iron Man widened his eyes. Oh, shit. Quick, take him down. Jetray shot ahead toward their target before disappearing in a flash of green light. A large red humanoid with 4 arms and eyes appeared. With a wide swing in midair, all 4 arms reared back for 4 supersonic punches. The fists clashed against the shield. Then, while 2 nearly penetrated through, a sudden burst launched him and the others into the ground. The increased gravity affected them all. Graviton raised his fists, gathering more of the universal force. Look at you fools. All shall fall to my gravity bind. I possess the power of the universe itself. He flew up, I am power. To prove his point, he raised his arms. Numerous buildings, shipping containers, and clouds swirled around the battlefield like a hurricane. Iron Man's armor joints locked up. Can anyone move? Nay. Even Thor struggled against the overwhelming force. As 4 arms struggled to move, Azimuth spoke through his headset. If you wish to reduce its effect on you, I recommend reducing your mass. Ben mentally slapped himself for not doing it sooner. He turned his head to Wasp and Ant-Man. We gotta shrink. Hank's boys seemingly disappeared before a swarm of ants started to gather. Already ahead of you. After shrinking herself, Wasp stared at the sight before her. I think Hulk found his own way. True to her words, Hulk pressed onto Graviton. Each step resisting the weight of a mountain. Hall snarked. Even if he was tired from earlier, the enemy should not resist him easily. With one thrust after another, the increased gravity did not deter the green beast. Impossible. Hulk glared at him before smirking. Is that all you got? He pulled himself out of the crater only for a hailstorm of shipping containers to rain down. He punched away the first wave, but he was soon buried under a pile of metal. Not far behind, Nanomech and Ant-Man weaved through the battlefield for their target. Gotta say. You get more and more interesting every minute. Then, finally, he caught a glance at the biomechanical insectoid marvel next to him. Nanomech groaned. Focus, dude. My eye is up here. Seriously, how many things can you turn into? Wasp and Nanomech grouped with Ant-Man preparing his swarm. Less talking, more shooting. He and Wasp swerved around Graviton, firing numerous bursts as a distraction. Meanwhile, numerous flying ants latched onto the man's jumpsuit outside his field of view. It didn't take long for them to invade his clothes and lock their jaws on their target. Hall's expression immediately shifted to one of pain, screaming out to the world as he grabbed his crotch. The heroes in the know of the plan cringed at its success. No longer held down, Hulk burst from his temporary prison and tackled Hall into the asphalt. This isn't possible. Graviton yelled. He raised a hand, blocking several slams from the Hulk. Then, with a hard push, he sent the mutate flying. Similar to before, he shot a barrage of shipping containers. Suddenly, he was distracted by the arrival of the freed Iron Man. Hulk punched through the first container, but the second was cut in half by yellow and green energy beams, allowing him to slip through. He turned his head to the person in question. You're helping me. Wasp smirked. Yeah, now hit him. Just like last time, dude, declared Nanomech. With the added support, Hulk traversed through the storm, gathering momentum to his target. Thanks to the cover from Iron Man, Hulk took his free shot, slamming himself and Graviton. The villain recovered, pushing the behemoth away with a rising slab of earth. However, Iron Man took the opportunity, unleashing a full-power unibeam blasting him into a crater in a daze. Nanomech, Ant-Man, Thor were grouped, exchanging words before Thor flew to the clouds. In a flash, the speedy bipedal feline reappeared. Giantman, set him up. He quickly sped over the water. Ant-Man grew and grabbed Graviton as fast as he could. Then, mimicking the Mets, he reared back and threw his own fastball. Needless to say, the added whiplash did not help in Graviton's recovery. Far enough away from the mainland, the alien transformed once again into the Grey Titan. Timing himself just right, he swung his arms like a bat, launching Hall straight into the sky. For the follow-up, he quickly crossed his arms, increasingly glowing blue. Remember, not too much. Graviton screamed as he flew upward, unable to focus his power. Further above, Thor waved Mjolnir, summoning godly amounts of mystical lightning. For Midgard, Waybig yelled out a breath of release. Shooting star stream. Simultaneously, portions of cosmic power and the Odin force clashed with the unfortunate victim in the middle of it all. As the explosion of light faded, the heroes and the rest of the populace stared in brief shock at the finishing moves. They could see the smoking lug falling, landing like a rock on the remains of the raft. An arm reached out toward the afternoon sun before falling from exhaustion. Hulk leaped onto the floating piece of metal with a satisfied smirk. Who's strongest now? Giantman, a newly changed fast-track, and the others made it to the raft before reverting to his original size. Hank shook his head at the drained men. Damn it, Hall, you had the power to change the world. Wasp walked up to the men. Yeah, and you chose to be a total dick about it. Then, wanting the last laugh, she zapped Hall in the crotch again for good measure, eliciting another groan of pain. Happy with today's victory, Thor walked up and pulled everyone into a hug. The day has been saved. Come. Let us celebrate with food and merriment. The brief smile on everyone's faces dropped a sudden interruption. Freeze. They all looked to see the SHIELD Navy and the Air Force aiming at them, step away from the Hulk and the shapeshifter. Fast Track deadpanned at the numerous soldiers. Really? It's because I'm an alien, isn't it? A few soldiers on the ground gave nods and shrugs. I swear movies like The Thing give people like me a bad rep. No relation to that orange rock guy. Hulk snarled, ready to fight his way out alongside his alien friend. However, both he and Ben were surprised by their recent allies standing up for them. Iron Man raised his helm to show his annoyance. Seriously? They helped us stop the guy who nearly destroyed the whole state. Janet pumped a fist in determination. Yeah. If SHIELD wants you to, then they'll have to go through us. After being on his own for so long, it was heartening that more people cared at least a bit for him. Thor gestured Mjolnir to the duo. The blue one helped me defend my home from invasion. The Hulk did the same for the people of New York. They are both heroes as well as any of us. Fast Track smiled at the support before turning to the agents. If you hadn't noticed, we had to carry a bunch of your slack saving the people and stopping the bad guys. You need us. Stand down. Fury pushed to the front of the military detail with a firm expression. As much as I would like to take them in, we've got bigger problems. 74 supervillains are now on the loose. Who knows where they are now? Canada. Mexico. Across the ocean. How did this happen, Fury? Asked Iron Man. Fury held in his irritation at not having an answer. We don't know, but we can find out together. He held out his hand. You can all come work for us. As SHIELD agents, you can make a real difference. It was Wasp's turn to deadpan. You're actually gonna ask Hank and me that again after everything that's just happened today? Ant-Man walked forward. My answer is the same as before, Fury. No, and now I have more of a reason why. The other heroes turned to him. I do not doubt that this was SHIELD's fault. SHIELD's recklessness gave Hall his powers, but it was your treatment of him that created Graviton. I won't stand for any more lies if it's going to endanger people. Fast Track raised his arms in exasperation. Yeah. Thor and I were just having lunch with a friend, and all of a sudden, the city started exploding. After hearing all that, Tony smirked. You know what, Fury's right. Head snapped to the armored hero. What? Wasp gaped. You, of all people, are going to work for SHIELD. Hell no. I'm talking about us making a difference together. Iron Man said with fervor. One-on-one, we can each take down a villain or two, but 74 and new ones popping up every day. None of us can do that alone. Together we have a chance. What we did here, we can change things. The world needs us. Maria Hill went to interrupt, but Fury held her back, but not as S.H.I.E.L.D. agents. Together we can avenge all the wrongs caused by all of these villains. Wasp looked thrilled. We can be Avengers. Hulk grunted, good name. Fast Track smiled at the camaraderie. You know what? That's not a bad idea. We can talk about it over food. His expression turned Cheshire. In fact, it just so happens that Ant-Man here said he'd treat us all to lunch. Hank's eyes widened. Wait, that's not . Wasp grabbed onto his arm and beamed. Aw, thanks, Hank. This is the first step for the future. I know this great place on 25th Street. Thor cheered. Huzzah. A round of ale for us all, men of ants. Tony laughed along. Normally, I pay for my own food, but if Hank's offering, who am I to say no? Hank slumped in defeat with a nervous smile. Yeah. Huzzah. Fury watched the heroes go off to eat as Maria Hill walked up to him. Director Fury, we have the security footage online. Graviton didn't wake until after the security systems shut down. She frowned. He couldn't have been responsible. A hollow feeling grew in his stomach. And if he wasn't, who was? Chapter 13, Time is of the Essence. High above Earth. Year 40XX. A man in a Victorian lab coat appeared in a flash of light in space. Not far from him, a large ship orbited the Earth. The new mechanics of this multiverse have been insightful. Seeing Earth's 616th evolving timeline is simply fascinating. After readjusting his tie, he smirked, noticing a presence. I know you are there. From behind, a bald man in blue and white robes materialized into view. You should not be here, Time Walker. Professor Paradox crossed his arms. Perhaps, Watcher. However, unlike you and others like you, I prefer to nudge history to a more preferable path. The Watchers are aware of the possible consequences of interference. And from my experience, Paradox retorted. I have seen the results of both action and inaction. Paradox's expression turned grave. We both know what is coming for this timeline. We can feel it is already progressing. The Cosmic Watcher paused. I will admit that the final fate of the time stream is in flux. The Watcher turned to the present Earth before turning back to Paradox. This Tennyson of yours will have many trials to face. He huffed. This new branching of Earth, 8096 may intersect with Earth 555326. Call me optimistic. A near-dead world like that one needs its heroes. You wouldn't happen to know about a new branch of Earth, 199999 appearing due to another visitor from outside my reality? Paradox raised a brow. I can't say I do. Not a danger to everyone, I hope. For a lack of better words, this redhead has the word sword written all over him. Paradox blinked. Can't say I follow the metaphor. We can stop by there in a bit. I'd like to catch up on a little history. Care to join? The Watcher rolled his eyes. If only to keep you out of trouble. The two extratemporal beings reappeared in a room filled with crystal and its unique owner. By shifting to a different dimensional frequency, they could observe without being seen. There, a being wore a green uniform with purple gauntlets and a helmet. He stared intensely at the crystal display before him. On a golden throne, he put his hands together. Display Chronal Archive 001944. Keyword, Rogers. Loading, a computerized voice replied. The crystalline display began to play back an ancient recording dating back to Earth's Second World War. Paradox turned nostalgic. Oh, I remember seeing these kinds of films all the time in my youth. A long-forgotten announcer started. News from the front. As the Hydra war machine expands its reach, one by one, the nations of Europe fall under its shadow. An emblem of a skull with tentacles stretches across Europe from the east. None so far have withstood the onslaught. Civilian buildings were set ablaze as Hydra flags were held high with their army raising their fists. While my original timeline had its own World War II, it's disturbing to see such an organization from the German science division show themselves so publicly. Unfortunately, Hydra is a constant in many realities here, added the Watcher. But Allied soldiers from across the globe stand together, and as the world goes to war, we recount the tale of Steve Rogers, the man who would become Captain America. A lanky young man stands on a scale, seemingly unfit for duty. A doctor is soon shown with a large syringe in hand. Although young Rogers was too frail for combat, his fighting spirit wouldn't give up. He volunteered for a secret military experiment and, with the help of the country's finest scientists, was transformed into the world's first supersoldier. The lanky shadow bulked into a new form. He smiled. But with Hydra comes the captain, one of the infinite variations. The new and improved Steve Rogers suits up and stands alongside another masked soldier and their allied forces. And now he fights alongside the Allies as a symbol of freedom and liberty for all the world. A headline spins into view, showing various victories during their campaign. Even now, Cap is leading the charge against the dreaded Red Skull and his Hydra forces. Good luck, Captain America, wherever you are. Another recording cued, this time showing a monument of the late captain. Today, Earth's mightiest hero fell in the line of duty. Farewell, Captain America, wherever you are. No. Not where. When. With the recordings concluded, the blue-skinned ruler stood up. It was time to begin his own investigations. Paradox clapped his hands. Time for our little field trip. The Watcher sighed. Please refrain from altering the timeline. The professor waved it off and gestured to the man known as Kong. As you can see, Earthlings are more than capable of doing that themselves. Then again, I am an Earthling. Northern Germany. 1944. The time-traveling trio appeared in the past, above and out of sight. Rain was pouring and thunder was roaring. An infantry vessel made its way toward the shallow waters outside their objective, a large castle in the distance. These soldiers, known as the Howling Commandos, slowly but surely trekked their way, eventually reaching a cemetery, but they would not be alone. A bright flare lights the storming sky, notifying of their discovery by Hydra soldiers. Jack Fury yelled. Howling Commandos, move. The two forces took cover and exchanged fire, but the Allies were at a disadvantage. We're sitting ducks out here. Howlett, I need recon. James Howlett held his helmet down as another bullet nearly grazed him. I'm working on it, bub. On the hill, the Hydra machine gun raining down on the commandos jams. Just as the enemy agent attempted to fix it, a red and blue blur zoomed by, slicing the gun apart. Like a boomerang, the round shield came back to its wielder. Oh, if only I had access to vibranium in my younger years, Paradox mused. Who knows what I could have invented at the time? I'd like to see your reaction to the various Wakandas, replied the Watcher. They've made significant developments with the material. Atop a gravestone, Captain America stood proudly. This is the end of the line, boys. Our job is to take down Hydra's science base, and we've already got a man on the inside to get us in. The Howling Commandos gathered around the American super soldier. Now let's go show the Red Skull that his day is over. With that, his allies cheered. Paradox chuckled. I can see how he is such a charismatic icon. Later. The Howling Commandos charged toward the base at the herald of a brass trumpet. Captain America took out a watchtower and the surrounding guards. Co-Commander Dum Dum Dugan easily barged through a trio of unarmed operatives caught off guard. Near the mist-covered water, an armed soldier backs up at the ready. He never noticed James Logan Howlett, rising from the deep, pouncing on the unsuspecting men with his bone claws extended. Ever the gentleman, Pinky Pinkerton easily dispatched a group with his fists and a trusty umbrella. Paradox brightened. Fascinating. To see mutants appear at this point in history. The Watcher smirked. He's far older than he looks. James has been around since the Civil War. He raised a brow. Some form of longevity. Technically. He has very potent cellular regeneration. Simply marvelous what your realities offer. I haven't had a chance to delve into the histories prior to the 20th century. Meanwhile, Jack Fury and Steve Rogers push their way to the entrance of the castle. Bullets and fists fly, taking down more Hydra goons. The trusty shield cocks a trio into the chasm below with ease. Jack whistled in admiration. They should make that thing standard issue. Steve smirked as he caught the iconic weapon. Sorry, Sarge. It's one of a kind. Suddenly out of the corner of their eyes, a grenade falls toward them. Steve narrowly blocks it with his shield in time, the explosion knocking him to the ground. As the smoke cleared, he tried to get his bearings. Jack. The sergeant was also brought down by the shockwave. Jack. Before he could help his ally, he is struck in the head by the butt of a gun. Before the Hydra agent could even fire, Steve sweeps his leg, sending him off the edge. Unfortunately for the captain, a second soldier arrived, rifle cocked. Unknown to both of them, the drawbridge entrance to the castle came crashing down, crushing the enemy. Leaving the castle was a young masked man in a red and blue uniform. You're late. From behind, the other howling commandos regroup and help their sergeant up. Cap. We're falling back to patch up and report to command. Will you two be okay? We'll manage, Sarge. Captain America chuckled at the victory so far. Any trouble inside, Bucky? There are Hydra soldiers everywhere. I couldn't get into the lower levels on my own without raising the alarm, but I know the way. Not a problem. The stealth portion of this mission is officially over. The two walk inside and face a giant wooden door. Buck tosses around an advanced grenade. I'll knock. With a clean throw, it attaches itself to the door before detonating. As the doors fall to the ground, they feel the rumbling of giant footsteps. Must be the welcoming committee. The boy smirked. I've got this covered. From the shadows, a humongous one-eyed yellow monster growled and stomped into view. The beast wielded a mallet as its left hand. You know what, Cap? Buck chuckled nervously. I changed my mind. You get this one. Paradox turned to the Watcher. A Cyclops, in World War II. Indeed. If you saw the previous battles, it got weird. The two Americans dodged the oncoming hammer blow that cratered the brick floor. Bucky backed away carefully. Okay, we've seen some weird stuff in this war, but what is that? Steve shook his head. I don't know. One of Zola's experiments, maybe. Whatever it is, it's angry. Cap's shield took a hammer blow, skidding himself across the room. Back off, ugly. Bucky jumped on the beast's back and covered its lone eye. It attempted to remove the boy to no immediate success. Cap. With its right arm, it manages to grab the young he could chimp on the boy. Cap's shield batted its head away, freeing Bucky. When its vision cleared, he saw the lone captain at the entrance. You want me, monster? Steve taunted. Here I am. Without thinking much, the monster rushed at the captain and slammed his hammer arm down. Unfortunately, this is what Steve wanted. Steve jumped and grabbed onto the drawbridge chains. The wooden bridge couldn't take the stress, breaking apart, bringing the beast to the depth below. Swinging back to the castle, Steve got ready once again. Let's keep moving. Bucky looked down at the chasm and back to Steve. Yeah. Sure. No use dwelling on the big monster that almost ate us. With that, the two made their way into the depths of the base. Below, the two cosmic watchers, Kong grew impatient. Forward to time index 3.2. Paradox shook his head. Not a patient one, is he? And a sloppy time jump at that, added the Watcher. Bucky had turned around, seemingly hearing the future human but missing it at the last moment. Approaching the bowels of the research facility, the duo came across numerous documents and specimens. A folder labeled Project Nova described a test site located outside the municipality of Poland. Due to heavy bombing, the project was moved to a different location. Several photos of yellow barrels with an N6 symbol were found. This new chemical was proposed to be armed on a battery of V2 and the experimental V3 rockets. Paradox narrowed his eyes at a periodic table showing 3 elements circled: neodymium, rhenium, and sulfur. To think the Axis powers here were up to such dangerous developments. The Watcher sighed. It is unfortunate that Hydra is responsible for a number of mortal tragedies across timelines. Another folder showed the insignia of a fist grasping the number 935 with electron orbits around it. Captain America put down the documents with a forlorn expression. Smart bombs. Nerve gas. Germ warfare. I've heard rumors of German wonder weapons, and my fears may be realized. Yeah, this is creeping me out. Hydra's been working on this stuff for years. Any one of these things could mean big trouble for the Allies. That's why we're here, Bucky. No matter what, we're taking down the Skull once and for all. The two walked into another room, finding a number of strange creatures being contained below them. What in the world is this, Cap? I'm not so sure this is from our world. Below, a man with a red skull chuckled. You may come out now, Captain. I know you are here. You have arrived just in time to witness history. From the duo's left and right, weapons cocked at them. Bucky groaned at his friend. Ah, you always get me caught. The two got in a fighting stance but were interrupted by Red Skull. Oh, please, Captain. Even if you were to survive, your partner would not. Understanding their current situation, Steve allowed a Hydra soldier to take his shield. Bucky gaped at his friend's surrender before feeling resentment to himself, knowing he was holding the captain back. The two were brought to the ground level of the lab. Still doing Zemo's dirty work, Skull? No. No. Red Skull chuckled. I have stopped looking for the relics of this world. Today, I take the power of another one. He gestured to the containment units. Ancient Norse mythology told of a realm of supernaturally powerful beings. And all myths have some basis in truth. This cave was the location of one gateway to that realm. The Norse called it Bifrost, the Rainbow Bridge. In some realities, the Bifrost simply connects distant planets together. For others like this one, it links to places outside of normal space, elaborated Watcher. There are other dimensions and pockets of space that are part of the same time stream. I am familiar with the concept, replied the professor. Picture an army of mythological beasts unleashed upon the battlefield. The Allies won't even comprehend the forces that are destroying them. From behind the glass, a wolf-like creature growled in defiance. Looks like your doggy there would rather gnaw on you than us, Skull, snarked Bucky. We have ways of guiding their choices. Skull pulled out a remote that silenced the beast and made it shiver in fear. What have you done? Toned Steve. Skull chuckled. What have I done? I have won this war, Captain. Open the portal. The device managed to lock onto a specimen, increasing power to bring it through. Just as the figure of a large blue being appeared, the courageous duo sprang into action, taking down their nearby guards and reclaiming the shield. Steve blocked a flurry of bullets, allowing strays to fire at the consoles, damaging the portal. Steve tackled a now enraged Red Skull. With several spinning kicks of Taekwondo, Bucky took down more Hydra goons. The power in the room flickered, disabling the containers of the numerous Asgardian creatures and setting them free. With a building rage against its captors, the wolf proceeded to tear the Hydra soldiers to shreds. Steve skidded back on the floor against a blow from a large brown-horned beast. More Hydra gunners were taken out by a white minotaur-like creature. The multicolored fairies flew back into the portal home. Bucky squared off against a green ogre more than twice his size, kicking it back into an electrical box before it exploded. When the wolf tried to pounce on the lad, a flying shield knocked it away. With the creatures still distracting the enemy, Buck ran to disable the portal, dodging threats gracefully until he came to face the swordsman Strucker. I had hoped to test this blade on the great Captain America. You are not worthy to face me. Is it because I have more hair than you? Don't feel bad, Strucker. Maybe when you get older, it'll grow in. Bucky continued to dodge the sword swings and thrusts with ease. Sloppy technique. You shave your head with that thing, too. That would explain a lot. Paradox chuckled at the banter. The boy certainly reminds me of my friend. Watcher nodded. I can say the same about a certain spider avatar. With a final dodge, he tricked Strucker into stabbing another machine of the portal, electrifying him much like the green beast from before. With most of the Hydra agents down or retreated, Captain America was left alone to fight the Asgardian beasts. Seeing himself outmatched, he checked his surroundings before hatching an idea. He ran to a fuel line, slicing it open and igniting it into a makeshift flamethrower. Deterred by the flame, the creatures decided to retreat back home through the portal, all except the wolf. Just as Steve raised his shield to protect himself, no attack came. From the portal came the upper half of a crystal blue giant, one hand wrapped around the wolf. An ice giant. Jotunheim, then. Paradox got a better look at the symbol on the runestone. The other giant hand reached for the captain as he called to close the portal. Using Strucker's sword, Bucky cut power from the Nordic rune stone. As the energy stopped flowing, so did the giant sent through the closing portal. Watcher blinked. It seems our blue friend just arrived. Above, Kong returned in a flash. One objective down, but the job wasn't done yet. As the lab started to self-destruct, an evacuating red skull seethed. No. You have destroyed everything. I will have my revenge on you and the world. We have to get out of here, exclaimed Bucky. Not this time, partner. We're not letting him get away again. Steve wanted to end their fight with Skull once and for all. Kong was nearing his goal. Ahead 7.25. Outside, one of the castle spires shed its outer bricks, revealing an escape rocket. The heroic duo followed Skull to the roof just as he entered the cockpit. Unseen by the soldiers. Kong continued. Steve turned to his friend. Bucky, stay here. Secure the fortress. The young man didn't seem satisfied with that order. Before the rocket began to launch, Captain America grabbed onto its outer ladder. With that, the transport lifted off. Steve started climbing, but he got cut off. I got your back, Cap. Behind him, Bucky Barnes also grabbed onto the shuttle. Now in his hover chair, Kong traveled again. Ahead 0.39. Bucky, I told you to st-. Yeah, I know. But we're partners, right? Steve could reprimand him for not following his orders, but if he was in Bucky's shoes, he would have done the same. He smiled softly at his oldest friend. Let's finish this. Red Skull managed to travel to the Arctic Circle before a shield bashed through his windshield and Steve grabbed him by the uniform. It's over, Skull. Instead of fear, the Red Skull laughed sinisterly. Finally, we agree. His right hand reached out and pressed a yellow button. Goodbye, Captain America. A countdown clock started and Red Skull was ejected with his seat to safety. A pity he escaped, sighed Paradox. The Watcher turned solemn. He will be back. No. Seeing Skull's getaway boiled the soldier's blood. He looked back into the cockpit, and they only had less than 30 seconds to get to safety. There's not enough time. Bucky, jump for it. Unfortunately, Bucky's foot got caught in a bent ladder rung when rushing to meet Steve. I can't. Cap. Hang on, Bucky. He made his way to him, ready to help, but Bucky had other plans. Sorry, Cap. Steve continued to try and pry Bucky free. Stow that talk. We'll make it. No, I mean, sorry, but the world needs Captain America more than Bucky. Using his free leg, he kicked Captain America off the shuttle. Steve looked on as he fell. His closest friend sacrificed his life to save him, and in turn, the world. No. No. Bucky. With a final salute, Bucky and the shuttle exploded in a massive burst. The shockwave crashed against the captain, knocking him out and into the icy water below. The lad seems like a true friend. Paradox pocketed his hands. Watcher nodded. It is unfortunate that his fate here is also in flux as is the captain's. Kong hovered over the water, searching for any sign of the captain's survival. He was unsatisfied, manual control. With his console, the area fast-forwarded in time around him with two unseen compatriots tagging along for the ride. Even after 20 years observed, nothing had seemed to change with the captain's place of death. A male voice on the radio sounded. Time disturbance in progress. Kang's present was now at risk. He needed to return. Initiate chronal jump to Damocles base. It seems our little field trip is over. The temporal duo followed Kong back to a branched future. Damocles base. Year 40XX. Kong sat in the crystal room again, preparing for the imminent report. The computer answered. Temporal disturbances reaching critical levels. The fabric of time-space is in the process of rupturing. Show me. The futuristic cities on Earth began to fade away in white light, leaving only a barren wasteland behind. My entire timeline, all of reality is being wiped out, and it's all because of you. He glared at a hologram of Captain America. My travels into the past suggest that you are the link, Captain America. Some moment in your past heralds the end of the future. Something to do with you. But I saw you meet your end in the 20th century. How can you be responsible? Unless Damocles, scan all surviving records from the 21st century. Executing. A flash of documents appeared. Freeze image. He read the news article and glared once more. Of course. I did not conquer the Earth just to see it wiped from existence. Damocles, prepare the fleet for a time jump. Outside, the rewriting or reality was slowly reaching them. Kong stood straight on the bridge. All ships begin trans-temporal jump. One of his men answered. Sir, we don't have the coordinates. There's not enough time to dash. Kong grabbed him by the uniform. Never tell me there's not enough time. He pulled out a hard light console and did it himself. Time coordinates accepted. Jump in progress. Where is Princess Ravana? She's boarding now, my lord. A dark-skinned woman in a blue royal garb walked onto the bridge. My love, what is happening? Why are we leaving? Just as she asked, the reality rewrite reached them, catching several men. The princess ran as best she could, but even she knew she would get caught. At seemingly the last microsecond, she felt a sudden push against her back, escaping the white light and into her lover's arms. I've got you, Ravana. Damocles, now. The ship disappeared from the future in a blue flash as the rest of the Earth and soon the universe was altered. High above Earth. Year 2010. Kong breathed a sigh of relief as he held Ravana close. I thought I lost you. Ravana returned the embrace. I thought so as well. It was miraculous that I survived. It was like some otherworldly force saved me. We can talk about that later. I'm just glad you're safe. Kong turned to the computer. Update. We have arrived at our destination. Don't worry, love. I'll save our entire timeline, even if I have to conquer this time to do it. Ravana gave a hesitant nod. She had never seen him so tense before. Only time would tell if things would get better. The moon. The Watcher sat in his chair, upset at his recent companion. Why did you interfere? Paradox shrugged. Call me a romantic, but I'd rather not get rid of the man's only emotional connection while he's going back in time to save humanity. As I said before, I prefer to nudge history on a better path. The Watcher sighed. Even a simple push can lead to unprecedented consequences. Paradox rolled his eyes. Considering the future Earth turned into a literal wasteland, I believe we have a better chance of a happy ending now. He turned away. I don't condone your actions, but I do see your point. We both know he is wrong. Whether Captain America died during this event should not have affected his branch of history this way. I know. Let us leave this place. I will see how well you and your allies' actions make a difference. The scientist smiled. I hear Earth 91119 is quite amusing to see. Chapter 14, Groupthink. 25th Street. 1 hour after Graviton's arrest. 6 heroes sat around tables with a Norse god and a Gamma superhuman taking up an entire side. Fasttrack took another bite of his burger before narrowing his eyes in confusion toward Tony Stark. So you basically invented stable cold fusion. Yup. Didn't really think much of it until I got kidnapped. Tony sighed at the memory. A friend and I built one in a cave with a box of scraps. Hulk huffed. The power of the sun in the palm of your hand. Iron Man stroked his chin. Ooh. That's a good one. I could definitely use that for PR. I'll make a note of that for later. Thor crossed his arms. I will admit that the power is reminiscent of the forges of Nidavellir. The very energy of a dying star was used to forge my mighty Mjolnir. The Norse god received several looks in disbelief at the method of forging used for his weapon. They would have to circle back to that later. I recall a potential thesis paper on fusion power a few years back from an MIT graduate. Too bad he ever went through with it. Joined the U.S. Atomic Research Center instead. I think his name was Octo or something. Within Hulk, Banner sighed at the mention of his former workplace. They were more interested in developing weaponry than the quality of life developments. The alien put his food down and gestured to Iron Man. How are you not the richest man on Earth yet? I was honestly thinking the same thing, admitted Wasp. She sipped from a champagne glass. Doesn't the arc reactor put an end to fossil fuels? Tony huffed. Arc reactor technology is a trade secret to my company and me. I'm not planning to start mass-producing them for the public. Not yet anyway. Fast Track rolled his eyes. From what we saw, that hasn't really stopped the government from taking your designs. What did they call their suits? Ugh. Mandroids. They can't even come up with a good name. He downed his glass. I swear my legal team is gonna be on their asses for violating my intellectual property. Hank cut into his chicken. While I'm glad that you aren't willingly selling weapons to the military anymore, Tony, there are alternatives for your tech. No one said you had to mass-produce them, added Janet. You could make privately owned power plants around the country and sell the power at a competitive price. Heck, I'm sure you could go global with the idea. Tony paused, letting the thought soak in. That's actually not a bad idea. Might have to work out some stuff for privacy concerns, but I'm sure the board would finally shut up if I bring it up. Hank sighed. Unlike you, Tony, I try to avoid the business politics in my science advancements. Yeah, you just let me handle all of it, snarked Janet. Tony held his hands up in defense. I'm working on it. We're still converting from a weapons manufacturing company. Fast Track smirked. If it does go global, those oil countries might hate you for that. He waved off the concern. They already do. I've cancelled all military contracts in those regions. Janet smirked. You're just like Hank. I keep telling him he could do so much more with his particles. Hank took a sip of his lemonade. Janet, I've told you many times. Giant hot dogs aren't the solution to world hunger. Yeah. I know, but you get what I mean. Both Thor and Hulk paused eating their roast beef. Are you saying you could turn this one meal into one that can feed an entire village? Ignoring the glint in their eyes, Hank answered. Well, yes, but the long-term effects of consuming altered food haven't been tested yet. Hulk willing to take the risk. As am I, cheered Thor. Janet grinned wide. Would you look at that, willing participants? The scientist groaned. I am against human test subjects, but then again, you guys are more resilient than the average human. Fast Track offered an option. Ignoring meat products, maybe you can run some tests on growing larger crops. That is a possible route. I'll have to run it by the staff, but I should be able to get a testing group set up. Tapping his glass, Fast Track spoke again. How small can you go with your PIM particles anyways? Hank and Wasp shared a look, reminiscing their first discovery of the place between atoms and subatomic particles. Very, answered the two of them. Feeling there was more to that vague answer, the table decided to move on. Considering you guys already worked on that microprison, I take it that you considered the use for transportation and storage? Yup, answered Wasp. If it weren't for us working with some of the major distributors once in a while, Hank here would have blown through his grants and savings within a few months. Her boyfriend coughed. In my defense, it's all in the name of science. That's what all planets say. Fast Track took a sip. With all you super geniuses running around, it's absurd that you're still a level 3 planet on average. Then again, one could argue that's for the best. Level 3, questioned the others. Seeing their confusion, Fast Track blinked before correcting himself. Think the Kardashev scale but more specific. Level 1 is just simple machines with level 3 including nuclear fission. Tony and Hank grew more interested. If that's the case, who has a higher level, Iron Man or Ant-Man? Inquired Wasp. The alien narrowed his eyes in thought. Well, armored suits vary depending on capabilities. I've fought ones that are level 12. As for Iron Man, nuclear fusion counts as level 4. Energy projection weapons are at least level 5. Hulk was intrigued that general nuclear research was in the level 3 to 4 range. He supposed that it mattered more in how that energy was used. As for Ant-Man, how far are you into nanotechnology? Have you reached the stereotypical Grey Goo scenario? Hank waved off the question. Nothing like that, but I am working on nanoscopic CPUs. You might be level 5 as well, depending. Iron Man huffed. If we're level 5, why are we still a level 3 planet? An alien brow raised. I did say average. Do either of you plan on having this technology available to the public? The two stayed silent as Wasp put her hands in the air. I knew it. The blue alien rolled his eyes. As expected. All planets have their outlier geniuses, but rarely do they ever share it with the masses. Wanting to move from this topic, Tony turned to the local god. So, Thor, if that is your real name, what's Asgard like? Ignoring the man's skepticism, Thor, it's a fantastical place far beyond your segment of time and space. The hero smirked. If any of you are wondering, Asgard is technically a level 5 planet. Eyes widened and turned back and forth from the god of thunder. What? How? Public faster than light travel. Tony and Hank cringed. Damn it. Thor brightened at the compliments to his home. Yes. The Bifrost Rainbow Bridge is a sight to behold. With a shake of his head, the alien turned to the green giant. Bruce. Hulk. How's it feel to be free, in an extra-legal sort of way? The giant took a breath. No more running is good. Yeah, well. You've got a new home with us, big guy, smirked Janet. Hank blinked. Which is where exactly? If S.H.I.E.L.D. has their helicarrier, what do we have? Where would we even have it? Eyes drifted to Tony. I have some thoughts. Hank placed his head in his hands. Please tell me your first thought wasn't to buy out a skyscraper for us in the middle of the city. Tony's silence spoke volumes. Maybe. You're just trying to one-up Richards, aren't you? Accused Wasp. No, replied Tony. Really? So hypothetically, if we were to have an Avengers Tower, where would it be? Across from the Baxter Building. Hank and Wasp deadpanned at the answer. You do know that property values have dropped in that area significantly. No one wants to live around the guy who gets attacked by Dr. Doom or the occasional lab accident. Or the guy that shoots fire. Exactly. It'll be cheap, argued Tony. That doesn't paint a good picture either. Ben gestured to their heavy hitters. Considering who's on the team, we'll need some buffer space. No offense, Hulk. The giant simply shrugged. More space is good. Okay. Okay. Tony held his hands up in defeat. Taking that all into account, I think I have just the place. I'll let you guys know as soon as possible. The others reluctantly agreed to see what Tony would produce. Enough about us. I think it's time we talk about you, Mr. Whiskers. I've seen the Green Giant and the Goldie on the news occasionally, but you're new. Thor beamed at his companion. The Changeling and I have fought alongside each other against the coup by my brother. I can attest to his character. Janet blinked. I'm sorry, what? Asgard was attacked. Thor chuckled. Attacks happen more often than you think, but our forces handle them most of the time. Tony brought up holograms of Stinkfly, Chromastone, Humongosaur, and Way Big. I don't know exactly what a changeling is, but the name fits. What are you anyways? Hank was too busy writing notes on a napkin after analyzing the hologram of Stinkfly. Just ask him to turn into that insect again. The foreign hero shook his head. In short, I'm kinda like Thor, technically an alien. Well, part alien. Janet raised a brow. Part. Ben shrugged. My grandpa married one. Tony grew a bit more interested. Really? Ben rolled his eyes. Do you believe the people wondering about intelligent life out there didn't even consider the possibility of having sex with them? Mouths open to rebuke only to close, unable to deny the thought. Thor coughed into his fist awkwardly. I have met my fair share of maidens throughout the realms in my early years. Ben waved off that topic. In any case, regarding what I can do, it's a gift. In more ways than one. Does it have anything to do with that green symbol you always have? Asked Janet. Kinda. This is a peace symbol. Tony raised a brow. How many dash? A waiter interrupted their conversation and placed a slip of paper on the table. Here's the check. Looking at the amount before tax, tip, and convenience charge, Ben whistled before patting Hank on the back. Well, it's getting late. We can continue this another time. I'm sure you got this covered. The only reply he got from the good doctor was an exasperated sigh. Chapter 15, First Time. New York City. Only a few days had passed since what could be considered the biggest criminal breakout in modern history. The state of New York was still recovering from the damage. While life went on, people were justifiably on edge. As a reminder of this recovery, the destroyed helicarrier was still being lifted out of the bay. Throughout the city, damage control employees repaired the damage to the civil infrastructure. Some would consider this damaged state an opportunity to loot while security recuperating. From the third floor of a Bank of America building, high-strength glass shattered from the force of a criminal busting out. To the civilians, they witnessed what appeared to be a humanoid named after their resemblance, Mandrill, descending from his escape. Normally, Mandrill would have gone the more stealthy approach, but time was limited. He needed cash and fast to start his trek out of the state. He swung onto a street light to the street with his boon over his shoulder. Just as he was about to sprint down an alleyway, a lone female officer arrived on the scene. Freeze. She aimed her pistol, but instead of the typical bullets, it glowed blue as it primed. Due to recent events, local law enforcement received an upgrade courtesy of Hammer Industries. With the number of superhuman criminals unleashed, the city responded in kind. Unfortunately, this officer was a bad match for this encounter. Mandrill turned toward the woman and focused. His golden iris swirled, causing the woman's eyes to do the same and halting her movement. Now that she was stunned, his facial pores released gas in her direction. Upon contact, she passed out. Without missing a beat, Mandrill ran to a manhole cover to escape. Just as he got his hands on the edges, an electrical shock to his ass made his fingers slip. Mandrill, right? Baboon guy, pheromone powers, a female voice asked. The villain spun around, looking for his attacker until his eyes fell on the small form of the wasp on the ground a short distance from him. Her expression was more resigned, with her hands on her hips. I'm gonna have to ask you to put down the money and surrender, or else you will be beat up. Feeling a sense of superiority from the size difference, Mandrill just laughed. Wasp. Do you think I'm scared of you? He brought his face to her level. I'll tear those wings off, and then I'll pin you to a corkboard. Red and Gold Boots stepped into his field of vision behind Wasp, and his gaze drew upward to see Iron Man. I could say the same thing about that fur of yours and then toss you in the Gowanus Canal. Wasp floated up to hover next to his shoulder. Come on, Tony. That place is dirty enough as it is without him in there. Fair point. Wasp, he could handle her. Iron Man was slightly above his weight class. Now, he was nervous, backflipping away from the two. He couldn't look weak. It doesn't matter. I can take both of you. From behind, a green flash went off. Looking over his shoulder, he paled, finding his evolutionary superior counterpart. A few times Mandrill's size, a large gorilla with black fur and 3 pairs of eyes glared at him. 2 pairs of retractable spider legs from his waist raised his body to dwarf the mutant criminal. Return to monkey. A primal howl escaped his mouth, further intimidating the escapee instinctually, even peeing a little. Mandrill's legs buckled to the ground when the ground shook. A pair of massive footsteps signaled the arrival of the giant man. A large shadow fell over him, fists resting on his hips in a cocky manner. It was like getting slapped one after the other. A loud thunderclap echoed from above. Thor touched down from above before playing with his hammer. Fear made Mandrill unconsciously back away from the heroes. Emotions skyrocketed when he backed up into something. Unfortunately, it wasn't a brick wall. It was a wall of muscle. The Hulk growled down at him with his arms crossed, seemingly annoyed at Mandrill's very existence. Feeling like an ant, Mandrill stuttered and stammered at the sight of the heroes. Their voices seemed to overlap. His breathing grew rapid. Overwhelmed, Mandrill's eyes rolled to the back of his head, and he fainted. Suffice it to say, he soiled himself. Well, that was easy, Wasp grinned. Ultimate Spider Monkey chuckled. We might have gone a bit overkill against one guy. His face contorted at the smell. Ugh. Let the police get him a change of pants. Thor scowled. He brings shame to all monkeys with his cowardice. I had hoped he would put up more of a fight. What say you, Iron Man? Iron Man shrugged. I say 1 down, 73 to go. Ultimate Spider Monkey held up a hand. Trust me, Thor. There's a list of people that would give you a decent fight. We'll get there eventually. Hulk sighed and started walking back to his temporary place of residence. He wouldn't be getting any stress relief today. Hank shrank down to normal size and pulled out a tablet. Well, according to Mandrill's file, he's a mutant. He was supposed to be handed to the Mutant Response Division before everyone escaped. I've also notified the nearby hospital of Mandrill's pheromone victim. It's highly addictive. Tony cringed. I've had my fair share of withdrawal in my early years. Not fun. Janet finished detaining Mandrill and shook her head. I do not like the recent uptick in mutant crime. While his options may have been more limited compared to that whirlwind guy, I could see him as a good jungle zoologist. A bit on the nose there. Ben had some words for the MFRD after an earlier encounter with them out of state, but that was for another time. He looked down at the unconscious criminal. I've met others who had powers since birth. A good social support system for natural superhumans would make good change. Hank smiled. I'm glad you think the same way. Maybe we can make a charity out of it. A few days later. The city of Manhattan bustled about under the midday sun. People walked about doing their usual activities. However, some gave some weary looks as they passed a particular group of people. Pepper Potts read over a data pad in her hand. Next to her was the Hulk and the Shapeshifter, now referring to himself as 4 Arms. A fitting name since this form was a red muscular biped with 4 arms and eyes. At the moment, all 3 were sipping on smoothies courtesy of the alien hero. It was a lucky choice as the trio had been waiting for the others for the past 20 minutes since the requested time. The 3 stood at the gate of a large mansion. Tony Stark had asked the team to gather. Considering their lunch chat, this was their new base of operations. Idle chit-chat managed to stave off the boredom and distract themselves from the afternoon sun. 4 Arms held up a hand. I'm just saying that General Ross needs to get his priorities straight. He had better things to do than hunt superhumans down if Nazi organizations were still running around. From what Bruce said, you intentionally isolated yourself in the desert and rainforest to try and not hurt the people around you. Pepper nodded. I have to agree. She turned to their new ally. For what it's worth, Hulk. I'm sorry that you had to go through all that. A lot of people believe the stories from the military put out about you, but I'm hoping we can change that. Hulk turned away from them, looking at the families walking across the street. It's a start, taking another sip of his strawberry guava drink. Would having a room in the mansion make you comfortable? We can make other arrangements if need be. He looked back at the mansion. Dislike cramped spaces. Pepper pulled up some photos. Perhaps we can set up something for you by the botanical gardens or the koi pond. We can get more into it when Tony gives the tour. She received a shrug but not one of indifference. Checking her watch again, she sighed. Thank you two for actually being on time. Unlike the others. Sorry again for the wait. 4 Arms pulled out his phone. In hindsight, we should have made a group chat or something. At the very least, they would have told us they were running late. Well, that's not including Thor, maybe. Hulk shrugged. Kept losing phones. Getting new burner phones got too inconvenient at a point. He grunted in annoyance with his arms crossed and scowled. You all right? Cars passed by them, honking to get their attention. Not used to the city. Understandable. I don't think anyone expected that out of the gate. I'm sorry that you're getting a bad first impression. I would have led us inside and out of the sun, but Tony decided to hold onto the keys. Hulk raised a fist, gesturing to knock down the gate. 4 Arms held up a hand. Let's not resort to breaking things. Wanna hop the fence and chill on the front lawn? The giant considered the idea, but some called his name. Oh, my goodness. Are you the Hulk? The trio turned to see a blonde woman in an emerald dress and light green jacket smile at the giant. Next to her was a mustachioed burly man in a dark blue overcoat. "You're one of the heroes who saved the city. Can I have a picture?" The alien hero smiled. "See, Hulk. I told you your image was improving." Hulk blinked for a moment. This was the first time a stranger praised him for heroism. Sure. It was a foreign feeling. "Thanks." She gave her phone to her friend before standing beside Hulk. She gave a Cheshire smile to the camera. "Say cheese." The burly man grumbled before taking the picture. "The name's Lena." She turned to the red hero with an analytical appraisal. "So, who are you supposed to be?" "Call me Four Arms." "It's self-explanatory." "Quite." Her gaze seemed to rest on the hourglass symbol before turning away. She blew a kiss to the Hulk before walking off again. "Hope to see you again soon." The friend sent the Hulk a dry look before following after Lena. Four Arms patted him on the shoulder. "Now, that wasn't so bad, right?" Hulk watched the two strangers walk away, but he couldn't help but get a weird feeling. It only grew stronger when she left. Maybe it was nothing. Before he could think on it deeply, the outline of a familiar Asgardian warrior flew down. With a huge grin, Thor landed on the sidewalk. "Ho, Miss Potts." "Hulk and Changeling. 'Tis good to see you again. Are you ready for the upcoming battles?" Thor asked with joyful enthusiasm. Unfortunately, the Hulk did not share the same enthusiasm. "You're late." Four Arms gave the god a dry look. "Yeah, man. We've been standing here for half an hour." Pepper frowned. "What took you so long, Thor? I would have thought a man like yourself would be more punctual." The word struck him deeply. The god of thunder looked away and thumbed at his hammer. "Apologies to you all. I am not used to your city's mapping. Many roads and turns may have led me astray. In the end, I scouted until I found our friend, Hulk." The trio considered Thor for a moment before relenting. Giving a Norse god a modern address and expecting him to understand how to use it was a big ask in hindsight. Thor was likely too ashamed or proud to ask for directions from strangers. Four Arms groaned to himself. "Yeah, we should have seen that coming." Pepper opened up her calendar. "We'll give you a proper tour around the city so you can direct yourself better." "Much thanks." "I appreciate your efforts," nodded Thor. A tired voice sounded. "We're here." A shrunken wasp flew to the center of the group. "Sorry, we're late. I had to tear Hank away from his lab. We also had a disagreement on how to get here." Ant-Man then appeared in normal size in a yellow light, a stray any now flying away. "First off, it was an important experiment. Also, you know how I feel about getting into uniform just for travel. We could have taken the Lexus. Breaking down the grasshopper genome can wait. Your sponsor in Japan gave you a modest time limit. Besides, this is hero work." She gestured to the others on their team. "Everyone else did. Besides, we dodged the traffic near Midtown." Hank rolled his eyes. "I guess. Friend Pym, it is good to see you." Thor raised a brow. "Although, I expected you to be a giant." "Really? Why?" Ant-Man asked in confusion. "Thy giant self seems more useful." "Time and place, Thor," answered Janet. "We don't need a giant walking the streets unless there's something to smash." "You could say the same thing about those ice giants around the palace," offered Four Arms. "A wise decision then," acknowledged the god. Having run out of smoothies, Hulk tossed his cup away in annoyance. "Where's Stark?" A few seconds later, they heard the familiar jet boosters. Sorry, everyone." Iron Man landed near them before taking off his helmet. "I got caught up in a meeting." Pepper tapped her boss on the shoulder before showing a list of messages from disgruntled business associates asking where Tony was. Actually, I missed that meeting, too," he guiltily admitted. "I've been messaging you for the past hour while also covering for your absence. And you are great for doing that. You deserve another raise." Pepper rolled her eyes. "If you keep this up, I'll be getting paid more than you do. But it would be deserving." Tony turned to the rest of his allies. "Anyway, thanks for coming, and welcome to Avengers Mansion. Iron Man gestured to the gated mansion in front of them. That's what we're calling it, asked Four Arms. It's a placeholder until the group calls it something else. Anyways, this was my dash. Iron Man got cut off by Hulk jumping over the gates and walking underneath a tree's shade. Four Arms shrugged and did the same. We've been waiting since high noon, Tony. Let's not waste any more time. Iron Man checked the time again and cringed. Even Pepper seemed more annoyed than usual, thanks to waiting in the sun. Fair enough. The Iron Avenger sent a command and unlocked the gate for the others to follow. The mansion's main hall was massive, with a checkered floor and white marble columns leading to a grand staircase. Everyone gazed at the spacious interior. Thor started looking at a strange terminal in the wall. A light scanned over the god's eye, and a British voice spoke, "Greetings, Thor Odinson. May I offer you a drink?" Ben raised a brow at what he assumed was an AI's terminal. The general shape looked oddly familiar. The Asgardian stepped back in confusion. What manner of palace is this? Tony smirked. This was a museum for the Maria Stark Foundation, my mother's home. I've had it upgraded since the breakout. I thought this could be our headquarters. Swanky. Wasp flew to the rafters of the room. The mansion is run by JARVIS, my personal artificial intelligence. Anything you need, JARVIS will provide. Say hi, JARVIS. Indeed, answered the AI. Seeing Thor's wariness, Four Arms explained it another way. Just think of it as an enchanted home that helps you out. It's a real smart house. Wasp paused before turning to Tony. It's not gonna turn into a Terminator situation, right? Four Arms snapped his fingers at the panel. That's it. It looks like HAL 9000. Several pairs of eyes looked at Tony for an answer a moment later. The armored Avenger got a good look at the panel and frowned. Remind me to change the design. He held up a hand to the others. I know it looks bad, but I can assure you, JARVIS is only at level 3 of AI theory. He's not self-aware yet. Yet, repeated Janet. Tony deadpanned. You know what I mean. We're not gonna have a robot apocalypse from me getting a digital assistant. The rest of the room, who have seen the genre of movies, shook their heads, hoping this wouldn't bite them in the ass in the future. Tony started the tour of the mansion, the first being the kitchen. We've got a full kitchen. Chef on call. Tony explained. Now out of the sun, Hulk and Four Arms started indulging themselves in the fridge and the microwave. Hulk started biting into a watermelon while Ben started snacking on heated chili cheese fries. Wasp flew over to the Hulk and landed on his shoulder. She got a front row seat of bits of fruit flying and falling to the floor, a look of disgust growing. Upstairs, Stark showed the living quarters. There are 12 bedrooms, maid service, laundry, room service, a theater/lounge, satellite TV and movies, every form of video entertainment on the planet. Thor and Ben tried out king-size beds, but they still felt cramped. I don't think Hulk and I will fit these well. Would it be possible to adjust our living arrangements? Asked the god. Ben could revert to human to get more space, but he wasn't going to turn down the chance to get a bigger bed. Tony's lips thinned. I probably should have taken your measurements beforehand. Don't worry. I'll get everything fixed within the week. Tony turned to the Hulk. Pepper told me you wanted to camp outside near the gardens. Any bed preference? The giant contemplated before answering. Sandstone. Tony blinked before shrugging. Must really like it firm. The Avengers entered the lounge area with chairs, couches, and a fireplace. Wasp and Four Arms hopped on the couch and raced for the remote. Janet got it first, sticking her tongue at the sour alien. The remote caused a painting above the fireplace to slide, revealing a large TV taking up half a wall. The two beamed, sharing the same brain cell. This would be great for movie nights. Not everyone seemed thrilled. Are you serious, Stark? Asked Ant-Man. This is what you wanted to show us? No, I haven't gotten to the good stuff yet. You're going to need these. Tony replied. He then reached into his pocket and pulled out cards with a large blue A on the left side and a small black screen on the right. These ID cards are linked to the Stark Entry satellite network and will keep us in audio and video communication anywhere in the world. They also give you full access and control of the mansion. 4 Arms examined his card. I don't suppose this also works as a credit card, he joked. Was he short on money? No, but it's always more fun spending other people's money. Iron Man rolled his eyes. Ha. Ha. Pepper's the only one getting paid, but depending on your request, I'm willing to help you guys if it's important. Does spending an entire day at Legoland count as important? Asked the alien hero. A coy smile appeared. Perhaps. As the other Avengers examined their cards, Pepper held one out to the Hulk. If you have any questions, don't hesitate to ask. Hulk's voice raised a bit, a small flash of yellow in his eyes. I can dash. He cut himself off along with the glow. That didn't feel right. Compared to the others, Pepper had been nothing but flexible with him. Maybe he needed to clear his head a bit. Thanks. He slowly picked the card out of the woman's hand, wanting to end the interaction quickly. No problem, she replied with a smile. Across the room, Ben nodded in approval of the interaction. It was nice to see Hulk get more acquainted with regular people. Just like home, the battle for good publicity will be a long and hard journey. Checking a few radio stations earlier this week introduced him to quite the character. This Jameson guy had a real hate boner for superheroes, especially this Spider-Man guy. Ben made a mental note to try and meet him. Thor didn't miss the Hulk's slip, but since he reeled himself back, he decided to put it off for now. Although, he would keep a closer eye for any more slips of anger. Iron Man cleared his throat to get everyone's attention as he walked to a terminal and held up his ID card. Machinery moved the fireplace, revealing a hidden elevator entrance. 4 Arms smirked. Aren't you being fancy with secret doors? Wasp brightened, shrinking and flying towards the elevator. Nifty. Any more around the mansion? That's something you learn yourself, snarked Tony. In the elevator, the team descended underground. And voila, the sublevels, Iron Man gestured. Moments later, they reached a large pyramid structure. They entered a laboratory filled with sophisticated machines and gadgets. The mansion's got a beyond state-of-the-art science lab, space for Hank's modular labs and my armory. Despite his initial reservations, Ant-Man had to admire the workspace. This place had a much higher budget than his university lab. Perhaps this place won't be so bad, he thought. The Avengers reached a large platform over a body of water. Wow, big pool, Wasp commented. Ben agreed. You could probably fit a lake monster or two. Tony raised a brow. Met some. Fought some. Babysat for some, 4 Arms playfully yet truthfully stated. Iron Man dismissed it as a joke. Well, the pool's on the roof. Machinery moved, splitting the water in half. From below, a large red and white aircraft rose into view. This is a full functional hangar with 2 prototype high-speed aerial shuttles. The Quinjets. Several panels on the Quinjet opened, revealing many missiles and laser weapons. A moment later, a distorted force field surrounded it. Top-of-the-line weapons and shields. I can see why you ended your contract with the military. You would have promoted an international arms race. Ben tapped against the field. How'd you develop the force fields, anyways? Tony coughed into his fist. I may have had some input from an associate. Hank deadpanned. You asked Reed for his data on Susan. I'm not answering that. He disabled the shield and patted the hull. This baby reaches an airspeed of Mach 8, only getting faster with my future upgrades. Perfect for those of us who can't fly long distances. This earned him a look from the others even though they didn't do international travel regularly. They are also space-ready, too. 4 Arms shook his head. Another item on the list of private innovation keeping your planet at level 3. How are you not contracted with NASA for this stuff? Tony stood straighter. Actually, after our little lunch talk, I'm currently in talks regarding energy distribution. Unfortunately, the G-men are stonewalling NASA talks unless I help out with the military. Well, you wouldn't be the first, commented Ben. Even General Electric works with the military. Wasp blinked in confusion. Seriously? Yeah, General Electric made the GAU-8 Avenger machine gun, remarked Tony. Even my dad threw his hat into the ring for that contract. You're telling me the same people that make washing machines are the same people that make machine guns? Ben shrugged. One spins to make something clean, and the other one spins to make something disappear. It's really not that complicated. Wasp turned to Hank. You don't find it weird that the same company that makes toasters also makes stuff that vaporizes people? Her boyfriend didn't seem to mind. Toasters and machine guns, it's all just engineering. This is the world I live in, I guess. She shook herself of those thoughts. What's next, Tony? Well, there's the training room, he said as he turned and began to walk out of the room. Four-Arms looked back at Thor and Hulk. Do you have stuff for our weight class? Stark crossed his arms and chuckled. After seeing Graviton, I have a decent gauge. I got the suggestion from another associate, but I call mine the danger zone. There were a few smirks. Of course you did, Tony.